Стоять на месте стоять, иначе рискуешь ничего не понять.
Жил-был на свете злоба детский, ивентов нет, загрустил не по-детски. Заходит в конфу, ща от скуки умру, но спасен наш хороший, можно хлопать в ладоши. И туса соберется, слеза счастья прольется, и новая дача очень скоро начнется. Но вдруг налетели на дачу тени, привидения говорят, не бывать наслаждению. Ну что же ты, что ты потупил свой взор? Сдавайся, злоба,
Полный позор. И треснул мир напополам, гремит разлом. И льется дым, идет ретейк под бэкплентом. И меркий свет ковра
Yes, hello everybody. Day 2 of the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 2024. Welcome to the Donk waiting room. We know why you're tuning in. We know what you want, and we've got it on the menu today, Mo. The return of Donk and Team Spirit, last seen losing at the PGL Copenhagen Major.
Yes, they did. I mean, I'm just going to say this right now. They choked, okay? They choked in that quarterfinal versus FaZe. It was an amazing match to watch, but if you saw what went wrong, it was mostly Shiro missing shots that he set himself up for. It was Zontix getting swallowed by the stage, as Chad mentioned. That was like a really good way to put it. And it was Donk who didn't. I mean, Donk was very good. I think Magix did look still pretty calm overall, but Chopper, Zontix, and Shiro, I think the nerves got up to them. But at an event like this, especially now since we're still in groups, expectations are at a maximum for Spirit to absolutely run through Aurora.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're talking about a Team Spirit that's only lost 2 best-of-3s so far in 2024. One of them in the aforementioned FaZe match, another one versus Mouse, who we know are having a fantastic year themselves. Technically, Blast at the start of the year was sketchy. There were stand-ins. We're not going to talk about those. So this is a Spirit, when we look at their Group B, that should be taking names. And most certainly with the opening match of this Aurora Gaming head-to-head. You know, it feels like the openers for Mouse, Spirit, obviously top seeds of their groups, are smooth sailing. Supposedly. Now, there's a chance, a small chance, that FaZe have actually broken Team Spirit and they will never win a game again.
yeah, the confidence is a big one.
You know?
The confidence is a big one. The only thing is I didn't see Donk choke. That was a big thing for me, and I think that the rest of the players have already gone through different periods in their careers, some of them shorter than others, where they've choked and then they've also succeeded like Katowice. So
of course
they have that in their memory, but they also have the entirety of Katowice, and that's what they need to focus on.
Yeah, jokes aside, man. Team Spirit looking to come in quick, like Mouse did yesterday, and Virtus Pro 2. 2-0-2-0 to set up their winner match to go into the playoffs. It'll be BetBoom versus Falcons for elimination once we return to Group A. But we want to do Group B today. All right, we need to get the ball rolling towards this supposed Team Spirit versus Mouse Grand Finals, and whether there'll be upsets along the road. Now, much like yesterday, I think our opening game seems pretty clear as to who the favorites are, and followed by a mysterious head-to-head where you could hedge your bets and maybe argue either way. So we'll be doing 3 matches today as well. So that'll be Launders and I here for these 2 opening games of Group B. Heroic and MIBR is one that is exciting just because, you know, a year of no Degster and officials. So we have another individual who last time he was in a server was hot-handed. Whether or not he brings it to the table today is the question. And then tonight, Dinko and Bleh will take you guys through the first elimination game, as mentioned, BetBoom versus Falcons.
Yeah, I think that in that game, if you didn't watch BetBoom play, they were actually quite good. I think people wondered, well, were Mouse that good? You know, they looked a little bit like, oh, they gave up a lead, like they had to make a comeback. But honestly, I think BetBoom earned their way to match point, and it was just equally impressive that Mouse still brought it to OT and then won after like that 9-3 lead on Vertigo. So there was good things to say about BetBoom. I don't think Falcons are safe.
Of course, no, most certainly not. But again, that'll be later. Let's get into the appetizer for the day. You know, I'll call it an appetizer because usually you eat them quick, and I think that's what Spirit may be doing to the poor boys on Aurora. So, of course, we have Team Spirit focusing on Donk. I mean, let's be real. This is a team that's 13-0'd, bigger opposition than Aurora already this year. It's always kind of a murder scene at times when Spirit jump into the server, and you're kind of nervous for their opponents if they even get a chance to play some Counter-Strike.
And they're kind of primed to be in the perfect spot to, you know, get to the finals of an event like this because they've had time to think about Dust 2 more than Mouse have. They've had more of a break overall. They also have had, like, played a good amount as well as taken a break, so I think they should really be at full strength. I mean, the only thing I see going wrong is, yeah, they, like, start a little slow, but they don't really start slow. Like, in their matches this year, there have been very few games where they didn't start off with a lead right away. They're not one of those guys who wake up, start the day, and struggle for the first 5 rounds and then get going. So, yeah, it's really all about how much fight can Aurora bring. I mean, they've just got to go so far and above what we've seen from them to match up to Spirit.
Yeah, because we haven't said it yet, but Team Spirit are the returning BetBoom Dacha champions, having beat Virtus Pro in a grueling best-of-5, the first best-of-5 Grand Finals comeback in history. Donk just taking accolades left, right, and center. And so they'll have that title to defend as the event goes on. But versus Aurora, you know, Aurora, a team where we see some promise online, right? They've got a couple victories to their name, but then also roster changes. It feels like it's a bit of a playground for these younger players to kind of get get something going and run towards a major, right? We've seen multiple players from this team play at the RMRs, but not quite make it just yet. So there's this proving grounds, I feel like, that they're representing that, unfortunately for them, up against one of the best.
Yeah, they also benefited from fours, dissolving and getting players like Resalt, for example. And I think their core is actually like pretty good. They've obviously got lots of great aimers, as all these teams do. And I think that like individual talent isn't necessarily. I mean, it's always a problem when you're playing against Spirit. There's probably no team out there that has more individual talent than them overall. But in terms of like, do these aimers stand up? Could they win a 1v1 versus some of these? Yeah, definitely, right? We can definitely see some exciting stuff coming out of them. And there might be something about Aurora that's like, everybody was studying Spirit for some time, but like who more than like their own region, right? So I think like Aurora, it's going to be a regional matchup, and that's always something where we call the game close, even if it would normally be odds stacked in one favor.
Well, time will tell, but first, before the game goes live, we got to get our players on the stage.
Without further ado, the team that has made it through the European qualifiers, claiming second in ESL Challenger Melbourne. Can they shine like a Borealis? It's Aurora. I gotta say, those are some suave as hell jerseys. I like the fit, boys. Looking good, looking good.
It was suave, and also the way that they came out, the demeanor at which they came out of those lockers on pool day, by the way. So, let's do this. Chopper, Magix, Donk, Zontic, Shiro, they all find themselves ready to go. And so are we. We've got our first matchup of the day here in Belgrade, and I, for one, cannot wait to see Aurora taking on its Team Spirit.
You know what? I just want to point out that the sync certainly wasn't there. They didn't walk out in synergy.
Oh, no, they look like that's a power about him. Look at that guy. He looks like he's ready. Oh, well, I guess he's coming over here.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't even mean to do that, but all right. Hey, man, come on over here. Come on over here. Get away from the pool. You got to watch out for the water, homie. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yeah? Sometimes.
Sometimes. Is this one of those times? Is this one of those days you feel all right?
Not sure yet.
Not sure yet. Depends how this goes. Tell me, what have you been doing? You've been watching everybody play in Malta, so what have you guys been up to?
I've been learning Dust 2.
Okay. So you're saying there's a world where you guys are going to play Dust 2 today?
Yeah.
That is exciting. I'll call it Magix. And perhaps there's a chair around here we can figure out a little bit later on. Anything you want to say before you get started?
No, nothing.
Outstanding. I love what you've done there. Veracity?
Well, you know what? I'm curious to know if any of the Aurora boys are going to talk to me. Is anybody interested in having a quick chat? Come on up. Come on up. Be careful of the swimming pool, though. I don't want you to fall in. You feeling good? You feeling excited? Oh, no, you're going to drown. Move on through. Move on this way, this way, this way. There you go. We're doing good. How are you feeling about this matchup, taking on a big name like Team Spirit?
Feeling really excited.
Are you nervous at all?
Yes, of course.
And how has the team been preparing for BetBoom Dacha Belgrade? You guys did the qualifiers to make it here. Do you feel like that's giving you an advantage?
I don't think so. It was like a month ago, so it's just a regular game for us.
All right, well, you know what? Best of luck to you and the team. I want to see you boys shining on the server. Go ahead and take your seat. Boy, oh boy, am I ready and excited to get this show on the road. So without further ado, it is over to our other talents.
Yes, all right. So ready to go. And, well, Boris being Boris.
Definitely.
No surprises there. Magic's keeping it cool. I mean, Team Spirit know they're coming into this as the heavy favorites. You know, when it comes down to Aurora, we're talking about 4 players who have been together for a solid amount of time, and this addition of Resalt, which I think has kind of given them an extra little boost as of late.
Yeah.
You know, he is amongst the 3 highest rated players for the squad, and we're talking about Resalt, who's had a chance in the past to play for fours, to work with Jerry, you know, to kind of work his way through multiple CIS teams, and now end end up with a bunch of, you know, kind of similarly aged, up-and-coming, hungry young gentlemen, sort of like a Mouse in a way, right? Like, you've got that culture of the team where everybody's definitely kind of the same level of experience. And I think that could end up being cool for them. But how about we don't waste no more time? Y'all want it, Donk, you're going to get it. And you're going to get it on Dust 2 out the gate, back-to-back, first maps of the day. Folks, it's day 2 of BetBoom Dacha.
And Donks and Lore. And they were just an upper. Okay. This should be really fun. I mean, if there's a map, a reason you want to bring the map back, it's to watch Donk play it, I think. Like, he's already doing things like Dust 2 things on other maps with the way that he swings. This map is just going to open him up even more, I feel like. It's just T-side, CT side. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, again, for a lot of teams here at this event, they're going to benefit from Dust 2. We're going to see very high-level Dust 2 from teams that used to play it in their vetoes. We're going to see lots of comfort with the players that have them.
Donk's still looking for the tunnel play, but nobody there. Donk, you're a little late to the party, my friend. That Xbox smoke has got him going up catwalk already. We get 2 players just beneath the CT spawn. Good frag grenade, chipping away at 4 of them. Follow-up nade only chips Lackey. 3 CT standing out in the open. Bit of a shooting gallery, but Donk is fast. Comes around. Gets himself 1, and then gets dropped. So man advantage here for Aurora. So it was. Chopper keeping them honest. This bomb is dropped into the catwalk. This is going to keep players on site, wishing that they had been able to cross with it. What's the recovery plan? How you getting back into the action? A fight to CT. I like it. But you've got 10 seconds. You got to run up, grab bomb, get to site. And the question is, will Chopper let you get away with it?
Wait a second.
What? He sticks around for the fight, gets 1, and ends up dying. So great trade from Aurora. It's going to give them at the very least a pistol. And unlike Apex, they're not getting 13-0'd by Spirit today.
Yeah, that's nice. It had to be like kind of that instant headshot. Otherwise, Chopper would have got around the corner. So really, really nice trade. Good spacing between the 2 of them. And that was a time crunch for sure. So really pressured situation. Aurora figure a way out. And we get on to, well, the follow-up round is going to be a force down both sides, of course. If you're on a scout, why wouldn't you buy it if you had the money?
Donk's got 1 as well, so we go 2 scouts in mid, tag damage done. But long control at the very least for Aurora. At what cost? Deco down to 8 HP. Kenzie's gonna look for the mid contact, but he takes a tag. And these scouts, sure enough, just chipping away.
Yeah, it could be looked at as a mistake, to be honest, to be challenging a scout in mid, just because if you get tagged 1 or 2 players, then they're going to be easy prey for basically any pistols or SMGs on the map. And, you know, that's a great peek from Norway. That was a solid position for Zero to be in. Donk, the last scout of the round.
Smoke for the cross, but they don't commit behind it. So trying to get Team Spirit into A.
It just makes you so insecure because now you only have 2 players that could actually turn the corner on the top site, and they're both coming in first, of course. But the MP9s are going to chew through the other ones, so they got to be very careful.
Still got a flash as well. They're going to open smoke and challenge CT. Just trying to catch maybe somebody up close. Nobody looks to be going, prying down to spawn. Zontix on elevator. Everybody else is going to be going catwalk. So triple cat retake met by smoke.
Smoke's is deep, though. Did that land properly?
Flash through it. Pack of players in. Chopper's got the pistol frag. Chopper's got himself a second, but it gets cleared. There we go. Held on to nicely. Everybody contributing for Aurora, getting past what was honestly early damage, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they take 3 casualties, but with the first frag and then that tag on I believe Norway up close, whoever it may have been in mid door, excuse me.
It's just too risky to be like, oh, I got an AK, I'll definitely kill this scout behind the door. Scout can just run by the door, go for wall bangs, take very low committal shots, and if you get hit for 70 damage, you don't get the fight again, so it was definitely scary, but again, a good recovery.
Getting out long doors hasn't been an issue for Aurora as they take pistol and convert for 2. Chopper's individual level alongside this Spirit run has been a nice welcome addition. Feels like there's still a bunch of IGLs putting forth better years in 2024.
Yeah, they didn't just fall off. Like, it was like a few months in CS2, it was like, whoa, it's just IGL season. But now
Apex is keeping it up there. Shuhei's keeping it up there. Arrogant's having a solid one.
Hooks is
And
better
of course,
than CSGO.
Chopper, uncontestable. So Pistols in this one, not getting him nothing. Until I say that, Zontix will find the one fade away. Then fall as bomb goes down. So nice 3-0 conversion. It's a great start to the day as far as Aurora are concerned. Money to be made here. Second one, a little too much to ask. So still 2 kills with as little as they brought in. Nothing to scoff at. But Aurora, at least in the groove.
100%. I think they got to be very excited. I mean, I love the honesty in the interview. Just like, of course we're nervous. I mean, it's kind of like, just like, admit it. You know, you want it. That just means you want to win this game, and it shows that like you should have reverence for Spirit right now. Being a little nervous is healthy. Just don't want to be a lot nervous.
Here we go though. Shiro on the op, going for the long hold. Flash will find him. Smoke on the corner, a little awkward, but he is not alone. Magic's to support. Aurora trying to play quick timing, looking for the flash to get Norway out. They open smoke. Nicely done from Magic's there.
He was
not letting him get in.
Oh, he's a left-hand user. We actually haven't seen that, I don't think.
I've seen a couple people in Spawn, but
okay,
feels like majority is still just playing El Clasico. Good. Magic's on elevator. Shiro's op not too far away, but with the flash and the smoke, they get over. Smoke on catwalk makes it a little weird for Lackey.
Oh, that's
He'll be
beautiful.
caught trying to climb over it. Donk and Magic still able to combine if they want to, but to pop the smoke open yet once again is Aurora's game plan. Shiro's support off catwalk, caught out in the open, counterpicked, but the push through as expected. Donk's not going to give you any room to breathe.
That was some great tactics right there. I mean, they had the molly that landed on site as well as on ramp, and then they had the boost that went up at the exact same time. It countered exactly what Aurora wants to do, which was to get high ground and get to the plat, just to be able to sort of see everything and make sure no one could rotate up cat. But tactics win this one for Spirit. Magic's blowing the smoke open on long as well.
Just finally with weapons being able to give a little bit pressure back the other way. Whether that's opening the long smoke, whether that's Donk charging through cross just to get the final kill. Taking it back by force and pushing Aurora into the force. 2 pistols in this one. Nobody can take their strong start away, but good timing out from tunnels. Oh, Donk able to spray back down to finish his first frag. Love the reaction to the second player's peek. You know, he knew he could come back to clean up what was left of the first player.
That was technically a 3-person spray down, right? Because he sprayed at the first guy, missed, then killed the second guy first, then came back. You thought he was missing the whole time. He was just setting up an even harder kill.
Oof, nice nade. Things we do to stretch our praise for Donk. Walk up. 2 players with the long peek. Slow. Norway again. Little HP thanks to that Magic's nade.
Nope.
Echo trying to wait out for the fire to finish burning, but he loses his teammate. So now this is down to the 10 seconds, and you have to question whether you want to commit to it. Coming in with the force, but you wait a little too long, and Chopper comes swinging. Scout damage not going to do anything else, and that's Spirit's second. Game on.
They don't even care about like letting them live with these little guns until after time. They said, we'll just take the kills now, no problem. Let's go to the next round. Here's 3.
No, not 3.
3-piece.
No. Yeah, so it's basically an ace, you know, if he wanted it.
Ooh, what smoke is this? Is that a B door smoke?
Shiro misses the first shot, collects Norway though, trying to push out through Suicide. Plenty of targets here for Shiro, but then they keep their heads down for a moment. It's a scout versus an op, with caution towards Cat. If that push were to come through off Chopper's SMG, everybody's wary of it, and they're going to try to get up into Shiro's face, but he had departed. They'll grab back one of the AKs. Shiro, a couple targets confirmed still to be in mid.
Oh, he doesn't need over the door. Trade back and forth once again.
One and done.
Cat Split's kind of on right now. I mean, they know 2 CTs are over here as well as Shiro, so I think this is a very smart move from Lackey.
Magic still content to just play for long. Zontix shaving Result off the mid play.
This angle worked so well for Magic's last round. I mean, and Lackey's just so separated from his teammate just to make sure that he gets up there with him. And no one's going to stop Kenzie, so essentially Spirit are happy to retake in this situation. They know that Cat's under pressure. They just are waiting.
We're going to try to plant fourth said catwalk. Tenderizing Lackey, who sits on site, doesn't fall back with Kenzie, who's going to be solo Cat. And it's quick movement from Shiro, making a ton of noise.
Oh, they're going for the CT retake.
Making a ton of noise, though, giving it away. So just looking to be numbers strong into the site. It's a chase out towards mid doors. They're still concerned about the Cat peak, as you'd expect. And it is Shiro taken down in the retake, but the only casualty for Spirit. They knew what they had forfeited. They knew what they had to do in response, and they pull it off nice and clean.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they knew what they were giving up. They were fine with the plant coming in. They had numbers advantage. They had long control. So just playing it calm. Magic said he was learning Dust 2, which is funny. It's obviously a map that he loved for a long time and was always really good at. It's one of the more fun maps, I think, as an anchor. The only unfun part is rotating off of long because it's so far away from B, but playing long itself gets you so much action.
Zontix with the quick pit commitment. Frag for the blue box, you're doomed. Nice utility kills out of Zontix. Kill with a Molotov and a frag back to back. Get the pistols out of here. Going for the third challenge as well. Cleaning up shop as Team Spirit are looking to take that lead back. Hadn't seen it till now, but undeniably theirs for the taking.
It'll be interesting to see where the map balance is going to look like. Like, this map was one of the only sort of T-favored maps in the pool for many years. And it was only slightly so. And with CS2 mechanics, we'll have to see if that favors more the CT side than the T side, or...
You know, at a time where it's like one of the only T-sided maps, but now we've had Anubis as of late, so it'd be cool if we get two T-sided maps. You know, I don't know if there's anything.
The pool is pretty
warm.
Morty.
Come on in. That's you.
This is the most varied in terms of. This is the most varied pool in terms of balance.
Desperate for the bomb plant. They'll change it up, little elevation change, but again, you got nothing. You're not getting past this defense. Magix and Zontix have combined nicely to drop them all.
But the question is, when does the disrespect start?
I feel like Zontix almost threw a little bit of it out when he was trying to get that door kill last round. Like, I can feel it brewing. It's soon.
We haven't sent Donk all the way up mid.
Yet.
All the way up mid yet.
And it would be a tough one, perhaps, as the op comes back out for Aurora.
If he was on my team, I would be fast-catting him every round.
Donk, that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what would you do?
I would sit and spawn.
Okay. Read a book.
Yeah. I would sit on all the grenades.
Big 4K anti-eco round for Zontix. Still no donk mid-fight, but into pit with ease. Back-to-back rounds. And that deep Molotov's going to force Resalt out to play more passive. Magic's even slipping into the control, so... Again, it's starting to boil ever so slightly. The aggression spirit's willing to run. Nope. I was like, oh, he's going to use the waterfall smoke mechanic. Not quite. Good flash. Challenge is in. Donk, one and done.
I love how that's surprising, because it is. Chopper is spotting to throw a smoke over on B. Oh my god.
Hell of a kill.
Damn. And that activates Chopper's smoke as well. Now the T's are just penduluming back and forth in the tunnels. They've got to go pick the bomb back up. And 45 seconds mean now there's time pressure to get map control. It's almost too late to go long. I'm going to say it is. It's never that fun to just go straight up cat in full. And they're going to be walking back around 30 seconds. This will be very difficult, but if they go extremely fast and maybe if there's a little bit of luck, at least Spirit's Guard will be down about this.
Found their chance out. Car player not watching yet.
15 seconds.
Just standing in the open. Shiro diving for the cover, eats the flashbang, goes down. But it's the time. It's a desperate attempt.
Whoa.
In with bomb.
No.
Ugh, too late. Missed the throw, and so it is all for naught. Team Spirit may lose 2 players, but they'll take the round.
Yeah. No, it's not a good call for them to have tried that, because we just saw what it looks like if everything went perfectly and they still couldn't plant. So that's why Shiro gets caught off there, because there's almost no reason for him to be worried about it.
And then the Goose player, too, slows it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Just enough to make sure that bomb couldn't be Hail Married over. Team Spirit licking their chops.
I have always felt like when you throw the bomb, it should go a little farther. It just feels like I'm stronger than this, and
it is an awkward shape to throw. You ever thrown a square? No, you haven't.
I've never thrown you.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. So it doesn't feel like Zontix is too shaken from the major loss. Donk feels like he just wants to take this damn leash off and get the game really rolling. Here we go, change of tempo perhaps, looking at that B site. With the op posted for the back site, Chopper just blinding everybody. Great util out of him, met by the smoke now, and it's all cooled off. And even if you think you're just going to run into B to overwhelm Chopper, he's got Donk with him.
They're also, yeah, they're using Donk to listen while Chopper throws nades, and they just know that there's people up there. Aurora are too happy to make a lot of noise. And therefore we have Spirit just really reading their movements everywhere they go.
Zontix is pretty fluid as well, right? Oh, again?
Yeah.
Not ideal. Luckily for Aurora, nobody going to punish it. Still afforded their cat control, making a bunch of sound. It's no surprise to Zontix. They're going to run boost a player up and around, but no challenge from Team Spirit. They've been very open with leaving Catwalk for the taking.
That's true. They haven't been playing on it.
And just hoping that they walk into this scoped Shiro.
So with no long pressure at all, this opens up Shiro to have like the best round possible. Like he's sitting here in the slack position of Car. He has Chopper to support him on the right. So it should be a shooting gallery, but they come out mid-B now.
Yep, and they smoke it off so that op and its rifle can't support.
Mid.
2 B players, though, just looking down and farming Donk. It's an easy double as Zontix gets his 2. Yes, Lackey comes out with a kill. And 10 seconds still to go. Bomb bottom middle, though, so he is desperate to get anything else going. And Chopper off the wall keeps the win streak rolling.
Unfortunately, it's another example of like what happens to long on certain timings. So in this last round, you're under 30 seconds. There's no really reason for the CTs to get worried about it. On this round, you see at the top of mid, Magis is turning the corner on long because they can't go long again. So he has a free flank. If they wait that long to make a decision on Dust 2, there's not really an excuse because it's not hard to take map control on Dust 2. You can make your decision to fake or change up sites many times within a T round, and that's your main advantage. So if you're going to go for one exec with like 15 seconds left, it's sort of like, how is it that you haven't worked on more options throughout the round?
Ooh, beautiful. Magic's double kill, but both reloading, so not ready for the re-aggression. Result comes through with the sidearm, gets something. And Shiro on the fallback forfeits sight slightly, but still makes sure that no plant can happen. Yes, a gun's been picked up by the last player in smoke. Shiro tasked with closing it out, as it's him and Chopper still to go. Lackey now into the AK, however. Gonna try to keep things interesting. Shiro, pistol in hand, makes sure that no bomb plant can happen. Just a charge through the smoke on the double reload makes it awkward, but all good Spirit.
Yeah, man, that was definitely super solid. A little bit worrying here for Aurora. I'm not seeing, they're looking a little one-dimensional.
Sure.
I think that is a real big negative for Dust 2, which is a map it's pretty easy to keep options open. It's not one of the harder maps in that regard. So the fact is, if Spirit can outplay them in terms of tactics and their aim is good enough, then Aurora, it's only going to get worse from them from here on out. Like their early rounds going fast into B tunnels and then stopping behind a Molotov, that's really slowing them down.
Right.
You know, if they know that's not going to work, they need to be thinking about other parts of map control for their reaction instead of just going from one to the next. Like here's a much more opened up map. It's most of the time on a default that you think about taking Cat first. It's the only part, there we go.
There we go.
And we land a smoke. It looks like it's a really fussy one because it lands almost in the exact same spot, so.
Yep.
Fair enough. But the regular door smoke is like pretty good, so to really justify it, you've got to hit it every time.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It's style points.
Very satisfying, that's for sure.
And yet again, catwalk here to be played for, but man advantage, right?
So actually, here's an opening kill. It's the best advantage so far,
Yep.
but Magic decides to cheat into long early. So if Aurora go into an exec,
it's Shiro in a similar position to the one he had last round where we said, you know, set up to have his best round. Donk, one and done. Slows him down slightly. Collateral, of course, for Shiro. And with a Molotov on bomb site, it's not going to get any easier for the last player who's been able to extend. His teammate is still sitting top middle. And at least Lackey does find a little solace behind the fire. 20 seconds to the clock.
what's going on there? Deco's just
Picks
still
bomb back up. Goes in for the plant, and it will not be stopped. So retake demanded of them. Late mid control for Deco. Maybe he could stop that one CT. No, he's decided to come up from spawn. So again, Team Spirit playing the retake all from one direction. Lackey being tagged on site, and Deco thinking about maybe going for a swing, but Shiro's going to keep him locked in and honest. More damage done inside sight. Lackey getting a little cheesy within that smoke, and Deco does indeed pull one off the retake. Can he do any more? No, sir. Shiro in with a 3K, in with another Spirit round. They have simply not stopped once they got their first.
Shiro's looking so comfortable on Dust 2. I mean, that collat was perfect. That's like that's exactly what you're supposed to be set up for, is moments like what Shiro did from Car, is edging off these angles, but avoiding flashes without going too far back and then coming at the right moment. Like, that is really what makes you a great opera on Dust 2, and it's much harder than it looks. With good flashes, it's really hard to find your fight, and of course, he found it no problem. So it's 8-3 looking at 9. No op here for Aurora. A decent amount of grenades.
Chopper gonna pop it open, but yeah, exposed. Result trying to get away with what he had done previously, that challenge to the 2 CTs off his Tech 9. Not gonna happen this time around. Zontix has a duel queued up towards B. Another smoke moment.
Who's this gonna work out for?
Oof, Lackey for a moment. Donk is always ready for the trade. And the vast numbers from Spirit still sitting inside A confidently. Donk puts a smoke down, plays in front of it. Going to give them false confidence as he now starts to carve a path down through lower tunnels. Chopper's taken out. CT's feeling a little awkward, but Shiro's here to recover the pressure. And as he looks towards long, he's dropped. Kenzie comes in and clears out both alongside Deco. So we're going to get a donk
gonna run
clutch
through
attempt. Of course he will. But he won't get vision on the planter. Looking to pop smoke open and expose him. Oh, falls at the final hurdle. And Aurora picking up a 4th.
Yes. Okay, that's nice. At least they pick up a 4th. I think, like, obviously they'd just had to battle their way through really good setups that entire round.
And at the same time, too, though, you know, you mentioned kind of getting stuff behind the Molotov in tunnels and slowing down awkwardly.
Yeah.
This is one of the faster rounds out of Aurora, right? Constant pressure everywhere. Even if it is just a solo tunnel peek on smoke, always doing something. Nobody stopped moving here for Aurora this last round, and maybe that's what catches Spirit out.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we're getting. They just, like, let's get a little scrimmy because, like, our regular plays aren't going so well. There's some irony to, like, how you can play faster and just get easier rounds over better teams, but they basically placed 2 bets, one on each extremity on the map. It came up green on one of them and used that to at least produce some kind of advantage. Yeah, there's a big streak in the middle here for Team Spirit. Of course, winning all those CT rounds. And now that it's T side, they can really control the pace even more. Didn't see who picked this map, but...
Picked by Aurora.
Picked by Aurora. Oh, I see.
Top left corner, top right corner, pick your poison.
Yeah, just everywhere.
Maybe put your glasses on.
My glasses.
Now let's see if Team Spirit just turned into the death ball that we do come to expect from them. No challenge coming out from Aurora, letting Team Spirit slot in. And Donk, ooh, gonna go down with nothing. Kenzie had a chance at a double kill as he was left there on his own. They're gonna walk into tunnels simultaneously. Lackey looking to keep pressure on the flank.
This is nice.
You know, it was very passive from Aurora, but now getting active once Spirit start to show their hand. And the timing, perfect.
Oh, right when Zontix turns around. It'll push him forward into this A exec.
Oof, nice headshots coming out from the USPs. Pistol and conversions, the 3-0 start for Aurora in the first half. Looking to extend that now. Resol and Deco gonna close down on the A site. So majority alive for Aurora. Both pistols in your back pocket. Convert fully, and next thing you know, you've got at least 6.
Yeah, and that's excellent shooting, like, overall. They kept up every part of the map here, and their timing on the flank was excellent, just like Spirit pulled off on them many times in the first half. So this sets the stage for an interesting second half. I thought this game was almost done, honestly. Because there's literally no way to lose to Glocks.
You can try to cast your voodoo magic, but I'm not buying it.
It only works when Connor says it.
Yeah, the curse is real. Kenzie looking for something top middle, but will he get caught off guard by the corner? Nope. Magic's gonna fall victim to it. Now you come crawling out from lower tunnels knowing top mid is compromised. The catwalk pressure is good for the triple, and it's done. So perfect conversion from Aurora, getting active, not being afraid, and starting to claw back that lead.
2-round game into the first rifle round, and they gotta feel pretty excited right now. They can sort of establish in this half. We have no idea what to see but their CT side, and no one's really prepared for each other, right? Apart from the teams that you've played in scrims. It is still Dust 2. It's not like you're going to be able to like come up with some... no one's coming up with something brand new today that we have never seen before on the map, I'll tell you that much. But in terms of their personal style, lots to be discovered.
Nade could be huge.
And the way Kenzie's playing this, it's really just a fall back. He doesn't have any support in the mid doors to hold anybody coming up cat, so just playing for some info early on is just fine.
Gotten nicely into the catwalk, Team Spirit.
So yeah, how Chopper makes his money here is figuring out where the additional CT is, right? If he can pull the CT into CT spawn, they can go over towards A if they deep smoke it, or they can go up mid B if they pull that rotation. So he's just trying to trick this one CT, and it's Kenzie tucked into the box. Are they going to clear this? No, they won't, and they won't get the kill either.
Nicely done. Sits in the corner, expects them. Last swing out from catwalk, all they have to work with now. Guns doing wonders for Aurora. Head down, Deco comes out with the damage on Magix. Donk is still alive and kicking and looking to thrive as he gets 3 kills. He is everything inside of this A site, but down he goes finally, and that damage done by Deco. Q's lackeys 2K up. Aurora will stop their first weapons.
Yeah, another series of great trades, and like Kenzie getting into that spot, it's like he did know something. You know, he was really aware of what they were going to try to do as they walked out mid. They had that one smoke on the left side, and that allows you to lurk around it, but that doesn't necessarily mean you'd walk into CT spawn, right? That's like something rare that you would never see normally. So really, really good move from Kenzie, whether it was intuition or he was prepared in some way, and obviously the aim is the other thing here, right? His Dust 2 is going to come down to aim a lot, and they kept up on all fights.
Also, great just repositioning, little peppering from Deco, I think, once he had done enough damage to just slow down the rotates and let them come into ramp, right? There was no extra breathing room. Once he finally died to Donk inside sight, you see the ramp's already occupied, but while he's alive, you see his teammates scrambling up from CT spawn. Nobody got awkwardly peeled off because he didn't slow them down any further. So, stretching Spirit very thin as they tried to get up catwalk. Nice attempt from Donk to do it all on his own, and he'll have to be doing the same here in this one. Solo AK for him, pistols around it, and Aurora with a chance to tie this game up. CT side has done them well thus far. Majority sitting top middle towards long. We've had Kenzie getting frisky off catwalk, but yet again, just looking to play it on a fallback. There it is. Nice grenade, right on the money. And of course, by vying for a little more cat control, that does just leave your long players solo, in contrast to what Team Spirit were doing in their CT setups.
Yeah, they have 2 smokes to be able to take long, but they're actually running out of time again, so.
Ooh. Magic's trying to turn from a flash, takes one to the head, but again, that
nice
solo AK getting started. And all you need to do is give Donk a little runway. His teammates on catwalk.
Now they're in a good spot, actually. I mean, it's just Kenzie on the site. Deco can support from below.
Shiro's got to get that bomb over eventually. Kenzie just pulling him in nice and slowly, but sure enough, Donk comes in, pulls Deco off. It's the flank from Lackey. The bomb not going to get planted. Ooh, and he even takes the duel to Donk. Could have just walked back, could have let time expire, and instead you go swinging for the kid.
That was actually nice. I mean, they had a good spot at like 20 seconds. It was a little slow, but because they had faked out mid B and got their kill, and they came through with the trade on long, with Donk and the AK on long in particular, this was their main threat. But the site smoke helped so much for them to fight versus only the Tech 9s that were coming up across cat. They had no advantage to get that kill, and I think there was so much pressure on Donk to like run all the way up long and help out fast.
Ooh, nice aggression, great chance, but a missed shot.
It's scary. You know Shiro's there, and you know if you take any second to readjust, he's going to kill you first, so that shot was pretty tough.
Shiro sheds the bomb and goes hunting. Again, left side mid-smoke for Spirit, but met by more utility out of Aurora. And a nice bank nade to get Donk down to half. That'll make anybody else's future endeavor a little easier. The rumblings inside of tunnels has drawn a third player over towards the B half of the map, and with the consistency of Team Spirit's cat splits and the setup we see them have now, this could be a numbers game to their advantage.
Here's the push.
They're coming at Zontix with his back turned.
Oh, they missed it. Oh, okay, they get another chance, luckily.
Norway finds his freebie. Shiro, one through the doors. Chopper gonna double back, make sure Tunnels is still theirs for the taking.
Oh my god.
And that's an entire pack of Team Spirit players heading towards Tun. The
Just
op
Norway.
walks out. Shiro almost caught on the smoke, but instead he comes through, clears Lackey. All the pressure on Norway here to perform. He'll get his one, but over top goes Chopper. And still with Shiro in middle as the anchor, Team Spirit to take their lead right back.
And how did Shiro figure that out? Walked back through the smoke. There were 3 CTs going back and forth between spawn and B, and to Spirit's credits, the CT really didn't know if they were going to go up cat or hit the B site. After they went through with the push into upper tunnels, they got their 1 kill, but that was it. And then I think they got very insecure about the information they had left. And Spirit definitely played games with them right there. But they made it a little wild themselves. Like, Shiro could have definitely died coming through the smoke on that timing.
It was really looking like all of Spirit were going to pull back and maybe go through tunnels, but then, you know, hesitation from Shiro to take that risk.
It's like, I'm not done here. There's something
works
calling
out.
me through the smoke.
And honestly, with a player who has so few deaths per round, right? Shiro,
yeah, he doesn't take risks like
kind of
that
like
very
the
often.
Eternal, you know, and so a little contrast to what you come to expect from him, and it looks good this round. You know, maybe watching Donk every day kind of infuses you with a little more risk.
It's contagious.
I wish his aim was contagious. I'd be much better at Counter-Strike.
Just the confidence.
Yeah. Op fight queued up.
Oh my god.
Nice shot out of Shiro, but the AK's looking to pounce. Car player and the op on site. Flash is good. Team Spirit don't follow through entirely, but the peek. Norway thinking he could get something going. Instead, he's dead. Ops, both sides, looking to succeed inside B. Zontix, the open play because of the frag. Nicely done. Taking the utility out of their hands and taking man advantage into the doubles. This is Kenzie's catwalk presence once more. Shiro and Chopper gonna have to try to pull this back. And they'll split up for the time being. CT peek gets punished, and so maybe there is a thread to pull on.
There is. There's certainly time as well.
And damage too. This is not an impossible situation with Chopper going back up through tunnels.
Why are they playing so nervous?
And all these CTs getting split up. Shiro gets his next one. 2v4, only 1 kill away, and that 1 kill is 19 health from being done. Smoke pops, USP in hand, trying to catch Shiro playing with nades. Oh, but it's just the pistol, still enough. And with the op back in hand, it is up to Chopper to try and close it.
Where's he coming from is the question.
Blindsided, Deco dead, and Chopper gets 3 kills in a 2v4 to keep Spirit's winning ways rolling.
Oh, what a mess, what a mess. Man, for Aurora, I was going to give him such a big shout out for getting to the 4v2, but in that 4v2, how did they play like they were the ones in a 2v4? They were pushing in ways that they were slow to every choke point, and honestly, it's hard to justify for them going for a smoke push into upper tunnels. Getting to close mid doors, then falling back. Coming off of cat, what is the reason that they need to do any of these risks? Even here, how are they late to every single angle they're trying to hold?
Yep.
They're the ones who are supposed to have map dominance with the numbers advantage, but not a single time do they have that. And so if they're going to go for clears, they have the time and the space to go for double re-clears. The guarantee trades at the very minimum. If they have two players spotted on the map, then they can push the other side of the map easily. But to do that in the mid-rounds when they clearly weren't sure where both Spirit players were, that was just like the easiest way for Spirit to get back into that.
And also, you know, Chopper keeping it so fluid. 2 steps ahead, getting the kill from lower, running back into upper tunnels to catch your flimsy B tunnels push. Mobile. Oof, and a 95 damage tag through the doors with the op. USPs to rush top mid, and it's safety for the Team Spirit players. Shiro, see ya. But now the op is empty, Glock in hand, and he's drawn him towards him. Oof, about to get a fourth. Oh, there is still a shot left. Now both guns empty, but Chopper's gonna keep him alive, and so it's looking like no casualties unless he backs up into Deco. Top mid, full clear. Chopper's got it between him and Shiro. It's a full house, and it's nothing for Aurora this time.
God, this is so unfortunate for Aurora, right? Could have been a 9-9 game, off a rifle round, not have to save the next round as well, and it was a 4v2 situation. So that's the one that's going to be burned into their mind when they think about this map.
Norway's little face.
Yeah, it's like Norway couldn't see anything. Yeah. He was just staring at it.
Shiro's double zoomed on your forehead, like, sorry, kid, you're toast. And Chopper comes back to bail out his Opper. Chopper and Shiro now competing with Donk for top frags.
The push-up guy has like a butt.
Well, I've also seen him doing squats, so that's why.
True. Yeah, it's not the push-ups that's giving the butt.
Thick thighs save lives.
You'd think there's still a chance here for Aurora. I mean, they still got to the 4v2 in that last round. They still have done some pretty impressive stuff to make like complicated situations in many, many rounds.
But they've allowed Shiro to get online in the second half.
Oh, and he's so not worried about an op. He just goes for the re-peek.
Good on Aurora to at least deter them from the doors. But then you see Team Spirit just vacuuming up control of middle instead.
It's a very confident call. They just don't have the money. So it certainly calls for an A split with the op in play. But we'll see if Aurora want to sort of believe that.
Pressure for Deco, who doesn't have his op. Catching a player crossing, but can't clear him out. And Chopper connecting with the headshot. Luckily for him, frag doesn't blow open the whole smoke, but it's Donk and Chopper down, support inbound, and things getting stalled out as they look to extend. Frag grenade for ramp could actually be instrumental. Two players drop significantly, and Shiro scouring sight, waiting for the contact. Here comes Zontic's activation, catching Norway.
But it's basically 3v3 on the A site. There's 40 seconds, so.
Magix is locked in. They should still know about him, but they're starting to run away as if it's empty.
They believe, because they don't have anybody in the B side, so they're insecure about nothing.
Oh, God, and just like that, they've foregone what they had to hold. Aurora out-maneuvering themselves.
And they heard them running as well. They didn't just walk it away.
And as Kenzie doubles back, they're going to realize the error of their ways. Zontix, big round for him, picking up 3 kills and a potential 4th. Outplayed.
Completely. I mean, all they did was hide. All they did was hide and wait to look for a better time to re-aggress, and Aurora had a 3v3 waiting on the A site. But that's what happens when you just don't know what's on the other side of the map, right? It doesn't even matter about defending it. Just being able to hear stuff over there.
We didn't see how Zontix ended up killing their 1B player, but there was some kind of duel going down in middle as we watched the ramp damage come out.
Oh, he just cut the rotator.
Yeah, exactly. And it was in that moment you just see Aurora kind of lose their color and start running away in fear. And you brought it up, right? Maybe even starting to go towards B in case, but not making as much sound.
Yeah, they just ran the entire rotate. So if there was a chance that they were still on A.
So here's the mid kill, just catching Norway peeking out, and that's where everything got unraveled.
To make him nervous.
So that's 12th, the 12th on the board.
That's why Magic was in an important spot there on Gandalf, because like if he's there, then he knows that they can't push towards Cat, and if they know he's there, they're not going to leave, obviously. But they didn't clear anything like that out. Didn't have a molly for it either. Actually, they mollied in that area, but it didn't molly him. Well, a closer game than it appears even still with 4 rounds.
Damn, Shiro. 13 of his 16 frags with the op. In a world of hybrids, we still have Shiro.
Yes, embrace tradition.
Reject modernity. Return to monkey.
To op, monkey. Enjoy op, monkey. Monkey see monkey op.
Kenzie's been pretty present in this cap peak, sometimes flirting with it just to fade away, but this one's looking a little more committed because he's also got support from Deco right behind him. That nade, oof, on the money.
Another
Double
one.
down, Chopper blown to pieces. And now Donk wants revenge. That cap presence still felt. Looking for the haircut. But there's also a mid player ready to swing off doors too, if needed. Meanwhile, this gap in the defense of Long has been exploited by Magix. He's finding the space. Donk waits for the door peek, which looks to be setting itself up. But now it's lost its support as the smoke plumes. And oh, he comes out into the pocket behind Xbox. Big play from Norway, but bigger position from Zontix. In middle, he will serve as the anchor for everybody to swing back into B. And poor Deco's got pressure ahead of him, flanked behind him. He is swarmed, and he is screwed. Bomb to go down inside of the B site, uncontested. Magic's just gonna leave ghosts behind Deco as he's so concerned about the flank, but Team Spirit losing both the pistols, losing the conversion points right after, and still walking away with a 13-8 victory.
Oh, wow. Yeah, when you put it like that.
Moments for Aurora within this that could have been, but ultimately Team Spirit proving they're simply better.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, though. I mean, it did feel like the game was closer because I think if they closed out those pistols, the conversions, and then they had some really favorable situations like the 4v2 in the second half, but Spirit still persevered through all that and made it technically a dominant game. Now, we didn't see Donk take over, get 25, 30 kills. We didn't really see anybody have an amazing pop-off. It was very even in terms of big rounds from Zontix, from Shiro, from Donk overall, and that's a good sign. That's just like a good thing to see, and so the scoreboard here doesn't tell the whole story for sure. Yeah, it's not great for Aurora that they had that advantage of the 2 pistols and the conversions, and they still didn't close out when they had some very, very nice rifle starts.
I mean, again, right, it's a better formula for Spirit, but there was, just because we do keep him on that golden pedestal, right, there was a couple moments where I expected those big multi-kill spray downs from Donk, like coming out of CT spawn with 3 players coming out catwalk. Those are where you expect his highlights to come out, and we didn't quite get them. So a little left on the table from him that I hope on map 2 we get, because we all signed up for the Donk show this morning, and maybe Ancient is where that one goes down. So we'll meet you guys there for map 2 of this opening game of Group B.
Всем привет, с вами Team Spirit, и сегодня мы будем угадывать, про кого написан комментарий.
Когда услышал, что наливают пиво? Про кого и где?
Ну, 101 неделя.
101 неделя.
Это точно про нашу команду?
А, так и я знаю, это Рио Мажор, Леони Чоппер.
А, это после победы над
После
Фурией.
победы над командой Team Liquid.
Team
А,
Furia.
это над Фурией,
А, ну
да.
почти.
Ты что, комменты
Ну,
читал?
почти.
Я нет.
Как ты знаешь? Это я знаю, кто.
Нечистый игрок.
Который
Я
играет с
могу
читами,
прочитать.
используя все возможности. Школьник, который благодаря чита хотел хайпануть свой никнейм перед всеми. Надо по полной проверить тебя, а также еще раз...
Ну, Донг.
Всем повторяю, что этот школьник
Next мы не
малолетний, и
видим
команда
в плей-оффе.
Spirit, они
Огонек,
односезонные.
огонек.
Next мы не увидим их в плей-оффе.
Огонек, огонек.
Но я думаю, что это точно про Даню.
Я думаю,
Про
это
Бориса, мне кажется.
Борис.
Нет, это Зонтик, парни.
Это Борис.
Что, гоните?
А, ну да.
Он хотел
11
хайпануть
недель.
свой никнейм. Зонтик просто. О, это у меня, это у меня, это у меня. Brazil loves you, это у меня.
Окей.
Это у меня, ну конечно.
Мы читаем
Вот все,
комментарии.
кто комменты читает. Хорош с собой, самый красивый, вау, класс.
А, это Дима, это Дима.
Это Дима.
Это Дима,
Это лучший из
по-любому.
Кореи, наверное, да, еще?
Да, наверное, да.
Там, где он супер секс прям просто.
Это Дима. Дима.
Вау, какая
Ты
красота.
вообще красавчик был.
Надо было их брать. Куда?
А куда брать-то ее? Это, наверное, под поражением типа женского состава на этой
Где?
ESL, импакте.
Импакт?
Да.
Наверное, ну походу.
Вероятно.
Походу так.
Ну да, ну
Нет,
почти.
инвайтом, но почти.
Ну там инвайт был, ну почти.
Там инвайт был.
Ну почти, да. Респект Борису, классный видос, теперь хочу. Респект Борису, классный видос, теперь хочу.
С Борисом. Игорь 3143.
Игорь хочет с
Ну,
Борисом.
видео с Борисом,
Ну
наверное.
что?
Хочу
Видео с Борисом.
видео с Борисом, да.
Я не знаю, не уверен, ребят. Кто сыграет,
Это
представляешь?
комментарий под видео с Борисом. Зачем вы хотите видео с Борисом?
И что-то подсказывает, что у Донка казахские корни.
Да, казахский.
Как ты знал?
Я понял, это я написал, если что. Какая же красивая картинка во влоге. Город очень красивый, действительно, Team Spirit.
Топчик.
Чемпионы пусть будет.
Ну, чемпион.
Это третий влог, вы что гоните, это группа стоит.
кстати, это еще
Чемпионы,
лично.
да.
Да, чё?
Чемпионы, конечно. Образование.
Что?
Какой?
Что там было?
Образование
Next.
написано.
Он специально под эту рубрику написал в комментарий.
Всем пока, с вами были Team Spirit.
Dust 2 cleaned up with ease. 3-0 start in the first half, 4-0 start for Aurora in the second half, and still only one rifle round sprinkled into the whole entire damn thing.
Wow.
So
Didn't
across
feel
the
like
board,
that, man.
No, it didn't. Across the board, solid stuff for Team Spirit. Everybody getting in with their contributions. Magic's a little quiet, but so be it. No sweat, no stress, but also no highlight reel moments for Donk within that first one. So we're all still hungry for a donkening. And I think Aurora are just really hungry to get a damn rifle round win.
Yeah, so with Donk, I think he's pretty much the only player in history to, with this much of a year, maintain a 1.0 KPR. I don't think that's ever happened before.
Okay.
So, you know, basically like an elite player of like Symbol in 2018, like his best KPR is like 0.86 or something like that over the whole year. So right now, Donk's on track to have a 1.0. We'll see. I mean, there's another major. There's so many more events left. But from what we watched, his average is way higher than anything else we've ever. And a 1.0 translates to tons of 2-kill rounds, right? Of
course.
Because there's rounds you don't get any kills. And we were seeing it at Kato and even at the major that he will just hop into a rifle round and get 2 kills very easily. Sometimes it's even 3, sometimes it's even 4. And in this game, it was sort of, he either wasn't getting a kill or he was getting 1. He was getting 1 comfortably. So yeah, it's a high standard, but it's a standard that he set.
It's one that he, I think, will continue to protect throughout the year. I don't think there's any denying that. It's nice to see as well, right? All of those numbers, all those stats that he wants to keep so elevated, always easier with teammates that can contribute to the cause. And right now, that's what we're getting out of Team Spirit. Contributions from all. Chopper being pretty heavy-handed in that game, in fact. You know, Shiro in the second half really having quite a turnaround because his CT side was quiet, wasn't really getting action until the later portion of those Cat to A plays. So now we go to Ancient. Now, Ancient for Team Spirit, their playground.
Yeah. If Dust 2 wasn't already, Ancient's going to be a map where they've got a lot more officials on recently and everything like that. And so Aurora will have to, well, like, I mean, they were already needed to take it to a new level. Now they need to do it on an even harder map, I'd say, to do it. So, I don't know. What I found promising was the individual level, at least. It wasn't so much the team play from Aurora.
Sure.
But it was like, they were happy to take fights versus Donk and win.
Yep.
They were happy. They could easily get 2 and 3 Ks and keep up on rounds they were in worse positions, which is important, and still do well. So...
No, I agree. On their CT side, right, you'd see these individual moments of holds that look strong. They were stopping a pack of Team Spirit players that some of the best teams in the world, you know, also struggle to do. It was on the T side, the disjointedness, some of the hesitations, stuttering behind Molotovs, or just kind of getting lost on your mid-splits, whatever that was, that kind of left a lot to be desired. But we are talking about a very big underdog in Aurora, so hopefully this second map they can bring something else to the table. I think it's just Team Spirit, to me, belong on Ancient, right? I think that Zontix, once he gets to do his own thing over on the A play, frees up so much aggression for Donk. This is a map where Donk goes crazy. This is a map where if Donk isn't swinging more this second map, I would be surprised.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, when it comes to B and it comes to mid, as a CT, you're supposed to be really, really aggressive all the time because you want to take complete control of Heaven and kind of work your way down to the back of B and just completely sort of like constrict all the space away from the T side, which sometimes it's just a nightmare to get out of the T doors, you know, to get to default started even. That's what Spirit are going to make sure that they do over and over again. And on T side, it's basically just about countering all of that, like putting in elbow control so that they can't take mid control so they can't get to Heaven, and then being able to do a fast round every once in a while towards A or towards Banana. And they should be comfortable basically in all of these areas versus Aurora. Put max pressure here.
It's max pressure in a situation where Spirit really have no pressure. Again, opening game, heavy favorites, didn't lose anything more than a single rifle round on Dust 2, and no individual being a glaring issue, really. So.
If there's one player on Aurora that you think could end up on like a higher grade sort of CIS team in the future, who would you pick?
I think Result.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think Result, and I would argue kind of already had a chance in that I put more stock into that Forest team because he was playing alongside, if I'm not mistaken, at the same time, right? He was playing alongside like Jerry, Crad, playing with Zorte. I'm pretty sure Result was on the roster when they did their Paris run. I could be wrong about that. He may have been an addition.
There's
right
a lot
after.
of shuffles.
Yeah, that Force team kind of had a rotating door. But yeah, I think Resalt has great promise. I think he came in very young as well, right? If I'm not mistaken, through kind of like the academy system, and now kind of slotting into Aurora. So I like his addition. Again, he's got like half the amount of maps played for this core. Everybody else with like over 100 maps now for Aurora, him sitting at 52. And I think that he's got a bright future.
And they're on the right track, definitely. There's no slackers, I think, that's for sure.
Ancient Map 2, Team Spirit, and Aurora. Presumably, of course, Aurora, yeah, CT side to kick it all off. So let's see what kind of aggression we get out of Spirit. Let's see if Donk brings the multi-frags. Let's see if Aurora can get more than one gun round in regulation. Molotov for Zontix in the pistol. And eyes set to A early on.
Smoke Donut, Molly Temple. They might be mollying back default. But no matter what they do, they're keeping it very simple versus one player. Low telegraph here as they're about to pop out of the choke point. Nades go out. And a tiny bit of pressure back. Oh, but a kill. And no molly just yet, but a headshot in.
Yeah, nice flash from Donk. Kind of stalled for a second to throw that flashbang as he lost Shiro, whose P250 has now been picked up by Donk. So Donk with armor, P250, and a kill in response as the smokes are still up, giving a chance for Spirit to lean back and hang on. Retake attempt. So far denied. Nor are we not able to swing out and get Donk off back corner. So things looking tough in the face of Spirit's offense. Plus, Zontix late lurk around.
Oh, he's not done.
Donut. Donk is in with yet another. And Kenzie's just waiting for the response, but that response comes so late that the flank lands, and the only death doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Post-plant with ease.
That's what you kind of expect to see out of Donk here. He really does never stop moving when it comes to swinging and switching angles. And like the best part of all is like he keeps moving and he keeps counter strafing, and every time he flicks back to an angle, his crosshair placement is always extremely perfect. There's not even a micro adjustment when he gets the big flick and switches back to an angle. He's always right on. Like it's just really just it just feels like I said this I said this on a podcast recently, but he understands the angles better in CS maps than he does in his room, I think, because he's literally spent, you know, more of his waking hours playing the game than he has just like living in real life. He's playing 14 hours a day and sleeping. I mean, I don't know how much he sleeps, but if he slept 8 hours, that's it. That's all you got.
Rumor has it the Donk doesn't sleep.
2 hours of eating.
That's all he needs.
1 hour in the gym, you know, he's doing that.
Maybe a little time outside, a little sun maxing.
Ugh.
No challenge out of the pistols, really. There is a scout in play, can't forget about it. But I don't think they're going to worry about it. Into the hit. Full swing. No peek through smokes. Donk is going crazy. And it works because he's Donk.
He just already knows he could just do it. He already doesn't even think about, oh, should I do it? He already planned to go through that smoke as if it was never thrown in the first place.
How does one become Donk?
Yeah, I mean, I think the recipe that actually, like, is a serious answer is that he does live in the game in the same way that a lot of the other top gods right now, like Zaiwu and Monacy, do as well, right? I mean, Monacy and Donk both have the highest elo, first and second place, I think, on Face It. None of them, well, Monacy plays deathmatch, Zaiwu doesn't, Donk doesn't, and all they do is just continuously queue, basically, over and over again for the entire time that they play. I think all of the tertiary stuff that we do to improve at the game is only stuff that you should do if you're like limited on time. If you have unlimited time, you should just play over and over again, because there's no actual better practice for aiming on the angles, aiming under pressure, throwing utility, or communication, teamwork, than actually just playing the full game. So that's what I would say. If you have 8 to 10 hours a day,
right,
all you should just be doing is queuing.
So quit your job, drop out of school, ignore your family, play Counter-Strike, and you too could one day be Donk.
Yeah, drink Soylent. Q face it.
365. Every single year. Chopper, gonna clean it up with the triple kill. Donk gets the last one in middle, and this, of course, is the first pistol round they won in the series, converted it fully. 7 out of the 8 rounds Aurora have in this series are off of pistols and conversions. So now if on Ancient they don't even have that in their back pocket. I did say that, you know, unlike Apex, Aurora weren't going to get 13-0'd, but this is the map that Apex got 13-0'd on.
Okay, yeah.
This is where Spirit do some of their best work.
Yeah.
Guns in for Aurora, first CT round with weapons. And they hear the roar of Shiro's op towards elbow.
Deep smoke to push out. I mean, they'll clear the outside of B, but the A split's already taking place, and they smoke themselves out of trying to help now. So it's a little bit slow for them.
They're going way past this bomb site as well.
Yeah.
Zontix and Donk just looking for the rotators, not even the plant. But throwing nades out, Zontix almost caught, exposed to Norway, who's not able to stop him. Chopper will plant bomb right before dying. They'll catch Magics toward mid lane, and we've got ourselves a 4v3 queued up. Shadow advantage for the CTs, who will not take Temple, and that peek, that clear, gives confidence that instead they'll turn towards site. Donk to clear out the donut push as Norway gets into the bomb site, but Donk is not taking any names. 3 kills like it's nothing, and Shiro's gonna close this one up with the op, so 4-0 start.
It's just such a simple move right there to go and clear out Temple. It hadn't been pushed for a while. They had seen one CT come and try to help the other, but they didn't get through it. So they said, okay, let's give it one final check, and then we can just fight out together in the site. And it makes it just feel like there's like 10 Ts on the map because they're all out in the open. They presumably have Temple control, but they don't seem to be worried about it, aren't watching it at all. So nice idea for Spirit to sort of like duplicate their presence. Now they get themselves another anti-eco.
And it's already starting to feel like we've got that classic Donk show now brewing.
Yeah, that's true. 3K on the pistol, 3K on that round as well.
Yeah, the challenges are coming forth. Donk's bloodlust beckons him into another pit. Blackie, he's got the MP9 for one. Woof, trades back and forth for Donk like it's nothing, because these somewhat unarmored pistols aren't destined for this round. Donk and Zontix meeting up yet again. Shiro to bring bomb over, and that'll be 5-0 the start.
Well, if it was going to happen, it would be on T side.
Uh-huh. T side Ancients.
Where 13-0s take place.
If you're Spirit, and if you have Donk. Man, one day if I have a kid, and he's not like Donk, I'm going to be so disappointed.
We're going to see Connor's kid. He's going to have long hair. Be like, what? Why does he have long hair?
Dude, you can't get one over him, huh? Donk. Easy 4K in this one.
All right.
So 3K, 3K, 4K, 5 rounds in.
And that just balances out his KPR from last map already.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to let Chopper have a higher rating than me at the end of this series. What the hell are you talking about?
I think Donk would have been proud of us. Last night, we stayed in the studio and won 4 Premier games in a row.
Only lost to a cheater. We're unstoppable. And even then, he had to go to overtime. And if you cheat and lose in overtime, well, you deserve to get donked. Ooh.
Oh my. Okay.
Ooh. Nice re-aggression from Result out of Donut. Can't let Donk get too crazy. 15-3. 6 rounds into the game.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
That's more like it. Jesus.
But is it enough this round, his 2 kills, to queue up the rest of his team? The rest of his team who we praised throughout that first map as being able to contribute. Not that the challenge was really ever there for them, but let's see.
Yeah, the rest of them are all positive with 2 and 3 kills.
And these are the closers, right? These are the closers of Team Spirit. All 3 of these remaining players, good for a clutch.
That's why they're just walking around.
Chopper, Magic's never in a rush. Unless it's an interview. You know, then it's in and out. But Result, who I thought played nicely off of the donut peak to make sure Donk couldn't unleash himself in middle, is already coming back around, clearing out A. So
a smoke.
Aurora on high alert, preparing for the B commitment. CT's knows what's up. Smoke's gonna pop, and with that, the commitment comes through. But Norway, beautiful challenge into short side. Shiro gets dropped. Magic's, he's got to go grab bomb with 10 seconds. It's a fake. He predicts the challenge, clears out the offer.
He can still plant, actually.
Down to 13 HP, but dealt with as Result's going to post a 3K and be the man of the round for Aurora's first. No 13-0 today.
No 13-0. It's because you jinxed it, Connor. You jinxed it big time.
I'm just here for the Aurora fans.
True. Okay. I wonder if they must have had like a team trip to literally see the Borealis.
You think so?
I mean, it'd be strange if they didn't try for content.
We are going through one of the largest recorded magnetic storms in recorded history at the moment. That's why the Aurora Borealis has been observable as far as, you know, southern United States at the moment.
So there's still going to be more chances to see it, or can they still see it right now?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping that close of an eye on the Aurora Borealis news.
Well, they're the one funding this roster, so
that's true. But you got to be careful with that. You know, people talk about the Aurora like it's just this beautiful thing, but you know, magnetic storms, bro, they can cause problems with navigation tools, with computers.
Wi-Fi?
Surely that gets clumped into the same group.
5G?
I'm lagging. It must be the storms.
The Aurora Borealis is holding me back.
Lackey straight to it. That's 2 rounds. Donk's going to get stuffed in middle, this time with nothing. First round, Donk gets no kills. Aurora have found the solution.
It's their EMP. It's frying Donk's brain. Can you see it from Tomsk? Ooh, great swing.
And I think Aurora doing what they have to, coming in, as you were saying earlier, like you need to be fighting for middle. You need to be getting up into the lane. And this is 2 rounds where that success has seemingly led Aurora to a second round win. But we'll get the rest of the pack into A. A glimpse of what's to come. Deco missed flick shot, compromised position now. He's got Shiro scoped in on him, and sure enough, counterpicked. Now the utility can come out, the flashes go deep, the challenge is good from Zontix, and he gets into cover for a moment. Result, again, instrumental in trying to keep Aurora in this early portion of the half. Chopper and Shiro tasked to close out, and Chopper's doing wonders. Comes out with 2 headshots, 1 more versus Result. Yes, sir! It's Chopper's trio to post Spirit's next round win.
He's not the only one that can multi. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. One to help out Donk right there, who dies at the beginning of the round. Chopper to close it out with the clutch. Beautiful peek. Very confident, very calm as well. Damn, that's a tough one for Aurora. Set up a good situation. I would have said for Deco, he could see the boost about to take place and then really flick like he had no idea it was coming. And it was like, I think he had an extra half second to just really line it up, you know, to nail that shot. because they're probably going to boost up, look directly at Temple.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like,
because if they think he's there, they would have just cleared him the other way.
Yeah, it's like if you get a glimpse of somebody who's clearly going into the boost, the odds of that shoulder being exposed on the standard peak is so much less likely.
Yes, exactly. So kind of freaked out.
That's me.
They're looking at the Aurora.
Yeah.
It's me looking at the Eclipse.
Yeah, you definitely looked with no glasses on.
No, with glasses. Just regular glasses.
Just reading glasses. Magnifying glasses.
And now I need real glasses.
Yeah, I was going to say. Coincidence? Scientists would say no. But what do they know? Science. Can you trust it?
Would you take a look at that?
Look at it. Just look at it.
That fried his eyeball looks like a couple of eggs.
Yeah, but at least he did his own research. Shiro's waiting for something to come down this ramp. And there's been some pretty forward presence from Aurora, whether that's middle or cave in these last couple of rounds with their guns, but now it's back into the pistols, so back into the hurt locker. And that is also still Shiro with the bomb outside of B, so in no rush to get this one going. They take middle with no challenge. They group up entirely outside of this B site, which is indeed stacked, right? If ever this was to go south, it would be because Team Spirit walk into a 4-player stacked site, all of which playing armored pistols. There's no denying this one is losable.
Okay.
Shiro kicks it off. 1 of 4 down. Magix gets the second, but you got to clear all the corners, and Donk's going to do exactly that. Even with the stacked site, they lose no one.
I wonder if anyone's going to be switching like their... Have you tried the right hand, like binding right hand?
I have it bound. I switch when I have my knife out because it looks like you're running, which I think is kind of fun. Honestly,
just for cosmetic.
I know this is so petty, but when I switch sides of the gun, my stickers are all the wrong direction.
Oh yeah, I was actually wondering if they did anything about that.
No, they didn't.
No, yeah, okay.
So it's like, if you're gonna put in an official left-handed model, you can't give me backwards stickers.
Yeah.
Or I'm not gonna use it.
Yeah. And that would just be like an easy fix, right?
Yeah, surely you just,
horizontally flip the stickers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Indie company.
Good things come to those who wait. Back net's coming. And the guns are back in. Careful now. You're dancing with the devil. Magix.
You got hunted down.
Having a much better game this time. Just involved in more of the action as opposed to Dust 2 where the action was all around him. Donk.
Oh my god, what?
Ain't gonna miss.
It's just like, he gets a glimpse, you know? That was one frame he was on the screen, way wider than he thought. Still right to the head.
Oof, and Donk gonna continue to pressure the smoke. That is him now 18-4. We are 9 rounds into this game.
I wonder if he like just tries to teach, like they ask him like, what can we learn? And he just tries to teach them. Like that spray, just every bullet hits.
Dodges the op shot.
Oh my god.
Smashes your head open.
He's 20-4.
And he's laughing at him.
He's not yelling though. Not yet.
I saw one back on Dust 2.
Okay.
Where he was chirping. As he should be. And he's everywhere. That's a kill deep B on cave through mid donut.
219 ADR.
Everywhere.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He just makes everyone look regular. That wasn't even his spray.
Zontix, nice little snap over to Kenzie's head, but that's everybody dead already. This is Donk in with another multi-frag round, grenaded, and swept away.
Oh my god.
3K, 3K, 4K, 4K, 3K.
Clutch. Mega kill. They should bring back Quake sounds just for him.
Jesus Christ. That's how I feel every time Donk's in the server. 23-4.
Jesus.
And that's why, like, last map, when it ended, you know, we're just trying to find, like, one talking point before sending to the break. And I was like, you know, we didn't really, I felt bad. I was like, we didn't really get one of those Donk multi-kill moments, you know? And I was like, am I being a dick?
No.
But this is what, you know, this is what we signed up for.
This is what we signed up for.
This is why everybody got out of bed today, because Donk was back in a Counter-Strike server, and you wanted this.
And we wanted to see Donk 2, and then we also wanted to see Donk play Ancient.
This is like one of those moments where, you know, he had that poor showing on Vertigo once upon a time, and everybody's like, there it is, the solution to defeating Donk.
The downfall.
We've seen him on Dust 2 be okay. Guys, there's still hope.
Still 2 more maps to go.
What do you do? Magic's getting his as well.
That's tough. Oh, grenade.
Kenzie floating around. Norway down with a double kill. But Zontix has the trade frag, which is an open B bomb site, which is a desperate attempt from Resalt to try and come in and do anything whatsoever. Already smoked off. Bombs down. 2 T's close smoke. You done.
You're done. I wonder what other names he could have had. I'm glad his name wasn't just something just like way too cool, like Death Scythe or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like
sure, yeah.
It's just like a funny name.
Bubonic.
Yeah.
Calamity.
These are just like our names when we were kids. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me feel like he doesn't have an ego.
Yeah.
Because he just took a funny sound.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to start a whole new era of Alias. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Deco? He felt so cool in that moment.
Expect this.
He's like, come on, boys, round 12, final round of the half. Let's get it. And down he gets dropped. But, you know the way like all of Brazil has like the Zeras, the Zins. It would be cool if Donk just starts this new movement like 4 years from now. We've got...
You mean like we would have Shiro Donk?
No, but we'll have like Donk, Glorp, Zoop.
Okay, yeah.
Just these like comic book sounds.
Yeah. Like all the, because there's Big Zera because of Cold Zera. Yeah.
Flam.
You could just put the NK, you know what I mean? It could be Magic. Magink. Shironk. Resulting. Norwink.
Oh, Result. Smokes go over top. At least he's going to draw him into Kenzie.
Nice.
There you go. They're trying to chase him down, and Shiro, yeah, caught with a Molotov. 3 kills off Kenzie's lane push. So let's see if Zontix has got that little X factor. No, sir. A close from Aurora. It's a second round. And look at Result celebrating. They know tough times whenever Donk is doing this inside the server.
There's not much else they can say, really. Like that Falcons bit where they were like, you know, you were following Donk settings, you were copying, you know, they were dunking on Boros. That was real at Kato. A lot of pro players were just updating their configs to find out what Donk was using that day. I heard a couple of people had switched to a sensitivity literally mid-event.
I took his crosshair.
I don't think if people I don't think people would believe that pro players would do that. You know what I mean? But they were just really copying his like crosshair, his config, and his sensitivity to actually be like him.
And trying to pretend like, you know, it's funny. I bet you half of Falcons took his crosshair and they just pretended
they
like
all
they
yelled
didn't.
at Bora. They were just all
You can't just take his settings.
That would be a great skit, too.
yeah,
They just all have his crosshair.
Madden.
No,
Madden
and then they go back to Madden. He has his haircut.
Oh, I just broke the table.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry about that. Just. All right, we fixed it. Sorry, guys. We're having we have.
Can only imagine what they sounded like.
Who put a gong on top of the table?
Just get into a fight in a China shop.
All right. Aurora, you can do it. You've won the majority of the pistols in the map, or in the match. Nothing to stop you from doing it again. Zontic's shaving one off of the commitment, but they will get up through Donut with 2. They get out with main. They put the bomb down. This is a hope. And it's a powerful thing to have hope. Just a glimmer of it before the retake comes through. Shiro's dual Berettas with 2 players ahead. Norway, nice double kill. Shiro looking to come out with a multi-frag, will indeed do so. Chopper's got it in from CT spawn, and it's Team Spirit to 11.
To 11. No donk needed once again. Still having fun, though. Some of them.
Well played on Shiro there to let the 2 players die and then not force the swing. Norway's coming at him. And, you know, instrumental are Shiro's 2 kills.
Yeah, Shiro's real smart like that. Like, he knows when you're going to swing. He never gets pressed to make the first move.
Although I've seen him die with, he died with a grenade in hand last map, or last half.
True.
Washed.
Old.
Still one of the most exciting roster moves of last year because it was so unexpected.
Yeah.
And it was kind of ahead of its time, you know, like, what? Leaving the Cloud9 super team? But,
yeah, Shiro for me since 2021 was going to be that next player after, you know, Simple Device, Nico, and Zywoo to make it into that elite category that no one else is sort of in. But because he still has the nervousness issues, he can't really get there. But in terms of his actual ability, he's basically one of the best clutch players in the game. His specialist op is incredible. Like, he's been top 5 already. Top 3 even?
Yes.
Was it 2021? Yeah.
And now just...
So it's possible for him to get back there. I think the rest of the game is mental for him. It's not like it's always mental, just once in a while, but the important ones, the majors.
But it's a nice entry frag from Aurora, just keeping it simple. Contact A main. You know Zontix tends to play solo A, so the numbers to your favor. Back-to-back bomb plants. Can you hold on this time? Norway getting a little deeper into Temple. Come on, Donk's almost dead already. 1 bullet's all you're going to need.
He's going to clear this, right?
He's not even going to peek it. He's going to double back around, and meanwhile, Kenzie holding off on the bomb site. So this one is an Aurora force buy that works out for a 3rd. Blackie will be caught back turned. Chopper continuing to farm.
They got to be careful, actually. There's still a lot of time on the bomb.
Chopper won't commit.
Oh my god, Norway's actually
that's
so
a little
low.
sketchy. 9 health. All he's going to hold on with, so...
Wow.
He won't hold on at all.
So everyone dies. It's bittersweet.
But a round's a round. They'll post it. Just catching Zontix, extending on green. Again, solo sight hold. Donk was the closest rotator in CT. He gets dinked as they're crossing into sight, so maybe that's why he is a little risk-averse. Had he swung and cleared Norway, who had basically the same amount of health, that one could have been the 12th. But for now, we'll wait.
There's just like no other story to tell right now, you know? Like, no one on Aurora is positive. No one on Spirit is negative, but no one on Spirit has really that many kills. Just Donk is like the only thing that matters on the scoreboard at all. He's the only thing interesting to talk about at all. There's no like, you know, no one really stepping up in a big way for Aurora just yet. They're so down on rounds. It's just like... Some people just break the game.
Every once in a while. Only the rest of us could figure out how. They've lost their elbow player, so it is just the all-in B play with 4 ready to roll. Waiting for the smokes to fade, but it gets replenished. Magix and Shiro even looking for a little temple play. This is Magix on a pistol. They take a glance, see nothing, but that's not because it's clear for the taking.
They aren't really moving off of A. They will in a second on the 1 minute timing here to push.
Shiro wants to get flashed in.
Yeah. Looks like the timing is good here for Donk to get back with his kind of good gun so far. They know they're out there even though they just flash cleared and see nothing.
Molly lands on Shiro's position. Oof! Oh. That Molotov flusters him, finds him in the open. Magix will grab his gun, try to spam on cross, but sprays off the mark. Into the bomb site. Donk, however, will catch one. And at the very least, for Aurora, it is a bomb plant. So will Norway go that much further? Nobody can really set him up, so it's going to be the dry duel. He's hoping to wrap around them. Meanwhile, as they push forward, it all falls apart. Zontix found out to be in cave. 1v3 demanded of him. He's got the molly, he's got the kit, but only the 1 kill. And so, Aurora, good Molotov to get the rifle off its position to follow through with the hit.
Nice. That'll take every little bit of energy, so that's really good. I think, yeah, the rotations were all fine, but they did such a good job on long side when they were coming into the site that even though there was 2 players here ready.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
And if that flash on ramp from Magix/Shiro was even 2-3 seconds later,
yeah,
I think you're going to catch 2 players blind and you know, mid setup. So they had the right idea, but the timing was just off the mark. Aurora trying to make things interesting on this T side. Donk doesn't mind. The more time you give him, the more kills he gets.
Eventually, he is going to be the guy to... Well, I guess it's not possible anymore to like break the single map kill record because regulation is shorter. So
what if he does break it in MR12? Imagine that.
48 kills in MR12.
Imagine.
Like that would have to be, you know, 12-11. You just have to. The only problem also is that his team is so good.
Yeah.
They'd have to lose so many close rounds that even that's hard to do.
They'd have to wait and spawn and just let him go play 1vx.
But we should set and keep an eye on the record for MR12.
Sure.
Since that will be that is the standard now for CS2. I wonder what that is right now, in fact.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Like, I think we've seen 35 for sure.
Is 48 in regulation of MR15? Was that Flamey or config?
Config.
Okay.
I don't know what World Edits was, but it was 47, I think, for config on Overpass.
Right.
Versus Renegades. Something like that.
You got him blind. And with that, Zontix falters in middle. Resalt's up close. Could catch Shiro with his crosshair placed incorrectly. It's also not Shiro on an op.
That molly, it's a little too far. It's going to give him a false sense of confidence.
Timing's going to potentially come into play with this one.
Yeah, that flank from Resalt now is huge.
A little bit faster than they may expect, but as they take the fight down ramp, they do get one. It's a slower flank. Resalt trying to get in. Eventually that timer is going to tick in their minds, and Magix, he's got cover from the pillar. Resalt will find them. Nicely done. Just seconds ahead of their expectations, but it is Donk in a 1v2 with 30 kills on the line in this clutch. For 30 frags and a 12th round win, and the T's split up. Kenzie delivers the first on a silver platter. Resalt, fingers trembling as Donk gets ever closer, on the hunt, on the prowl, tapping bomb, and losing out in a head-to-head. Resalt, 3 kills, and a very critical flank thanks to that missed molly.
And it's quite an honest duel that he wanted to take right there. So Donk was pretty ready for it, and he still was able to beat him out. Spirit nearly won that, even though that flank was coming in imminently by killing everybody on the ramp. But Resalt getting 2 is everything they need.
And it was a great flashbang in middle that blinded Donk so that he couldn't support Zontix, giving away man advantage and really allowing for the lane to be taken, for the B-split to get set up. Donk exposed, but with the MAC-10, it's still good. MP9 exchanged hands. Zontix picking up the slack, top lane held onto, and it's this fight in middle that has queued up man advantage.
Oh.
And the potential for 12.
Smoke's gonna come up though.
Magic's dead. Evened out Norway to get the difference. Chopper 1v2.
He's in between both of them.
No gun yet.
Where's that bomb? Wasn't spotted?
Just got by. Ooh, or maybe.
Okay.
Deco aware. And Aurora keep clawing back rounds. This T-side's done them well.
This is where the kill record gets set.
This is 30th. There was multi-kill potential written all over that elbow fight for Donk, but he only gets the one with the lesser weapon. And back in with another buy. Shiro on the op takes a site from Zontix, freeing him and Donk up to continue this expedition in mid. A lot of forward control from Spirit this round, whether that was middle out of the gate, now B.
Yeah, this puts in 2 options for the T's to reclaim mid late and then go for whatever split they want to, or to go for a full A and ignore it. But they can't just like run into B right now. That's the one thing that's totally locked off.
Yeah, they got to get back in first with control. Team Spirit have done a very good job this round to kind of take that control from them. And Shiro freed up to come into middle. Missed chance on the second, but he'll get there in the end. It cost him Donk, so be it. Magic's this deep B control because of Chopper's early play out from Cave, and sure enough, Aurora just kind of jump into the waiting hands of Spirit this round.
Yeah, that's one where it's like, okay, there's not even a reason to jump out as the extra player. You know, they already have B dominance, they have mid control. You didn't win versus mid. Coming in late. Flashes were weak, couldn't get the op off the angle, and no trades at all.
You see them win this round in the early map control, and once they had their hooks in, it almost felt like an inevitability. Magic's covered by Shiro, who posts his triple kill. He was everywhere this round with the op. Gets a few more to his name, as it is map and match point up next.
And you can see no one flashed as they exit, right? Even Donk is able to get his kill easily. So, sort of weak on the grenades, very claustrophobic in that choke point, and the approach wasn't great.
Util pressure again. Will the cave fight come through? Chopper opts for some spam. Donk down beneath them. Ooh, he gets dropped on. Norway just throwing caution to the wind. Swoops in, takes man advantage, and not to mention damage on Zontix too. Shiro's op sent forward as we get this collection of Aurora outside of B. This is a 5v2 inside of the bomb site, and a slow rotate from Zontix as he's cautious about what has really been lost in mid. With that early death on Donk, they have no clue if Red Room's already taken. And it wasn't long ago that Norway got that big 2K flank. Or result, excuse me. But by taking their time here. Aurora kind of stalling out, has given Spirit a chance to come and bolster this B site with utility, and now Chopper is just going to face the smoke head on. 3 players behind it, they desperately jump through, and Chopper's going to feast on that. 1 mag in the M4, 3 kills to his name, and a Molotov meeting Kenzie as his desperate attempt to get anything going in the final 30 seconds of this map. Deco here to support him. All the defense ready to roll. Magic's easily anchoring back lane, and Deco comes swinging out to Chopper's 4th frag. Chopper right behind Donk at the top of the board here as Team Spirit convincingly clean up 2-0.
You do love to see that. Again, one of the IGLs that is getting a buff in CS2. His individual level has been good, and what a closer. 1v3 in this game and a 4-kitted close, and second to Donk is definitely a special place to be because we saw Shiro have a great game as well. So, tough team to beat, what can you say? Expected results now that we see it, because this is just a scoreboard that we've seen many, many times with Donk on the team versus teams of this caliber. It's what was supposed to happen. Unfortunately, Aurora meeting expectations.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the star power that he has that kind of gets everybody so excited. It gets you out of bed for Counter-Strike. It's a reason to open a stream. Donk alone as an individual.
Yes.
And so exciting.
Once more. Eager to do an interview, as always.
I love it, honestly. I love it. I absolutely love that.
I have one thing I really want to say.
Oh, God.
Donk is back, baby. Over 30 kills. First game, a little bit quieter from him, but he's coming on back, and I love to see the performance coming up from the boys.
Yeah, there was a lot of things to take away from this game, but obviously the masterclass that Donk put on would make you go, well, who cares about Donkey Kong? We have Donk the King behind us, right?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, he absolutely showed up here on Ancient in a lot of different ways. We got Dust 2 out of this series. That was also exciting. But yeah, a little bit falling short there for Aurora.
You know, one thing that I loved is in the pre-match interview with the Aurora boys, they did mention, you know what, we are feeling nervous, and you know what, I don't blame them, especially considering the performance that we just saw from Spirit. I feel like it's very rare that we actually get a response from teams where they admit to being nervous. Usually it's the typical, we're going to focus on playing our own game.
Well, it's not every day that we get new maps in the pool,
Exactly.
right? So not only does that change up the idea of a veto process, but it also changes up the idea of who's got the cojones to approach it first, I should say. But Veracity, big takeaway here, anything?
Donk too strong.
Yep, as easy as that. What do our talents got to say?
Oh, you know, Stun, I got, you know, say a little bit of this, a little bit of that, sprinkle in here and there. You know, it's, I mean, let's be real. Veracity's kind of on it. It's just that second map's all Donk from the start, right? 3K and two 3Ks and a 4K in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, he raises the GDP of Counter-Strike as a nation.
Yeah.
He does, yeah. Yep. I mean, people tune in for him because, yeah, this is like, you could break this down like, oh, Chopper great IGL, like all these great players behind him, but the fact of the matter is that, yeah, as long as Donk is reasonably well supported, he's going to take over the game very consistently and breaks the game. And he is at that tier of players right now, and there are very few players that you can say. You don't just like throw that around.
I mean, nobody can deny Counter-Strike is a team game, and the best teams win, but it's the star players that really kind of get us all excited because it's a one-man army in this instance. And when he's not going to have his best days, that's when everybody else is here to support him and pick up the slack. But this is just one of those instances where if you ask me why Spirit win Ancient,
it's Donk.
And it's as simple as that.
Yeah, and he shows us the ceiling of the game, which is the thing that only one player in the world can do at a time.
Yes, sir.
So there should be a name for that.
It's what one player can do and what all players aspire for.
Yes, exactly.
Is to be him and to do what he does.
I mean, and they're always the Roger Bannister of the time, you know, in the sense of, you know, if you can break the 4 mile, then everyone else can do it afterwards. But before Donk existed, you didn't know what was possible on a rifle. Now we see that you can be a lot better, so it's a lot easier to improve. Before, you'd think, oh, well, the max best you could do is like have an average 130 rating. Well, Donk's like, here's a 170 at the hardest tournament of the year. Here's like a 135 the rest of the time. You can do even more. Somehow you can be this consistent. That's what he's proved.
And it's still one of my favorite parts about Donk is just the fact that, you know, Kenny S, JW, Zywoo, Simple, all inspiring oppers of the next generation to try and come forth and be that star op. But Donk doing it with a rifle, you know, the best rifle since Nico to grace us in Counter-Strike. And for that reason, think of all the young guns that are going to want to be him and his role and play with his preferred weapons. It's just... you know, it's something different. It's a star play, you know, Mondesi even coming up is supposed to be like, you know, the next generation Opper, and he has delivered in that regard. But Donk's doing it with the rifle.
And since 2018, we haven't had a #1 player that wasn't an Opper.
Yep.
So it, like, not to say that Donk is this year, but even Nico never has been #1. And before that, it was Olaf Meister, it was Get Right, it was Coldzera that got #1s. But since then, no one else has.
The times have changed.
So if Donk could do it in a modern era, and maybe in a new game with new tools where people start figuring things out, then it opens up the path for maybe more years where we can have rifle #1s, which is incredible too.
Yeah, I think just fingers crossed, right? Because then it means that your stars can be anything.
Yeah.
You don't have to kind of pigeonhole people and force them into one individual role. But here it is in the end, right? I think that it felt like the sky was the limit in terms of how many kills Donk could end up with. Tapered off slightly, but it felt like he'd already won the game. Felt like more of a technicality than anything else watching Spirit gun for the 12th and 13th.
Shiro had a good game at
Yes.
44 ADR.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's kind of what I love about Shiro is, like, you don't always need him until he's called upon.
Yeah.
You know, he's never rushing in, doesn't need to be the star, but by God, he's got the potential as well. So he ends up 11-9, and if that's your worst rated player in a map, it's a good time. 2.36 rating on the second map specifically, 161 ADR. Needless to say, we've got ourselves something special.
Donk factor. There he is in all his glory.
My God. And the time is still young. Anything possible for Donk's long career. He's really got the world ahead of him. And so do we. We've got so much more ahead of us. Today's a triple best of 3 day, and we're done with the opening game of Group B, but we've still got MIBR versus Heroic. Myself and Launders will meet you guys back here in a little bit for match 2 of the day.
Всем привет, друзья! Это Team Spirit, мы на BetBoom Dacha.
Всем привет, с вами капитан команды Аврора.
Сейчас будем давать интервью в виде настольной игры.
Окей, я первый начну. Что это? Один? Что пошло не так на мажоре? Отвечайте.
Почему я?
Все так пошло? Все нормально.
Все по плану.
Анлак, сценарий.
Понятно. Какой вы можете дать совет начинающим игрокам, Резальт?
Уделять много времени индивидуальной игре. ДМ, фейсет, ботов, как удобней. А потом, когда попадаешь на какой-то уровень, хотя бы 7 про, можно уже смотреть демки.
Это минус вайп. Чем можно заняться профессиональному игроку после выхода на пенсию?
Это, наверное, я должен отвечать. Я ближе всех к этому вопросу.
Профессиональному игроку после выхода на пенсию можно заняться...
Коуч, стриминг.
Садоводством.
Окей. Опять 3.
Назовите вашу самую сильную и самую слабую сторону. Давай с тебя начнем.
Наверное, Мираж КТ самая сильная, самая слабая Инферно КТ.
Самая сильная... Я то, что могу взять Скар. Самая слабая, то, что меня на Б не ставит.
Позиции называют?
Да нет, не только позиция. Я думаю, все что угодно, все, что тебе в голос придет. Это не так
точно. Самая сильная — это флешка за атаку, а слабая — это дикой.
Чем ВБ Дача отличается от других турниров?
Ну, это легко же.
Дима, это супер легко. А мы можем все же отвечать, правильно?
Да, важнее турнир, очевидно.
В приоритете.
Не знаю, мне лично вайбом. Типа тут иначе.
Вайбово.
Нежели на других турнирах. Вайбово.
Плюс вайб, как знаю.
Дэн, так давай сейчас ты отвечаешь.
4, Дэн.
Что привнес Дека в игру команды?
Все, давай.
Вайп.
Ничего.
Вайпер.
Стабильность. Что у нас есть стабильный снайпер?
Он просто их... Он просто убивает.
Доброту и позитив.
Он просто уничтожает.
И тишину, заметь.
Айоу.
4. Назовите часть КС, которой можно купить щит, на каком игровом движке работает CS Source.
Щит где можно купить?
Щит можно в Condition Zero, в 1.6.
Слушайте, можно?
На каком игровом движке работает CS Source?
На каком?
Сурс.
Ну ты красавчик.
Нет?
Какой из последних турниров, в которых вы участвовали, можете отметить как самый запомнившийся и почему?
Какой турнир?
CS2 в Индии, потому что мы его выиграли. Это был Лан, победитель торгового центра.
Закрытые квал, наверное, Мария Плак.
Мы, Жек, мы.
Мы?
Мы как команда.
Лан в Индии.
Приехал,
Вайп особенный был.
Дэн.
Что за вопрос?
Какой турнир тебе больше всего запомнился и почему?
Гранд Слэм. Индийский.
Индийский?
Да.
Был хороший.
Да.
Витек.
Индия хорошая страна. Но я тоже думаю, что Индия.
Красава.
У нас больше не было.
С помощью какой консольной команды можно убрать ботов сервера? Бот-кик. Назовите 3 карты.
В смысле дисконнект?
Это правда.
А почему я сказал бот-кик тоже? Чего за... Я понял, типа я бот, да? С умом, Дим. Я просто представляю в 1.6, когда против ботов я хожу. Назовите 3 карты с освобождением заложников. Офис, Италия, Саут.
Мэншн.
Милития.
Милития.
КС-2.
А режим заложника вообще есть в CS2?
Да чего вы душите сразу?
Вот
Давайте
я тоже
просто обычно ответим и всё.
Фу.
А тут сразу.
Напали сразу это. CS2 есть, нету.
1. На SL Challenger в финале вас обыграла команда Мибор. Будет ли матч с ними более принципиальным, чем с остальными командами?
Я думаю, опять упадем 0-2.
Да.
Ты что думаешь, Женек?
Не,
Будет
пофиг.
более
Я
принципиальным?
не знаю, нет.
Да, будет. Намного сильнее.
Конечно же.
Не матерись, Дэнни.
Все, мы сдались.
Мы проиграем, скажу.
Так, ладно, go next.
О, 3.
О, 3 выпало.
3.
Самая странная инсайдерская инфа, которую вы слышали про себя. Ну что вы смеетесь? Про вас какая-то была?
Да, была один раз.
Про меня не было.
А что было-то интересно про нас с тобой?
Не было. Не было, да?
Ну что было?
Ну, раз не было, то значит не было.
Окей.
Белый Витек.
Кто в вашей команде одевается хуже всех?
Рик Оуэнс.
Рик Оуэнс, очевидно.
Пошли.
Рик Оуэнс.
Зачем вы так душите, Резик?
Я бы сказал никто, потому что я люблю команду. Команда меня нет.
Фак ты, братаны, гол!
Тебя любят.
Что за вопросы?
1.
Как вы относитесь к возвращению Dust 2 в пул соревновательных карт?
Положительно. Резко положительно. Просто плюс лайк. Это лучший апдейт в истории Counter-Strike.
Лучший апдейт.
Думаешь?
Держись.
Мы почти закончили.
Какими клавишами покупался М4 А1 в CS 1.6? Б4 3 вроде.
Да,
сумасшедшие.
мне кажется, Б4-3.
Я не родился еще тогда.
Б4-3.
Да, Б8-2 пули, да? Сколько длится молот в CS2? 7 секунд. Это изи.
Тебе.
4.
Вы чемпионы прошлой дачи. Чувствуете себя из-за этого более уверенными?
Я не чемпион, кстати.
Мы не чемпион, да, он не
Ну,
чемпион.
на тот момент это имело значение, сейчас, наверное, нет.
Сигма.
Красавчик.
Что, в чем он не прав?
4, Сань.
Тяжело ли было пройти квалификацию на этот турнир?
Нет.
Нет.
Там серьезные команды были. BetBoom, Кал. Кто еще? Кем мы еще выиграли команду?
Я не помню.
Какой Жек, я Саня?
У нас столько официалов было.
Сорян. Ник.
Ну, это самый тяжелый квал был, там сколько, 20 матчей было.
С вами были Team Spirit. Всем пока.
Все, всем спасибо за просмотр. С вами была команда Aurora.
И Рик Оуэнс.
Всем пока.
I'm here with Magic's Team Spirit. A lot of things going into this matchup, but really I want to talk about the first map. Obviously, not about your performance or any of that. I want to talk about the team's performance. You guys lost both pistols, and you still had a good CT side. Tell me about going into this map and how you wanted to approach it as a team versus when it was in the pool before.
Well, I'll start with some personal things. I think the Dust 2 is a great map. And I was super happy and excited when it was brought back into the pool. So, like, once the update happened, we went to like learning the map, looking for something what's been working before, something what was not working before. But overall, we've been playing this map, and I think Aurora picked Dust 2 only because of it being an expected decision to do. So I thought they are going to pick something else, like depending on their stronger sides, but they went for like a surprising pick. So, but we were ready.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not necessarily a surprise considering, kind of the chat we had. It just seemed like an idea for Spirit to play Dust 2. What were you really confident in that? Were you sure in the idea of playing Dust 2 for the first time after the big break?
I don't think that you can be completely confident playing Dust 2 because, it was maybe 2 years or so.
It's been a minute.
So yeah, like you can't name any team who will be dominating like in the beginning because everyone need to adapt because like map is still the same, but the difference is some mechanics. So we need to get used to it, and like there is no consistency in the map like in the first couple of months. So yeah, we will be just looking for something.
We're also looking at a map with no skyboxes, right? Like a Dust 2 with no skyboxes. Is that a wild ride?
Yeah, that's great because this brings like a lot of room to create and make some ideas because you can throw anything into anywhere and a lot of fakes maybe.
What do you have to think, or excuse me, what do you have to say about Aurora as a team, your opponents that you played today?
Well, on some maps they're doing great stuff. On some they're not doing great stuff, but overall as a team, they're pretty confident in their place and they're pretty aggressive. And if you're not like ready to face those aggressions, those dry picks, people who are ready to like go for duels, you will be losing to them. So it's yeah.
And because I'm sure there's people out there in the audience wondering, do you know what Donk had for breakfast this morning?
Yeah, I had a breakfast with him. So he had hash browns and cucumbers and orange juice, and that's it.
Wow, I never would have known. That's hash browns, cucumbers, and orange juice. I'll give it a shot. Hey, thank you, Magics. Congratulations.
Thank you.
No problem.
Você olha pro lugar que você começou excelente.
Now Martin went with the armor.
He's coming back.
How would I know? I don't know.
Match 2 of the day set to begin between Heroic and MIBR. Y'all watching the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 2024 Scrawny, Launders, Mirage. And a best of 3 up next, Mo, where we've got questions because, you know, you've got MIBR on one side who have been looking solid as of late, rising through the ranks of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And then on the other end, you've got Heroic who have some pretty impressive pieces, but at times a little struggle. And now an individual who has not graced the server for a year in Degster.
Yeah, we can start from the fact that Heroic had one of the most difficult off seasons because they had to basically come up with a new roster after losing their 3 best players in a row, plus like Cadian, who was the identity of the team. They did that by getting Saw and Saw scouting Kixan as the IGL and then building around that and keeping Shush and Tessus, where Shush has been playing amazing CS and Tessus has been definitely good as well. But they've replaced Nikodas with Degster now, and it seems like this could be a very interesting change. I mean, everybody will be watching. Like, there is, I think, expectations that this will work, but there's also this sort of perception about Degster that he's been hard to work with, that people that on the teams that he's played with before, that like he's kind of like broken the structure of rounds because he just does whatever he wants. And I'm sure some of that's true, but it's also true that like his impact as a player, he is like a star player, undeniably. Yeah. I mean, the first time he played against Simple, I remember like he just wasn't scared of him at all. I mean, this is when he kind of first joined OG and just kind of stunned with how little inhibition he had when it came to taking over the map, peeking with the op. It didn't really feel like there was an IGL on the server when he was playing. And I mean that like in the best way possible. So he's going to bring a certain level of confidence. It'll be just be about if Kixan can sort of like rein it in, but that's the story of the match today.
100%. And then again, to see if kind of that off time means he's a little shaky. But you were saying like he was a solid stand-in in the past. And when we think back at that OG team, it was him and Flamesy that got them to multiple playoffs. Maybe those playoffs had shortcomings, but there is no denying that Degster has massive multi-kill potential. He's got that X factor and clutches. You put him in a post plant with the op, he's going to post some crazy rounds. You know, I'm always thinking back to like Blast World Finals 2023, Harry and Moses casting that B-site Anubis clutch. He just has this like unstoppable ferocity about him that I hope he can still bring in, because a year in Counter-Strike is a long time to not be having impact, to be falling out of meta. And there's no doubt that he's been playing CS2, but we just haven't seen it, and you can argue not at a caliber that, you know, the team play of MIBR may be too much for him. Maybe he doesn't slot in with a team culturally as quickly as he would hope. There's a question around, for me, the big break of Degster, because he didn't want to come back and join another mediocre team, and I think it's paid off. This is a perfect chance for him to slot into a team with very real promise. We're talking about the Rookie of the Year in Nerds. We're talking about Kixan, who has proven himself as, you know, a clear Tier 2 into Tier 1 in-game leader. And then you've got the remnants of Heroic who know what it's like to make deep playoff runs. This is a team he can do something with.
It'll be a real test of Kixan, who said he's kind of grown and developed so much since calling for Apex at the Paris Major into now a new team where he's learned a lot of lessons and figured out a lot of mistakes, and now gets to start over with a brand new roster. But now Degster, if he comes in and he is like a star player with a bigger ego, now he's got to prove that he can kind of handle a player like that as well. But if he does, then you have Nerds Degster, which is an amazing combo. Nerds Degster and a Shush Anchor on a map, that is an incredible combo. And also Kixan can hold a mouse. I think the thing is that Kixan also frags like crazy too. So like there can be really big potential here. I think this will be a failure of Kixan, honestly, if they can't make this team work, because on paper it's looking very strong. I mean, maybe it is there will be a moment in time where we see like, oh, Degster just can't make a relationship work when it comes to a long-term partnership with the team and getting better. But my suspicion is that his teams in the past simply were not good enough to keep up with the level that he was going to bring.
Yep. And I would like to think that while there's a responsibility on Kixan to get that job done, I'm happy that Kixan has Saw to do it with him.
Yeah,
so the two of those should be able to implement Degster, but why don't we take a look at it? Take it to the stage, MIBR and Heroic.
Everybody, and welcome back once again to BetBoom Dacha Belgrade. I am Veracity, and joining me is none other than the one, the only, it's Mr. Stunner himself.
I mean, I would assume that there's others just like me, but they can't be me.
Wait, hold on a second. What was that Twitch chat comment?
Which one? Please do tell me, because Twitch chat, you guys, sometimes you have a bit of vile to you, but also a very entertaining source right there.
Memes left, right, and center. Talk to me. How are we feeling about BetBoom Dacha so far?
I thought about going for a swim real quick because you don't really know what's going to happen in this one. How I feel about it, though, pretty good. You know, we got a fresh map in the map pool. We got some lineups that are coming out here, just trying to really find their own way at this point. Brand new almost, but not really at the same time. Talking about one of our next competitors.
Well, we're going to be having Heroic taking on MIBR. So talk to me about that specific matchup. Who do you think is looking like the stronger team?
Well, it's funny you should ask that. Because given the parameters of what's going on with these two teams, especially the one behind me, or the one that will be behind me, rather, it's kind of hard to say. They've slotted in a new player, but then I look at MIBR and I think about where's the up and down for them, right? Where are we going to go with it? So I guess, yeah, this one isn't necessarily as clear-cut for me, Veracity, but you know what is clear? This water.
It is. Oh, just keep swimming. No, just keep swimming.
I'm paddling. I'm paddling.
We need to get you like a surfboard or something. But you know what, without further ado, let's go ahead and welcome the team that has recently just won ESL Challenger Melbourne, making waves in qualifiers left, right, and center. It's time to welcome MIBR.
And meanwhile, on the other side here, on my side of things, I'm looking for a competitor to play against this MIBR, and it shouldn't be that hard to find. This next team, well, they've just undergone a roster change. It's not going to be the end of the world. They brought Dexter in, and we're going to see what this team can do. And when I talk about this team, I'm only talking about one. It's Heroic.
Well, two teams going head to head. This best of three could be an interesting one. So Exit, talk to me, obviously, after you guys having won Melbourne. What are the vibes like in the team? Did you guys get much downtime to relax, or is it straight on the grind?
We were straight to the grind, like we were boot camping in Europe, in Portugal. We didn't have much time to enjoy the victory, but we are preparing for every tournament, but we are ready.
Well, who knows? You might just be able to take away a victory here, and then we'll be able to arrange some sort of victory for you guys as well. So give me your thoughts on Dust 2. We're going to be seeing it played here on the stage again.
It's a great map. Used it to play a lot when it was on the map pool. We like it. Our coach liked too, but we are confident to play this map.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck to you and the team. You can go ahead and take a seat. Stunner, what you got going on over there?
I've got a Mr. Nerds over here, if I can call you that Mr. Nerds. Is that about right?
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay. I'm sure we've both been called a lot worse. Hey, look, man, let's talk about this new team, this new feel with Dexter in the lineup. It wasn't very long ago I saw you guys in Malta, so now with the change, how's it feel?
It feels great. It's a bit different. We didn't have a lot of time to practice, but we will bring everything we got.
Yeah, okay. And then obviously stacked up on the other side, MIBR. They've reached some new heights recently over in Challenger.
I think they became a really good team lately. I don't know what happened from the past, but they seems promised. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So any promising words you can tell me about the Heroic family now? Can you tell the family at home about the Heroic team you have now?
I can promise you one thing, guys. In 3 months, it's gonna be top 3 consistent.
Okay. Now that is something that we can bookmark right there. Well, thank you very much, nerds. I'd say it's time to get into the game, shall we? Let's do the damn thing. That's right, MIBR taking on Heroic.
Damn, okay. In the next 3 months, did he say top 3 consistent?
You going to take that bet, Connor?
I would bet against it.
You'd bet against it.
I would say I have no doubt Heroic could be a top 10 team. I think that, this has potential to maybe be top 5. But to be consistently top 3 in 3 months' time seems pretty intense.
It's pretty intense considering there's like Vitality and FaZe.
And Mouse and
Navi
Spirit.
And Spirit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's room in top 3. I won't lie.
It's a little packed.
Top 7 or something.
Yeah,
that would be impressive. Even so,
if he had said that, I would say good sign of confidence, and I believe him.
Yes,
you know. But hey, you got to shoot for the top.
But you did hear that he does really believe it, so
Yes.
that's a good sign.
Yeah.
And I think this is a lineup that's worth believing in for sure.
Well, that's the thing is, if he had just joined some ragtag gang of noobs, I wouldn't believe him and his confidence. But I look at the faces alongside Nertz, knowing what he could bring to the table back with Ents in 2023, and I do sort of believe that the limit's here. The ceiling is there for Heroic. Now, we've talked a lot about Heroic just because of the namesake. It's an interesting shuffle. It could be the gasoline to the fire to really take them to a new level. But I think to sleep on MIBR right now would be foolish. We're talking about a drop in safe. The ex-Furia members that got cut didn't have what it took and have now, I think, found a good groove for them. We've got Insani, who looks like this Brazilian prodigy, and who, despite having an off event here and there since we kind of saw him burst out at Cato 23, has come into his own, right? Consistently posting big ratings and being the star rifler of a team that has a support system propping him up.
He's pure X factor. He's pure ceiling, basically. He's just not very consistent for like the level of player that he can be. And he's very much like Nertz in the sense that he can take over the game with a rifle and is extremely explosive with it. So he's a massive talent to come out of Brazil. It's like really, really fun to watch too. And I think that that's no surprise that like he's getting better as time goes on. And here is his counterpart in Nertz, who, yeah, the rating is not quite the same level, but it is versus much better teams.
Yes.
The thing is that with this lineup of Heroic, since they sort of came together in the shuffle, qualified to the major, 3-0 the challenger stage, right after that, that's when they just dropped off extremely heavily. And
out of nowhere.
Yeah, basically won like one series or a couple of series since then that are relevant, and I think just have like they needed to make a roster move basically. And it made sense that they were going to make some kind of roster move because there's no way they could have put together the best team possible in the short period of time that they did. I think they were just kind of grateful to be able to like have made the major, and now they might have made a very, very smart pickup in a player who's just on the bench for a player that maybe stylistically wasn't going to fit the needs that they had.
I think when we say stylistically, that's the big one, because we've been praising Nikadaz lately for his ability to rifle, to be the hybrid role, but
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real, Nertz is used to Sun Pius. The Heroic boys are used to having Cadian. Kixan is used to having a knock. These are teams and formulas that have a heavy op presence, and that presence will be felt with Degster in the server.
Also, it was Nertz was opping alongside Nikadaz at weird times, and Nikadaz was not opping that much. And even though it's a compliment to say that Opera is good with a rifle, it's not when their highlights are all rifle highlights, and that's where Nikadaz got to at some point. And there has been a consistent trend of many Oppers outside of like Monacy and Shiro that have been dropping the op more and more often, but it doesn't seem to be like a really, really successful formula in terms of your team winning more over a long period of time, especially if there's somebody out there that can be really good with the op consistently in your matches. So they didn't really need another star rifler. And having Nertz hybrid was just kind of strange because that's limiting him as a rifler. Maybe he wanted to, but that probably wasn't a great idea. So this is where Kixan comes in. He's got somebody who we know is going to be very confident all the time getting the op.
Of course.
It's just about how he's going to use him.
And I think that when we think of teams who have been kind of on the road practicing as they play, Heroic fall into that camp. We hear this interview, of course, with MIBR stating coming off of their ESL Challenger Melbourne win, which is a big victory for them in kind of the tier 2 of LAN events. They've been at a boot camp since, in Europe of all places, practicing versus European teams into this event. This is a team who, in the interview as well, talking about Dust 2 quite optimistically. I don't doubt that they have practice on it, and Heroic have decided to go ahead and pick it against them.
That's great. I mean, this is a map that Degster was actually amazing at, always. And he used to rifle before he opt as well, and was just really, really strong with it. And a lot of his big highlight games were on Dust 2. So it's a career map for Degster, even though it's been a spotty career for him. And it'll be a very fun map, I think, for both teams to play. And yeah, just as we promised, Dust 2, it's going to be a very comfortable map pick for a lot of the players on their previous lineups when Dust 2 was back in the pool, except now it's in CS2. So Anubis, Dust 2, and Ancient, that's a very fun veto.
Sign me up. This is Dust 2 showing itself at 3 of the 4 series that have been played so far at this event. We got Mouse on it, we got Spirit on it, and now we get Heroic on it too. So
It does feel like just like a faster veto. We're not like specifically swapping out Overpass for Dust 2 means every veto you know, doesn't have this like kind of big map in it that slows things down, that
Correct.
makes it more methodical. Like everything is very scrappy now.
Which is fun.
It's fun, yeah.
You know, you could argue for or against it depending on what kind of flavor of Counter-Strike you like, but there's no denying that we're going from Anubis T sides into Dust 2 C sides.
Yes, exactly.
Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Are you not excited to watch Dagster try and just swing the big green versus MIBR? And I think this is a caliber of opposition in MIBR it's a good first test for a fresh roster and for a return to an official after a year's absence.
It's kind of hard to stand out now in Brazil because it's not that there's so many good teams, but there's so many teams in Brazil that are all leveling up at the same time.
Yes.
So, you know, to be the one that stands out is basically the one that can, like, win the first tournament or, like, get the farthest in the major, like Pain did, for example. But, you know, when you've got Furia and Pain and then all these other rosters coming out of the region and they all have 2 or 3 really good players, and you have Fluxo and other lineups like that, it's hard to notice that MIBR have been getting better.
Yep.
And just as Nerd said, he doesn't know exactly what happened, but it's true that like the time and practice and officials has actually been paying off for them. So an event like this should be a promising opportunity to actually showcase them versus Tier 1 teams. And if they get wins, get into playoffs, I think that says a lot already.
I would like to think that what happened with MIBR was this consistency at attending LAN events outside of the major circuits, and also, again, just practicing inside of Europe with boot camps, right? MIBR as an organization is one that kind of puts stock in their team to be here in Europe ahead of their European events. You don't see Pain getting European boot camps prior to their major run. They're practicing in Brazil for the RMR and then coming over. This is a team that I think gets more opportunity than others from Brazil, and if that's the reason that they're improving, shocker.
Yeah, that's true. When Pain came to the major, that was like one of the reasons that it was hard to understand that they could do well, is because they just had continued to play versus all of their domestic competition, and we never got to see what they could do in Europe. But they seem to be able to figure it out from there. And so that does mean that just because you go play against European teams, that you're not necessarily going to be able to like get better because of it. But almost everybody who says that they get the chance to boot camp in Europe, it's a huge bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, MIBRB are there very often.
I would also say it could be a sign of a general increase in talent and quality of Counter-Strike coming from Brazil as a region, because we're coming off of the Copenhagen Major where Imperial made their run, where Pain made their run, where we had more Brazilians succeeding than years prior. If MIBR is amidst that pack, it could be just, you know, a symptom of Brazil returning to form.
And this MIBR, I mean, as an organization, they're expecting to be the biggest team in Brazil, right? Like they were before Furia.
It's in the name.
Yeah, like made in Brazil. It's a legendary lineup. It's like, I mean, it's like how in Sweden they tried to reboot Eyeballers, you know what I mean? To like bring back like Swedish glory. The same thing with MIBR. They wanted to do the same thing from a lineup from 1.6 that was really like famous. And so, and when they did it, though, they really came in more like a mouse sports and were like selling players off and like picking up young talent and then not paying massive salaries for them. And all the while, Furia were there with Queserado and Art, and they were really kind of taking over in terms of attention and winning more in general. But there's no doubt that MIBR are one of the most CS-focused, bigger organizations that have been there for 5 years now, that have been trying to say that they're the #1 team in Brazil and have never been able to do that.
Correct. Yep. And then off the last major cycle, it's now arguments in other directions too. So for them to come in here, swing, take down an expected winner in Heroic, it would be good of them. And on top of it, I think that, you know, they do have the formula in the sense that the roles all make sense within MIBR, and you have a clear star who's being set up as your #1, right? Insani, I think, needs to have the impact in this game in order to kind of topple some of the better players of Heroic. It's who I expect to do it based on his own reputation. Again, thanks to his kind of breakout back at Cato 2023. And we've had low points since to point at, as with so many other players. But if now the team as a whole is starting to play better than ever, this is when he has to find his consistency. That's what's going to take this team to the next level, and then maybe we can talk about them as a top 15, top 10 as well. If that's the goal, time to put it forward.
No, Vertigo in this veto maybe would have come out if Dust 2 wasn't picked.
Right.
So that's something interesting where I think both teams would have been very comfortable playing.
And Sonny loves a ramp fight.
Yeah. So, but I think Dust 2 should provide some of the same ingredients for sort of a great show.
So there's also a question that's very much on everybody's mind. Who's going to be taking Degster's hand beatings? And it looks like Nertz will be the recipient of the slaps.
Well, that makes fun. That makes sense. It's like his other, it's Flamesy's Israeli counterpart, right? And Nertz, so like another rifler, star rifler.
Degster's feeling right at home.
Yeah.
And Nertz better be ready for a beating. In all the best ways, because it's been 12 months since we saw Degster's slaps celebration.
We've seen Flamesy's hands after those matches. They were red. They were red. I think it was just that it was his keyboard hand, so he was okay.
Hey, you got to toughen up the kid.
Yeah, look at him now.
This is definitely the best lineup in terms of individual. Well, I mean, here's an argument. Obviously, Degster coming from Team Spirit previously, top 8 at a major back in Antwerp. You know, so is this the best team that Degster has been on?
That would be the. Wasn't that the wonderful lineup, or was that Rio that I'm thinking of?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, one of the two. Degster made top 8 with Spirit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, you might be right. Man, it was only 2 years ago.
Yes,
Already
no. It's Degster in Antwerp the first time,
and then Wonderful in Rio.
And then Wonderful in Rio the second time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that does say a lot. I mean, that is a very deep run at the biggest event with the most pressure for sure. Yeah, it is once the top 8 start. That's kind of the question even for Degster lineups. Like they fly into playoffs and then don't win in playoffs.
Right.
So we can see now, and we're trying to balance the fact that it's always a lackluster finish or whatever, but it's always a great honeymoon with Degster. It's always a great honeymoon. And then the other thing is that we've never seen, someone like him take a break this long and then just recover. So we don't know how much he's played, how comfortable he is. I have a feeling that he's just going to be like a kind of a natural. Like that's just kind of the guy who strikes me as just going to be like a natural. He's going to hop in. He's going to like basically scrim it out in moments where he feels uncomfortable, and his aim will do the rest. But it won't be like free kills versus MIBR.
I think to myself, anybody who's willing to take an extended break that long because they believe in themselves and they don't want to return in just a mediocre lineup is not going to feel the pressure of that absence once they're in the server.
Like this is Degster's first official on Anubis ever?
What? No.
No.
Played it at World Finals 2023.
Oh, right. Yep. Oh, yeah. Nice. Good memory. That was the debut.
Yes, sir. And so here we go. First map up. You've got Anubis and Dust 2. Plenty of T-side action coming your way, and it's Heroic to kick it all off. Sat pretty outside of the A site with 2 defenders to face them. Degster, he's off to the races.
Oh, my God. He's amazing.
Like he didn't skip a beat. Gets an opening pick over towards B, and you see the vacuum of power instantly. Everyone coming back around lane. Nertz picks up the drop frag front sight.
Yeah, I mean, what questions do we have left? He shot 2 bullets so far this round.
And got a kill with them.
Yeah.
Well. Here's the truth. We got our answers.
He's just a natural, man. He's natty.
Oh.
Okay, dude. He hasn't played an official in a year.
Oh, Lord. Well, that's something. Just like that, huh?
It's like what I expected and yet still surprising.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly that. So Degster's impact round 1 has been felt. Welcome to Heroic.
Yeah. There we go with the slaps.
Yeah.
Wait, he was on the right? So was it Flames' mouse hand when he sat on the right? Oh, it was. Okay.
Yeah. Just beating him up.
This gets the blood flowing, though.
Just tenderizing the poor kid.
Slapster.
Remember, Rugga had to stand in between them to take the first hit.
Yeah.
So I was like, my God, what have I done? And of course, when we think about kind of scouting the replacement for Nikadaz, well, we know Saw was very much involved in finding Kixan and that the organization of Heroic puts their faith in him. So no doubt he had his say. Toppled is the plat hold, little triple corner creepers, and it's exit on his own to try and get anything. Kixan ain't falling for your games.
I'll say that I started to have my doubts about Kixan just because the team just kind of fell off. And like in Apex, obviously there was the peak of the Paris Major, but then throughout the rest of the year, obviously, like there wasn't that much. So we've seen Kixan be very good, but also his teams have kind of deprecated over time, or atrophied. But he's still so young. And my single favorite thing about Kixan, though, I'll say, is that he doesn't seem to have a favorite IGL. He said that he doesn't really like look up to anybody in particular. He just kind of like plays a style of CS that he has learned for himself, and I think that's really cool. Especially for someone who's so young, you could have like any list of IGLs or like look up to one guy in particular, but for him to have that confidence at his age, I think that's special.
Almost lining it up through smoke, but a little off the mark as the double dark hold looks strong from MIBR.
It's a great idea.
I do think that approach to kind of just being your own person, not being too heavily influenced by anybody, you know, you see it in artists. And it's when you get something new and fresh. We're blessed with an encyclopedia of great leaders in Counter-Strike over the years. Kixan looking to be one of them, and Sonny will not win his duel versus Shush. The second player coming over top of the bridge into the A split they shall go. No mid support for MIBR is not boding too well. Getting slammed against the wall in the first 3 rounds of Anubis.
And if we talk about the difference between Nikados and Dexter, just like obviously Nikados is a much more sort of like patient, slow playing opper, and Dexter is like literally diametrically opposed to that playstyle. Like he's literally like
he's almost allergic.
So far ahead, yeah, exactly. Has to keep moving. He's like Donk with an op basically. So it's you know, if they say they needed some, or they wanted to try something stylistically different, like this makes perfect sense. Like that story lines up. But you get somebody who is going to give you a totally different structure every single round, and yeah, he can do it with the rifle too. He just has so much confidence. That's the one thing we know about him.
There's no shortage of professional Counter-Strike players who have allocated the importance of said confidence. So 5-0 out of the gate right there with Kixan. 3-0 the start, and back into the pistols go MIBR.
We're talking about best debuts ever. There's Drop, 2 aces on Furia. There is, what else we got? I only had 1 ready.
Oh wait, no, you mean Honda.
Honda.
Gone but not forgotten.
Where is he actually? He's not on Fury Academy anymore, right? So
gone but not forgotten.
Not forgotten. Right?
He's out there somewhere doing something.
Why can't I remember any of the other debuts that have been great?
Because Donk and Zywoo have ruined that conversation.
Like debut series on a team.
Oh, series specific, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit more specific, so.
No contest whatsoever inside B. Your USPs will stop no one. Only 1 gun round through, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this does have the making. I said myself like I'm 2 people. This has the make. Me, myself, and me. This has got the makings of a whooping. 4 players alive yet again. Nobody's dying on Heroic. Everybody's confident. And maybe Nertz was right about that interview. Top 3 consistent in the next 3 months. That's a huge claim. In a world of players who interview like lukewarm water,
yeah,
don't want to get ahead of myself. No. That's a huge statement to be making. And You know, whether or not it comes true is one thing, but just to make the statement to begin with.
You can get clout on for saying it, but you shouldn't. You should say it if you believe it 100%. You know, that's a part of it. And why should you even play if that's not your goal? Like, if your goal isn't to be the best team in the world, what are you doing exactly?
I mean, you know, contrast that to Nafany's opening interview at this event, where his statement was, "We just don't want to be a silly team. I want to be top 3 in 3 months. I just don't want to get embarrassed."
Yeah, Nerds is like, they're going to build statues of us.
And then we're going to tear them down and rebuild them again.
Nafany's like, I hope they still like us after this game.
Nafany's like, I hope I still like myself after this game. And BetBoom did impress, for the record.
Yes.
Jokes aside, that was a very tight series versus Mouse.
Yep. Yeah. And they're playing for Falcons after this match.
Yeah, they'll beat them.
I think they definitely can. And Falcons are lost 8 out of the last 9 series.
Yes, sir.
Simple or not.
Breaking all the wrong records. It is hilarious that Simple played 1 best of 3 with that team. He's like, actually, I'm going to go make YouTube videos.
Oh.
Nice prod from Kixan on one half of the map. That's going to be false confidence that it's not B. Good dark push out from Drop. Double kill is critical, but you've got Shush and Degster alive and kicking. And while Degster plants bomb, he loses his teammate, comes off the plant, not with enough time to get the gun out. Insani smells blood in the water, and there we have it. 2 big moments from 2 important individuals on this team. Drop and Insani side by side with the full house inside of B.
Yeah, and by the way that Drops played on MIBR, I always wondered like how much they could have done with him on Furia.
Same as Safe.
Same as Safe, 100%. And that's Safe before and after Furia. You know, Safe on Pain was like pretty unreal. So yeah, not a great track record for Furia in that regard.
Nice stickers though.
God, I love their logo so much.
I truly believe somebody at Valve just loves them and gives them all the best colorways. Like there's a green and black Furia sticker from Antwerp.
Right. Oh, that peak is coming. Oh,
okay.
Came in low.
No denying Insani's feeling it. MIBR not looking to allow Heroic to get too far ahead early on. Safe's comfortable in dark. He's supported with a player behind him. Honing in as the smoke pops ahead of it. Oh, Drop his support. Gets cleared out. Challenge before smoke goes back up from Nertz, who then goes ahead to plant bomb. Will not be stopped. Insani's flanking around. They've lost their man advantage as Nertz will kill him through smoke. Felt like that one was coming. As confident as Nertz was to continue that challenge. And Degster's going to have what's left of MIBR Turntail. 5-1, the T-side lead.
The other fun part about Heroic and just why I cheer for them is just like, so they play such fast tactics all the time, and they have really, really explosive execs, contact execs with like a good amount of utility behind them. They're not random at all. But low telegraph plays, Heroic are so good at. Kixan's always called that kind of game. It's really fit the brand of Heroic perfectly to replace someone like Cadian, especially when you have players like Shush and Tesses who are so comfortable with that playstyle. And then you keep building more around that. And I think definitely saw somebody to credit for scouting Kixan. That was like the first thing. That made perfect sense. Like, here's an IGL they paid, I heard the rumor was 600,000 for. And that's a big risk for somebody like for Kixan. And a lot of players out of the Paris Major got big contracts like that. But they needed an IGL, and they realized how important it is to start with a really good one. Like, his last IGL was snappy. So if he's thinking about playing the next 5 years on Heroic, he's got to figure out someone who's not been through the ringer already, somewhat malleable, but also has lots of potential. And I think he fit the profile.
And definitely a hunger to win as well. You don't just taste victory in Paris like that.
Is he just going to swing this?
Who? Degster?
Degster, yeah.
Sure.
He's just going to flash for himself and swing it.
Degster does as Degster wants.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Insani
walked up the bridge. Hey, let's go, Insani.
Yeah.
He has just been playing aggressive.
He's got that fire in his step at the moment.
Very tilting to die that way, but Heroic are doing the same thing, so it's very good. He's fighting fire with fire. Oh my god, this works.
Tries to chase him down. Ooh,
wow.
Recovered. Drop survives the pressure. Puts them into a 5v3 advantage. They'll creep into safes waiting op. And no trade frag out of Degster with that. So the AWP reels backwards. Degster's last remaining teammate opens up with impact on A.
Exit make a mistake. There's still a chance that they can get into this round if they want to, but... And I say that because they know where the op was, but looks like they're not going to try. Or they're just trying to assist Degster across first. Oh, they're going to walk it back now.
Degster would theoretically have enough util to go to the A exec, but they opt not to. So tip of the hat to Insani, only 1 kill in the round, but that bridge peak, just you see how it unravels the comfort that we saw Heroic have towards B. They go back trying to follow through to catch Insani. That's when they walk into the opper. Things get stringy. 2 critical points there, obviously. Insani's opener and Drop surviving the chase from Kixan, because Kixan really wanted that dark kill.
Yeah, this was massive from Drop, and they took their individual risks, and things got really loose after that first kill went down, so there could have been more in the bank for Heroic to fall back on, but for MIBR, they definitely earned this. Like, nothing shakes you up like dying in default like that. Oh, someone just walks up bridge with no utility. It's like, all right. There's basically no recourse until later in the round you find somebody else.
Two convincing gun round wins for MIBR, but no consistent, consecutive back-to-backs yet. And that's going to be key to stopping the pace and the tempo of Heroic's early T-side success. Kixan and Drop round 2.
Yeah, literally playing dark is just all about being paranoid, because you have to wonder when they're walking up the left side of the wall. Just like we saw, it's all about denying that space. You never get to see it really, right? You just always are just trying to push people back and make sure you use your nades late enough, but at the same time, not too late. People are always going to be trying to get into dark because that just disrupts the B site, but there it is, another volley, exactly on the right timing, so. And he gets the sound information.
Damn, fire all over the place. Drop falls back to 40 health. And Kixan gets the drop control. 2 players behind him as well. Full-blown B split with smokes ahead of it, but a lot of used utility just to get these CTs to fall back. Can they get them off plat? Can they get them from behind Obelisk? Or is MIBR just going to be able to go numbers strong in B and hold? Smoke forces safe to play forward. Molly inside of the smoke, so doesn't really disrupt this back position. BRN's able to play with it. Drop comes out from the corner as the Opper also holds off with 1. Frag grenade to finish him off. Excellent utility play from Heroic to get what they wanted. A bomb down on B.
They actually played that whole game all the way through, but it is still a 2v2 in the retake.
Yep, Insani's in action. Ooh, dives into the fight. Nertz, 13 HP is all he's got left. And as he comes back towards site, he's wary of the second remaining member of MIBR. Exit, peeking towards long. Confirms the last presence of Tesses, who's been the slowest starter for Heroic, but could close a 6th round on the line.
They're not on
As
it.
he peeks back around, he will falter. And if not for Insani, MIBR lose this one.
Damn, and that was versus basically his mirror matchup in Nertz, and that was a very key fight. Nothing there except those 2 players and their little bits of utility fighting for dark control and basically the round win at the same time.
Very impressive grenade usage from Heroic. They take dark with that sea of fire. The only missed piece was the Molotov meant to disrupt BRN's position. That would have burned him into the same corner that we see Drop get naded out of. It was enough to flush safe into the bomb site. But 2 players enough for the retake. And we get consecutive round wins from MIBR for the first time in the half. But unfortunately for MIBR, they can't clone him. Sonny is one man, and he is being pulled between 2 spots.
Yes, they've bifurcated these sites right now, so the bridge re-aggression here from Safe is coming in slowly. But for now, the T's are dangerously close to many choke points.
Ooh, good disruptive flash.
Uh-oh.
Corner player comes out with cover.
Can't miss that one.
That's half health on 2.
And they get smoked out of the rotation.
TSS not forcing the issue yet. At least you've got Insani in the pocket. TSS,
wow,
down after the 1, but it should still be enough. They've cleared out the A play. Insani trying to play Fountain. Because of the util, they see where he's at.
They just know how to activate right there.
You can see MIBR kind of frantic and trying to hold on to 2 parts of the map. And honestly, that flashbang that sets up exit could have been enough to get 2 kills. Instead, he gets neither.
If he was very quick, he gets the first kill and does some extra damage. At the very minimum, though, he needed to get 1. There was enough time that Nurch didn't peek him, but good cover, good setup nonetheless. They had the ability to trade eventually, at least. It's a very close game, I think. Both teams look like they're very confident. They have a good idea of what the other are trying to do.
Yep.
And there's so many moments where, like, it could just go the other way easily based on trades.
And yet, at the same time, I would say expectations met in that the individual level of Heroic just looks that little sharper.
Sure.
And that bit of a difference is why we sit pretty at 6-3. Luckily, MIBR able to afford another gun round as we get to the tail end of the first half. It's been a very even affair between Shush, Nertz, Degster, and Kixan. MIBR know what they want, challenging out and catching Shush alone. You found Degster over here often enough, and surely, yikes!
Oh, he got away somehow.
With that nade in the fire, it looked like he was doomed. Regardless, we do still get the answer back from Heroic. They're going to try to just shove their way into the A sites. Challenge for the Heaven player, taking damage but hanging on for at least 1 kill. Kixan dives sights and will climb into Heaven, which could blindside Safe.
And that bomb, it was on Degster. He has to make it all the way in. 4 HP might be enough. What happens here?
Wonderful.
Oh, Safe has no idea.
Huge moment from Kixan, taking everything into his own hands. He's posted all 3 kills so far this round for Heroic.
They drop out of Heaven. Let's see if Degster gets in the mix after surviving all that.
With only 4 points of HP. Kixan's position flushed out. He's got Nertz in the bomb site with him. And Degster low health back on Fountain, hopes to hold. Nertz connects to the headshot. Now all pressure on BRN, and he cleans up 1, but the Opper's got him pinned to the wall. And the 4-round lead for Heroic.
And 1 tick away from death, and gets the final word in the round, as well as bringing the bomb over. Very close call here for Heroic, but it's been close moments throughout this game.
Also just no hesitation from Kixan there. Oh, you're going to go for that challenge outside of B? You think you can take a fight MIBR and it comes with map control?
Yeah.
He suctions up as much as he can as quickly as possible in response.
That's a good way to put what, makes Kixan interesting to watch. Because, yeah, he makes decisions very deliberately, and his team moves fast into new ideas all the time.
Damn, having a standout performance as well. 11-4 after that 3K. Because while he has been able to prove that in the frag department he's no chump, there is a correlation between the struggles of Heroic after their 3-0 start in Copenhagen and his individual rating. Like, he's fallen beneath 0.9 in the last 3 months just because of how poor it was lately.
Yeah.
Like, he's really kind of tanked his average, unfortunately. But a great chance to recover that with a
new team,
new fiery Opper.
Yeah, this is like when you replace your Opera, you could say new team because it just it's such a big part of
pretty important role.
Yeah, it's game-changing role,
important role,
identity-changing role,
and one that I think Kixan's more comfortable with. I think he's just more comfortable calling and therefore playing with a hard, dedicated, impactful Opper. Because there's no understating the impact that Knock had on Apex. Woo. Freebies for Shush. Ace taken away by Safe. Still, 4 free frags. Bomb planted A. Majority alive. And a momentum-heavy T-side. Looking great for Heroic's new debut. And I will always cheer for these 2 remaining Heroic players because it really did feel like they got the shortest end of the stick when Stown and Jabby decided to depart for Astralis. That's a huge signing for any Dane. Cadian obviously has enough individual impact as a leader too, gets a signing in Liquid, and for a while there I thought, dude, do they even keep what's left of Heroic?
Yeah, they made magic happen really fast.
Yep. And you know, Shush is one of the best in his role as an anchor. Had to really step up individually, I think, to keep Heroic afloat in some of their early struggles as a new team. He definitely kind of lost himself for a little bit. I mean, Tessas going into the in-game leadership because he had to. Like, it was weird for a little while. And now everything looking natural and impressive in this 8-3 start to Anubis. Double molly, but still a pocket for drop to play between. Ooh, but Kixan winning this duel more often than not. Backside player blocked.
Oh, man.
Kixan is on a tear tonight.
Yeah, what a map for him. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nert's controlling the other half of the map, so this is going to be a convincing 9-3 T-side for Heroic on their opponent's map pick with tons of great utility, excellent individual level across the entire board, a strong showing for Degster in the first half of his return to competitive play after a year-long break. And still room to improve this Anubis lead, but 9 rounds on the T side. Impressive.
And that's another thing to me about Kixan that I don't really know, but based on the way they play, it's not like he's playing like 4D underwater upside down chess with his like T sides all the time. He's highlighting like your individual level by giving you freedom, but just knowing when to rein it in. I feel like that's what you know what I mean? Like that's what I saw from, you know, Glaive in 2018. That's the kind of style of play where it's like, he is going to call rushes when it just feels like, okay, let's just go for the rush. You know, this feels like the right time to do it. That's what I get when I watch Kixan play. It's not methodical map control into like pure conditioning every single round and making things really slow and complicated. And I think that's why he can also focus on his crosshair and frag really well.
I think you see an instance of that, what you're saying, kind of like free open T-side for individuals into reining it in and convincing everyone to follow him when he goes for that charge down middle into camera, right? His reaction time, not in just his mechanics, but his decision-making is so fast.
Always impressive when an IGL can frag.
And I'm telling you, man, there's just more and more of them as of late. Nobody's getting that excuse anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Shuhei, Apex, Chopper, Kixan, Kerrigan, Hooksy. I see flashes of brilliance in Hooksy.
Yeah, he has randomly good games. He just doesn't have any floor.
Just lives hanging from the trees. MIBR going with the camera smoke temple split, and is it indeed to be? Because with that player outside of A long, yeah, what are we doing here? Making a lot of sound as they stomp into temple, but it's not like this has really changed anything for Heroic. They're still committed to 3A. They are going to go pushing out long. Kicksand's going to die empty-handed, and that camera redirection really catching him. Meanwhile, there's still a T out here on Ruggs. But will they think that there's also Degster, who then activates on site, gets the first kill, the additional flank, and Tess says, what? The third kill had, I mean, the headshot is disgusting. He does indeed catch them off guard. It costs him a lot of health, but Degster looking to be impactful in back-to-back pistols. BRN has to go for the play. Position found, bomb at the halfway point.
He's
and
on
with no kit on Degster, he is sticking this 10-second defuse, but the cover isn't quite there. And now TessS, with everything to do, has to climb up into heaven, take the kill, and get back on bomb, but time is against him. A hell of an effort from Degster. Cue up the highlight. 3 sick Beretta kills, but a pistol for the Brazilians nonetheless.
Yeah, they couldn't, he had to do everything right there. I mean, TessS really wasn't even checking on the other angle. That just came down to if Dexter could get 4 kills or not, basically, like pretty insane stuff across both pistols now for him with 6 kills these 2 rounds. With, let's call that a spray transfer. That was nasty.
30 bullets deep, 2 kills between bullets 27 and 30.
And look what he buys, auto shotgun.
Why not? You hear 25 pistol bullets, think it's time to peek, and you take a stray one to the forehead. Auto shotty ready to go. Oh, nice clear from Insani.
Wait a second, there's 2 more people there.
Yep, but then they swing into what is a very much held bridge, and exits frag homes in on TessS. A comfortable 4v2 here to convert their 5th.
Yeah, TessS not really having a great game so far. Oh my god, I can't believe you lost that duel.
It's like that moment of timing where you're just changing up your angle to get closer to this B commit. But it's not enough to convince them away from the bomb site. And it's not enough to really go swinging for it either. So Shush will hang on to the noob tube. We'll get MIBR to close that gap ever so slightly.
That is a special spot where it's like really, really powerful, but Insani's peak was perfect.
Yep.
He got that from the Play Like Simple course.
Yeah, I mean, what are those courses, you know, what's the content there? Because if it's called Play Like Simple, the last event I saw him play was Pro League, where he bought Novas every round.
That's what I'm saying. That's what he got it from the course.
But, you know, is there an official shotgun lesson offered by Simple yet?
That'd be good. That'd be great.
Move to North America to give our region hope, only to leave us behind. Play like Simple.
Aim low and dream big.
Auto the M4. Kicksan decides to give Shush an M4 for this round. adding to the MP9 and auto shotty that were saved. And not only giving Shush the best chance, but then putting himself to tether off of it. Great read with the grenades, clearing out Shush's ace in the hole. Ooh, and he gets nothing for it. Clean double kill from Exit to kick off the round, toppling the biggest threat, but not all of them. He then takes the auto shotty to the head, and the A-site falls despite their best efforts to hang on. No double digits yet for Heroic. It's the T-side start strong from Brazil.
Nice to see Exit get his. He's also had sort of a nightmare game, honestly. The way he's died in some of these rounds, it's like just one extra bullet shy of a frag. We'll see how many exits are in store for them. Tassus only has this USP, so surely it just gets cleaned out, but they might run by his, actually. Oh, he decided not to shoot for a second.
Terrorists win.
He knows it's coming. I love the jump to like try to get away from the damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kixan. You are done for. It's like when there's a spider on your feet.
I could see Kixan being like a genus of spider.
Okay, sure, yeah. Daddy Longlegs.
I think it's Dandy. This is an epic flash. Waiting for the flash. Oh,
good boost, but he crouches under it.
Oh,
can't get away from it though.
That's a great boost to use. That is a great boost to use. Not going to be able to get away with that one too much more, but if it brings you double digits on the CT side, you don't have to think much more.
Coming off left side. No overcommitment, though, from MIBR as we hit the 40-second mark. They're eyeing up that A-long section of the map where Kixan has actually pushed forward. Now, they do have the nades if they want to throw it again, but it's just going to be Insani up close.
Uh-oh.
That's the bomb.
The bomb up front.
Yikes. At 25 seconds with 2 CTs on top of it.
They can't even get it.
No way they can grab that back, and they know that they've already lost this. They won't even try.
Wow.
Oof, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, he was just at the nose of the choke point, so it's not like, or the mouth of it, excuse me, but it's not like they, I mean, they could have expected people to be in there, but I think they were waiting for him to get a little farther before they even flash. So a really good angle used there from Kixan. He didn't have to suffer from the lethal Insani crouch peek. What was Nurse looking at? A test. KKKKK.
Starting to speak in code. That's what I would do if I lost bomb. Like, is my mic on? Oh, is my mic on? Oh, sorry, guys. Call it tech. It's like when you sit.
There's really no way to even if they're ready to trade Kixan, there's a rifle right behind him too.
You're done.
I wonder, what would have happened if they all barreled through. They probably just would have all died.
Yeah.
Maybe a blessing in disguise. It was him alone for a second. But so far, so good for Heroic. A very impressive debut, and just in map 1. But they don't look like they're just getting worse or that they're uncomfortable. There's no like time pressure problems. There's no like bad calls. Dexter's playing well.
I mean, this is a team that's got just tons of experience, right? Like they've been through everything.
Heroic?
Yeah. All those playoffs.
Like the remaining players.
The remaining
old
two players of
yeah.
Heroic, yeah. I think like Degster, top 8 at a major. Not to mention, he was a part of the win in Antwerp over FaZe. Like, that was a big matchup, highest pressure match of his career for sure. Then he almost single-handedly takes OG to a couple of playoff games, where I would argue the losses weren't his fault.
Yeah.
You know, Nertz winning a trophy back in just 1 year ago with Ents, and Kixan leading out of nowhere an underdog team to a top 4 major finish. So 5 players who have tasted victory and want to get back to their prime. That ever so sweet winning nectar.
If you don't test the mic, how do you know it's broken?
It's true. What's the longest you've ever sat on a TeamSpeak, accidentally muted, talking to the people, thinking you were part of the conversation?
Almost a whole game for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Guys, where did Mohan go? It's always so embarrassing.
Yeah. You just think people hate you.
Yeah, you're like, man, I thought that joke was funny. Nobody laughed. Why does everybody keep talking over me? Back into the closet.
It's hard to tell who's the referees when you've got Heroic jerseys.
Yeah, do the red stripes, do they have seniority over the black stripes?
Yeah, imagine they could just tell the referees what to do.
It's a real identity crisis. But shout out Heroic for not just going with the standard black or white jersey. Too many black and or white jerseys as of now.
Everyone's changing their kits to just
You
be
know?
black. Yeah.
Mind you, say that, Navi recently coming out with a multicolored jersey. More colors on that bad boy than ever.
True. Still not a big fan of wearing them. Not a big fan of them, to be honest.
All right. Tech issues out of the way. Double digits for Heroic after the stuffing of the A attempt. And Shush looking like he's primed to get frisky. Flash.
Covered.
It may blind him, but he's got support. And he's got the confidence to start swinging for the stairs. So right hot on the heels of what's left of MIBR. Molotov, weird bounce. Look at that.
Yeah, there's no one in canals, actually, so Shush can just go. He has free roam now. He's going to work on a flank, a massive one. They still have to worry about the mid-split, the camera split to A, but not really, just a full A attack.
And Shush catching the kill to
Is Dexter
exit.
just looking up, too? Yeah, they just know canals is open. Like, MIBR don't know, but they've already lost this round.
They think they have the element of surprise, but in reality, Heroic far too ready. And
He's
safe
like,
now.
what is he doing there?
Just desperate to run away. There's another player in your spawn, brother. Ah, and he's going to fall for it. Shush, you slippery weasel. He's got bomb control. He's got a 5v1. And they will be 2 rounds away from victory on their opponent's map pick after what was a convincing start on their own T side. And a confident attempt in this one to just go take control on the flank.
And it was so casual from Shush. They just saw one guy falling back, or Dexter got his kill, and he immediately knew he could just flank the entire map. It was so easy for him.
Huge
Nicely
3K.
done from Shush, yeah. And that's the kind of thing you don't like call for someone. You just got to have the quality of player to know when they can make a move like that. Shush is that guy.
Yeah, I trust him with those kinds of... I think Shush just has great risk assessment.
100%.
He's not going to make that move when it's the wrong time. And he will never do it too often as to become predictable. I feel like it's hard to get a read on what Shush is up to in the server. Because he can also play halves so incredibly passive that you don't expect him to be in your spawn. But alas, when he is, he's also 15-9. That's right, folks. Tying Degster at the top of the scoreboard. His debut after a year without officials going swimmingly. And he believed in himself to come back with a strong team, not wanting to have to be a carry in a lesser roster again, as he was in OG. But to be a piece of something bigger is what he held out for, and it is what he has found. Kixan with a shooting gallery being set up outside of middle. Do they go through his smoke? No need to go through it. They'll go over top. And Tesses takes two. He gets the players in the back as BRN gets his hands on the AK. Shush slides up from camera. Quick support out as well from Temple. Nertz will waste no time lining it up, keeping pressure at an all-time high. And just when they thought they had something to work with, Heroic fight fire with fire.
From the perspective we watched, it didn't look like Tesses got anything. 2 headshots in the back, and the guy up front gets a trade and is so confused, scratching his head as they form this snake to walk up the bridge. That is a unfortunate round for MIBR, but they did really lose that, honestly. Oh, and it's the boost over top of the smoke. That got them the Deagle kill. It's a nice start to the round, but a quick close all the same. So 6-round difference, and Heroic, no massive advantage over MIBR on this one. There's not all the utility that MIBR would like, but definitely enough to win a T round here on Anubis.
Opening it up, though.
Another one for Insani.
Down to 13 health, but
it's gotten quite a few openers.
And he's really just been the only impressive individual piece of MIBR so far in this map.
Definitely. Yeah.
Every single one of them having pretty similar disappointing scores, barring Insani. So he brought it to the table, but Shush. Ooh, you cheese ball on the side of the smoke. It's a hell of a lot of firepower coming through the smoke, so he will be toppled. And his rotator too. A second one coming out from MIBR to hang on to man advantage. A smoke ahead of them by their own volition.
This play always allows the CT to get closer, even though it helps you scale out.
And maybe you read into that, maybe you catch Nertz, maybe you leave. But you've given him a little more cover. And Insani is the looming threat out from mid. Nertz keeping his head on a swivel and his body in cover. He will bring Exit down with him, and we've got Degster in a clutch.
1v2.
You know he can do it, but he's just so far removed from the play.
But you know what? It's Degster.
Doesn't understand the word save. First player's low health, that's the contact you want. If he comes out looking the right way, but Insani's got helping hands, and MIBR take a 7th.
Okay. I think that comes down to Exit's kill again. That was the same main kill that he got at a previous round that helped him win the round. It's just so key that they found this trade. And Tesses, again, he's had kind of a rough time this game, but these last 2 rounds, he at least got his 2 kills through the smoke into 1 here. But actually staying alive, I think, would have done Heroic more of a favor. There's no way to prevent that death, really, though. It's going to happen sometimes. You die through a smoke. Luckily, Heroic have a lead to play with.
Insani playing with fire. The numbers are here to definitely overwhelm the B site if the CTs don't go big. But that's a big if. As Nertz's impact has been undeniable. He'll drop a little more util into the dark room. And it's not like MIBR are active anywhere else on the map, so you can start to see Heroic's long A push brewing. Utility announcing the intentions of the attack. And a second smoke to take Tesses' angle away. So total denial of vision. And what could be MIBR as a pack.
Well, that volley,
Could have been them into the bomb site, but Nertz shaving one off, throws a spanner in the works. Kixan looking for his chance to just charge down bomb, and sure enough, he denies the plan.
And they get away.
Now there's no smokes to cross. Now you've got Shush breathing down your neck, and with a player on jail, he'll line up the spray. Safe is the only saving grace, but a 1v4 is what he needs, and a 1v4 feels like too much of an ask. Long control held, Degster denies it, and a 13-7 for Heroic to kick off our series.
That kind of play right there is a perfect example of like what kind of team and Operation Kicksand runs. He's happy to, in the moment, come up with something that looks a little risky, but it's cohesive. He does it with his teammate, they agree to do it, and they get in and out too. They don't overcommit to jumping through the smoke and then fighting till the death. And I think that those plays are what make them so hard to figure out how to beat Heroic sometimes. So well done from Heroic. I mean, what a debut overall. Everybody played well, including Degster, who was the star of the show on pistol rounds, had many op shots. He was the better opper in the server of the two teams. There was, I don't know, a rising tide there because everybody basically succeeded on Heroic.
It's the exact kind of debut that you want for a guy like Degster. You know, if I'm sat here doubting whether or not a year of ring rust is going to hold him back and he gets a 3K in the pistol with 4 bullets, you know, like he hasn't skipped a beat. And some nice shots from the AWP as well. But I think Kicksand's impact, not just in the calling, but his individual level and his playmaking throughout this entire map was so impactful. So shout out Kicksand and shout out to the new Heroic. A convincing victory in a head-to-head where I thought maybe the team play of MIBR and their recent improvements would offer a challenge. But this was Heroic from start to finish.
And they picked Anubis as well. So now they're going to go into Heroic's map pick of Dust 2, which is really interesting because, I mean, it's a pick, but it's not really a punish, I think, for anybody. And I can totally see why Heroic would want to pick it on low practice. And that Dexter could definitely be good at it easily. And also could take over the game very easily. It's kind of a good map pool for a player like Dexter in that regard. Lots of scrappy maps, lots of room for individualistic abilities. And it might be nice for Heroic overall, who like to play a very aggressive and explosive playstyle.
The fadeaway dual Beretta kill, just, you know, highlight after highlight, really. And when we look at MIBR's hope throughout this first map, it really did hinge entirely on Insani. Any of the moments where they looked to take it back, yes, there's this entry from Exit as well that kind of threw a bit of an extension to our Anubis play. But Insani brought the promise that we had hoped. Unfortunately for him, he didn't quite have a second star on MIBR to work with.
So this highlight package is mostly filled with Heroic because it was just Insani. But I think for a lot of people watching, it is just about the Heroic debut more so than MIBR getting better, although that is also a concurrent story. And I think there is an expectation that MIBR shows some of that at some point. And unfortunately, I think a lot of that could come down to this Heroic matchup because there are a lot of good teams here.
Well, I mean, MIBR go back to Brazil. They do great. MIBR are playing these Tier 2 LAN events in the Challenger circuit. They're doing great. But, you know, we started this whole conversation with comparing stats of Insani to Nertz and, you know, recognizing Heroic just play higher competition. And within that level of competition, they still thrive. So, shockingly, Shush is the guy to take over the scoreboard by the end of that. Over 100 ADR. Props to Shush. Yet another instance of his return to the top of this Heroic lineup and one of the best in his role in the entire damn world.
Top 2, if you ask me. I mean, it's him and Perfecto, essentially best anchors, period. I think he's still the best in my opinion. Like, when I watch him play, I think there's so many things, protocols that are just like the best way to do things, and he just consistently executes on them. But then also pulls out a play like flanking your entire spawn every once in a while.
Well, I mean, how many times did he push beyond long A? Just the once.
Yeah.
And look what it net them. A beautiful 3K, a round-winning decision from Shush. You know, he doesn't spam those kinds of plays, and I think that's what makes him so difficult to read. And when he knows he has it, he gets it. So shout out Shush one time taking over the server, but we've got Dust 2 up next, which means we're going to unleash Degster in all his glory in just a moment. We'll see if the Brazilians can hang on to the new promising look of this Heroic.
What?
It's Chetan. It's Chetan.
But yeah, but I know. Do you know?
Coach, it's on me for sure.
Huh?
It's on me.
It's for me.
It's on you?
Yeah.
Okay. The beast from the east. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I remember the comment. Freshness is illegal. This is not me. Yeah, it cannot be me either. It has to, I think it's Guy or you.
I don't think it's me.
I don't think it's me as well. Then okay, we'll say I'm going to say Damian.
Abdul.
No, it's not. This is not me for sure. But you have the like when you look at the haircuts, for example, you are the one with the most fresh haircuts usually.
But I mean, I would say if it's about the haircut, it's like about me. Like lately, I'm not going for haircuts.
I think it's Guy.
I think I will go for me.
Legend.
Well, you know who you look like? I don't remember his name.
Ryan Gosling.
What? Okay, I know this guy. And I know about that picture.
Such a funny picture.
So we were No. We were in China and I took a picture with Xershen. Okay. So this guy.
Oh, that's funny. I know this. This is me. This guy, he was spamming so much and it just popped everywhere. And I'm pretty sure this is me.
Okay, so this is like my friend, okay? I don't know who is talking about biggest tour legend of the scene in one picture. It's like the 22nd of February. What was the tournament in February?
Aremar. Maybe you and Etro was. You're friends with them both?
I was uploading with someone of you. It has to be, it's me and someone else.
From the team or what?
From the team, yeah. No. It was after the Aremar?
I don't know.
When was the Aremar?
It was at this date.
It's my dog and me.
What is this? It's nice. Oh.
So hot. Look at them. I know, acting like cool. You know,
oh no, picture is so. Oh no. You're feeling it so hard. We others are also getting it.
I want to say
we are also getting pictures.
No, I
remember it.
I don't have.
I'm on
I don't think I have that many pictures.
I have in Facebook. Not
I also have in Facebook.
I think it's top left.
I think top left also.
Top left, you know, I think.
It's more like a feeling picture.
Or middle. I will choose middle then. You choose top left.
Oh, it's on all of them. Did you remember that?
I don't know. This is 5 years ago.
Спасибо вам за просмотр. С вами были Heroic. Болейте за нас. Всем пока.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dust 2 simulator. Dust 2 every series so far, barring one.
Unless Dinko and Blair are casting.
That's true. So we are the heart and soul of Dust 2 at the moment. Mohan, how does that make you feel?
It's weird that Boomers don't play Dust 2, Falcons.
You'd think they would, but they would also need aimers. So.
Oh, you actually need young players to play Dust 2. That's just how it goes. Actually, because you have to be kind of stupid to be good at it.
Yeah, it's true.
They're too smart.
They're just they're too good for their own good. No, it didn't work. No, did it?
Cut from the wrong jib.
Yep. Squash like a kumquat. Do you think that's what this is?
I don't.
Or is it a little fuzzy? I think it's a little fuzzy peach,
right?
Yeah, I think it's a little fuzzy peach.
Kumquat was wild.
Yeah, something like that. I think it's like more of an orange, actually, but. Alas, here we are on Mirage, sitting and waiting for map 2 of this head-to-head to begin. A head-to-head that I thought would be more competitive because I didn't have the belief in Degster to jump back in the server like that. I'll admit it. I thought he might be a little slow to it, but truth be told, pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
And on top of all that, everybody else for Heroic bringing it to the server. So
Also, I was paying attention to his nades and things, and there was one time where he was about to flash for himself, and I was like,
"Yep,
that's an individual tendency that you wouldn't need to do on a team," but he didn't do it.
Nope.
And he also had nade lineups for almost everything else, and he hit them all. So.
And a testament that he has still been in the server, just playing facets. Yeah, he's been outside of like the team Counter-Strike, but there's no denying he's been keeping himself sharp, and that's exactly what he was going to have to do to justify sitting on the bench, kind of benching himself and waiting for the best opportunity to come forth.
Yeah.
So, so far so good. It feels like he played his career intelligently by waiting on the sides for a big organization and a big opportunity, which could very well take Heroic to new heights.
Yeah.
Top 3 consistently in 3 months is what Nert said ahead of this best of 3.
We will be thinking and talking about that and repeating it, Nerds, okay? And I think it's still good, though, and again, it's something that, I'm just going to say it's probably not going to happen, but it is something that, like, if you're the player, your expectation should be to go for number 1. And I think Heroic are probably a team that should be aiming for it, but there's a lot of things that have to happen right for them, and that's a lot to expect. I mean, because, we're talking about Degster being a consistent elite opper, that Nertz is a consistent elite rifler, and that Kixan is going to be an IGL that doesn't, like, fall off or have inconsistencies. They haven't even won a tournament yet. So they can be as good as they can have all these peaks in their careers. They haven't won a tournament. You're not going to be top 3 without doing that.
And even, despite some of the great tournament starts they had at like the major, for example, with the 3-0 to begin the first stage, it then kind of just disappeared out of nowhere, almost inexplicably. So I am, kind of keeping my eyes on Heroic, hopeful, of course, because these are names that I think deserve to be in the top of Counter-Strike. But at any moment, all of a sudden, they could hit a speed bump. And then there's this question of, honeymoon periods, etc. So for now, great start. We've got Dust 2 up next, where I think on an individual level, Degster should be able to hang. I would just love to see him unleashed in this one. Every once in a while, I just want to see Degs, as much as he would benefit from continuing to play team-centric Counter-Strike, I do want a little flair sprinkled in from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, the demos I watched him on when he was playing on Amiga were Dust 2 and Train, actually. And he was rifling back then, and I think maybe picked up the op every once in a while, but like these were the maps that he was like the most free on, that it was like the most fun to watch. So, well, let's get into it. It's Dust 2, man, and MIBR Insani, like, I'm going to expect the exact same thing from him.
Yeah,
and
fair
even
point.
though he was the only one who was impressive, he was also the only one getting opening kills, and really, like, risking it every round. So he was doing a lot, but he needs way more help. He needs way more help.
He was clearly playing to win. He had that pep in his step in recovery rounds, trying to chase down kills in order to just not have to, kind of limp into saves, etc. He was playing some Counter-Strike.
He was, yeah.
But whether or not the rest of the team are in a state to do so is the question now, because we have had out of the gate a great showing from BetBoom, for example. The teams that we expect to be eliminated in group stage, I think so far out of those teams, BetBoom looking the better of the 4.
I think I might take,
I'll take BetBoom over Falcons, personally.
Over Falcons, yeah.
I would take them over Aurora, and at the moment, I would take them over MIBR. So it feels like BetBoom team themselves are the ones that are kind of on the cusp of maybe making a playoffs upset. It would have to be at the expense of Virtus Pro or Mouse, though. Whether they take Falcons down is still a question, and then you've got another dog in your way. So,
yeah. That's tougher. That's tough to do.
Yeah, James a big dog.
Yeah, and he was also in the grand finals of the last BetBoom in Dubai.
Yep.
So Yeah, it's very stiff competition, even though it's a smaller tournament. But that's why it's actually really fun. It's really fun to see these matchups, because they should be close, but like it's very clear what you need to prepare for, and like you've only got like a week of games, and like obviously all these conversations coming after Pro League, which is like 3 weeks long and massively long group stage and everything like that. So more condensed but more concentrated,
which I'm down for.
Yeah.
Great time for 3 weeks, and now we get to get into some pretty punitive formats. You know what I mean? It's 2 teams from each group and single elimination playoffs with, again, the returning champions still in the line. And at the moment, because of Spirit's debut earlier today, I think in terms of this group, they're looking fine. I'm actually a little curious if Heroic can really kind of stomp out MIBR in this second map. Heroic versus Spirit could end up being a very interesting game.
Yeah. For sure, and you get Dust too. And I think it was Zontic's in an interview just now said that he thinks that Dust 2 will be a better map for Spirit than Overpass in the long run.
Oh, really?
Which is nuts because they were like insane on Overpass.
Yeah.
But I get it. I get it. Like Shiro was always one of the best Dust 2 oppers, and then like Donk makes a lot of sense on this map. And and Heroic have 2 rounds already. That's how good they are at Dust 2.
Damn, man. Talk about a hot start. Talk about a hard start. On the plus side, we get right into the gun rounds.
This is how all games should start.
Right? Just get them in there. We don't watch knife rounds anymore.
And Dexter's 4-0.
We don't need to watch pistols either. Let's get to business. Get your business socks on. And try to hold off this cat hit, because that's where Heroic have a majority of their numbers. A chance at the long contention. But a slow burn with more utility and no commitment behind it just yet. Also getting to watch Nertz play Dust 2, I think, is going to be something that's fun.
Yes.
That explosive rifle work that we know he can put forth. Safe, drawn into the cat peak because of the smoke grenades, thinking he could maybe get ahead of something, but instead he's just found out in the open.
Yeah.
And the A site crumbles.
They actually
for
lost
free.
off that 1 kill. That's sign of a bad structure, right? Like he was kind of like going to hunt this down and fall back, but they actually have nothing in place to do anything about it.
Could have sat Goose, could have stayed ramp.
Yes.
And instead, they're done for.
Yeah. With that push, maybe it makes sense if they have also the B guys already rotating. But then in that case, like, would you even try it?
I'll try anything once. So hopefully he'll learn from that lesson.
Yeah. It's been a lot of firsts. You had Oysters once.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Whoa. Okay.
I've had Oysters plenty of times.
Oh, wait. What's the one thing you tried? Octopus.
I just tried Octopus in Toronto. And
you know
what?
Thing he's tried once is something that I've made him try.
Yep. Yep, you push my boundaries.
So, Octopus review.
Octopus review, I didn't like the rubbery texture. I didn't like the contrast between the 2 textures because it was kind of barbecued. So there was this crunchy outer shell, which then turned into a kind of like a mushy chewiness. And it was when the 2 textures had kind of separated in my mouth. I can't go between the 2. I'll take a mouthful of mush. I'll take a mouthful of crisp. But the 2 at the same time were a little weird.
And what do you think with the hard suction cups?
I didn't like that either. I don't think suction cups need to be in my mouth.
People can die, actually, if you eat the live octopus.
It gets stuck to the roof of your mouth?
No, your throat.
Ugh.
Some of my Korean friends eat live octopus.
Well, some people are into that. Not me. Not my thing. But I did take a second bite when nobody was watching, just to give it a real test.
And then?
It was better.
Oh, it was better.
Because it wasn't as crispy, so it was more consistent.
Oh, yeah, you actually liked, like, the meatier part.
But the flavor is just, I mean, there's nothing there.
Seafood, man. It's just white meat.
Yep.
Extremely white.
Just like me.
Cannibalism. You don't want to eat animals that are too active.
Yeah.
No fat content.
Like, if I had to starve to death or cannibalize Pimp,
I wouldn't eat Pimp. He'd eat you, though.
Yeah. Delicious corner.
I live 4 more days.
Pimp the kind of guy who would be starving to death and still exercising.
Yesterday you said tomorrow.
Can't stop burning calories. Dexter's got this every day of the week. Drop peeks this, gets shoved back, and then he'll join forces into the B split.
Oh.
Exit.
Not bad.
With the open door, able to topple Tessus, but now the smoke's up, so things get a little weird. There's also this cap push coming through that could end up costing Dexter. He gets active, gets caught on the doors. Things are getting weird.
Oh, he doesn't die yet.
Yeah, he's going to get swooped in from behind, so I take it back. Dexter actually leaving a little to be desired on the push.
But with tunnels control and the 2 on the site, I mean, it's a 4v3, but honestly, it's B-side.
Yeah.
Ooh, but yeah, MIBR just run from it so early.
It's a great save, though, right?
Yeah.
Pistol upgrade, op for safe for free, and the 2 M4s kept.
Yeah.
You write off the losses, let them have that 4-0 start, and just be thankful that it seemed like Dexter kind of got caught on the door.
Yeah.
I don't want to say for certain just yet, but he clearly wanted to go in for a kill, and then it got stalled out.
They do look pretty flimsy, though. They do look pretty flimsy. That's the problem with playing retake, too. Like, you see Exit even gets a kill, but the positional advantage of the site is worth more than a frag, and B-site does, too. Like, it's such an unfavorable retake that, like, a 3v4, it's still, like, it feels like you're going to win 75% of the time, 80% of the time, 3v4. If you have the site to yourself with big box, 1 under window, 1 car, or tunnels control, it's just not fun running through window with 3 people getting mowed down by 1 guy, you know?
Yeah. Ooh, almost dropped, but it's a 1 and done. Insani behind him. 3 kills on the long doors. Just when you thought you had taken control, Insani is here to support it. And so Heroic's early streak comes to a quick close.
Nice. And with 4 alive, that's very good. Takes the edge off a bit. Started off with drop. Star of the show.
Ooh. Kicksan kind of taking the leftover burst.
They got a gun for him?
Yes, sir. Everybody coming in with weapons plus the Dexter op.
Fans of the UFC, we know Dexter's got that Dagestani blood.
Yes, sir.
So he must be feared.
I heard he wrestles bears in his off time. Just like Moses, actually.
Moses wrestles bears. Creamy bears wrestles bears.
Yep.
In Michigan.
Yeah, I think they've got black bears down there. Dexter more of a grizzly. Oh, no way.
But it was the utility off short that pulled him.
Sure. But there's also that player still tucked on
no
long.
pit player.
So he was. Drop was along the wall, but he gets cleared out. Flash is good to get a second one. Missed shot, Insani. Nicely done. Putting up some kind of a defense here for his team. All 3 kills so far this round for MIBR belong to Insani.
Yep.
The bomb's going to get chucked to ramp, and as he jumps, Exit shows them the door.
Nice one, Exit. That was clean. Insani with another 3K hold, man. That's pretty dirty. I don't think like that made sense for Safe to be opping the cross when they had Insani on the ramp and they didn't have long support at all. So there was a chance they could all have gone wrong once again, if not for Insani.
That bomb throw ends up looking a little awkward, huh?
Yeah, that was funny.
But like you were saying earlier, it does feel like you should be able to throw it a little further.
Yeah.
It feels like you can only underhand it.
Yeah.
What if it had like a charge-up throw?
Yeah.
You had to wind up the bomb throw, give it an extra 3 feet.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I think it should also do damage when it hits you.
Okay. The first person to clutch by throwing a bomb in someone's face?
If a nade can hit you and it's lighter and can go farther, why can't the bomb hurt you?
You raise a valid point. Mid setup. It's got a close door player in case the Opera gets pressured. Oh! Shush, let go!
No.
From top mid, through the doors. Screw your op. And then they swarm, picking up a gun. In the process, Nert's on the AK now.
He's still alive.
1v2.
Okay.
Started off by Shush. A wonderful, costly round put forward. Little fireworks offered up here from Heroic, but a round win to Brazil nonetheless.
That was fun. That was a fun round. Ended fast. Thought it was going to go wrong for MIBR, but BRN did get 2. Exit did come in for the cleanup. And it's Sonny, always consistent.
Not bad for just pistols. Heroic back in with their next buy. Heavy B-lean spawn this time. Incredibly heavy.
So today, the last game, we'll actually get to see someone put away their artifact for the first time.
Yes, because here at the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade, when a team is eliminated, they are able to put their artifact into the trophy wall, and when all artifacts have been slotted in, only then does the trophy unlock.
I hope it has like a
rejoining
light up path.
The currently rifted multiverse that we are all within, as we are sitting in Mirage, as our friends on the stage are inside of Pool Day.
Pool Day, yeah, right.
To return us all to the same universe, we must combine the artifacts. I think.
But no one gets eliminated in this game. That's only for the next.
Hello, BRN. Love the tunnel play, but I also like that the 2 other Ts cross silently out middle.
Yeah, this is very fast.
Right?
I don't know how you could expect this.
Screw dealing with the tunnel player. Imagine not trading the tunnel player. This B-site player is going to have no idea that this is a possibility.
He's screwed.
Oh, what a cool, calm, collected play. And they flush out the lower tunnel player. BRN's got to do everything, but the nade almost ends him. 4 health. It's Degster. Done. Huge round from the lower tunnel push. Just when they thought they had them in the bag. Oh, Kicksands on the recovery. And another attempt back through the mid doors. This one's back and forth.
And Safe already showed himself.
Bomb can be grabbed and planted towards B with support in mid doors.
He got tagged on the cross. And Kicksan, he's planning this for the window. That's a rifle coming in. Possible round here for Safe. He's going fast.
Tunnel cross can be held. Safe finding it while he's blind. And we've got a critical 1v1 for Shush to try and close out. No smoke for the cross.
Oh, Safe doesn't know. He thinks that he's still just in the site somewhere. If he waits this out long enough, does Shush think that he could have already crossed? I mean, it wouldn't matter for him because he's outside the doors.
I think he's been holding it the whole time.
Yeah.
Nah, he's thinking maybe he went back around to flank mid. Sound being made in sight, and that's what gets him over.
But it's planted for windows, so he kind of has to go around awkwardly.
Doesn't even peek. Ice cold, double checks.
Whoa.
No stick, no chance. Huge attempt from BRN down in the tunnels.
Yeah, that's crazy that Kicksan finds a way to get both kills right there. Like, that's his focus, man. Like, he can like call this strat that is them walking into this, but then still focus on himself in a moment where like no one else is gonna win this round for him, right? No matter how much organizing he does for everybody else, he's the guy who's pushing through the smoke and has to get 2 back.
Yes, sir.
And he can really stay focused in moments like that. It's really impressive.
Heroic right back in with some long A pressure. They got Safe to fall back to Car. They won't catch anybody exposed, but that doesn't mean they're not right behind it. 3 members of Heroic. And as they shuffle grenades around, oof. Could be costly timing. They try to chase down the pit play, but Drop instead's just caught exposed. 2 more CTs with the op cover. They know about the player down in pit who's now locked in, but the cat push punished. Safe stuck as his teammates fall around him, and a quick CT peek to try and recover the cat control. His back's exposed, his head's been popped, and it's Heroic's pressure to get themselves a 6th.
That's awkward, man. That's another awkward setup with Safe and Insani, and at first it's a situation where like Safe comes back to fight Cat. In this situation, they get attacked from Cat again, no long control, but they don't really have a setup on the site to fall back into. They literally gave up long, lost Cat at the same time, and it's perfect for Heroic to speed up when they did. But if I was MIBR, I'd be worried about them trying to do that again, because they don't seem to have the answers. I'm not really loving what we're seeing at MIBR so far, won't lie. The first like rifle round they lose, they lose 1 player and lose the entire round. That was Safe's push on the short. And then they lose the B site, 1 player outside of B, and then they can't retake, no chance. And so like economically, I guess they played smart, but on the rounds that they've actually tried, like there hasn't been much punch behind it. It's just like Insani on long has saved 2 entire rounds by himself, and that's it.
Also, like, Drop trying to chase the pit player as if there's no chance anybody else is on doors.
That was so strange. Like, if they respected that it was in long control, they would have gone to do something else. And if they were looking for players there, I'm not sure exactly what they were surprised to find.
But it's left them in a pretty dire spot here. That 1 saved M4 has a couple of pistols upgraded around it. But at least they've put it in a doable position. Boost gets quickly unraveled, and instead just trying to supplement more and more players inside of the A site. They are starting to line up a fight towards long. M4 is locked into car. Pistols are going to leave it there on its own, going for the cat control with, a slow fast cat.
I mean, surely it gets cleared anyway, right?
Bad smoke. Bounces off the sidewalk. Safe's gonna find a USP smoke spam, but luckily Tessa's hanging on to the cat push, and Safe is just so desperate to maybe get another kill, try to grab that M4 stuck in the corner, which ultimately gets them nothing. A little damage on Degster as he jumped into pit. The pistols try to swarm Tessas, and he holds on, and Heroic just keep these winning ways rolling.
Yeah, things going swimmingly for Heroic. I mean, everything looks a lot better from their perspective. No real questions about their ideas or their execution or their individual level. Just like in the last map, almost everybody is eating. It honestly looks like MIBR have thought too much about Dust 2, and that's actually tripping them up.
Don't they know? Dust 2. Think less.
Exactly.
No real move for MIBR this round. Curious for a second if Exit would want to play in front of it. They find Cat pretty clear for the taking yet again, just banking on Safe being able to hold the Cat extension if it indeed comes his way. That grouping of Heroic players in middle at 30 seconds is looking to swarm into the B site. There goes the CT smoke. We're going to have one tunnels player. And a flashbang to set up the CT peek comes out. Insani's going to have to go big. They are indeed blind, but Shush turns around and gives them cover. Meanwhile, the tunnel player can't push out. 15 on the clock. They lose their support. Bruno Down from Platwalk with nothing. Platt with nothing. And kicks in behind boxes. Cleared out, but much like a previous round, it's a little too little, a little too late.
The setup actually almost gets into a good spot. I mean, that part jumped up watching Thor was fine after he fell out a window. It looked like it didn't work because there's something wrong with the setup, but they would have complemented each other. Like, he was watching his back inside the tunnel, so, I mean, that one just comes down to frags. It would have been a good bait and switch. Oh, you just saw me in the window. I got some damage. I moved to the front of big box. My teammate's on jump up. It wouldn't have been me, but he just needed to get the kill. Couldn't do that. So this is when MYBR had the adjustment, but not the aim.
Also, again, it's a moment for Shush to kind of scoop up some glory because I believe he kills one of the B players and then turns it on CT, right? It was the rest of their job to deal with the CT hold. He just flicks so fast as his teammates get blinded. He knows he probably has to be the one to save them.
Oh, you got all three in the site, yeah.
Disgusting round from Shush. And another top fragging performance now, back-to-back maps. So this is going to be a phenomenal series for Shush if he can keep it up to close out the few rounds that remain.
It's crazy. Him and Perfecto, it's like Perfecto leaving Na'Vi and Shush with a new Heroic are playing like their best CS as anchors, playing more to a star level.
They get the tunnel control. They don't try to hide it this time. Making it very clear to Heroic this belongs to the defense. Question will remain, do they sit around and hang on to it? No support here for Bruno, just that one MP9, huh? It's at least in a good position. TeSS back exposed, but he misses the shot. TeSS just wide swings, gets the pillar to help him out. And Insani, he'll deter the 4 for now.
Yeah, I think they just wait and actually go back in. That's just one kill very easily.
Ooh.
Oh.
Nice reaction out of drop. Chance at the lower kill too. He's got door support in the form of 2 teammates. Yet again, they forego the B site itself, and they just try to play from outside of it. Looking for the lower fight. They will get traded successfully. Exit with a big round. 2 kills to his name, 20 seconds to the clock. They're just going to have to swarm in and deal with Insani. Just got to topple him. Car player sees the contact, but Insani's going to do a good job of burning time off the clock. Exit comes in with his 3rd kill of the round, and it looks like this half closes out with a 4th.
Okay.
So a good hold inside of B sites, even despite losing that tunnels push with no frag. It's all about the cat support, the mid-door peek, and the tethering from the Brazilians.
I guess it made sense. They didn't want to look stupid going into a B site after showing so many people in tunnels, but from what we saw, it was MIPO were not going to just reinforce that and go for a cat play, and that ended up being the perfect idea to follow Heroic's next move.
Scour the notes, boys. How to stop Shush. Page 7, paragraph 3.
Shush plays B.
Yeah. Instructions unclear. Try again tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be really great to see Shush on Dust 2, actually, because, like, you know, we saw Jimpat play Dust 2 on Mouse yesterday, and it was incredible. Like, he looked like he'd been, and the team had been practicing Dust 2 for so long. He was just so in tune with the map, and I expect the same from Shush.
Yep. Leading the server again in ADR at the moment. Just great to see, because in terms of all the personalities even of the previous Heroic, you know, he's kind of the quiet guy. Same as Perfecto. And the quiet guys sometimes get left behind, but his impact can't be ignored. It's left MIBR's ears ringing. Nert's confident that he can hold off lower tunnels, sits behind box with dual Berettas. Smoke towards the door with a flash. A lot of pressure on Shush, and he gets gushed. Not to mention Nertz is dead, so this is going perfectly for MIBR. Molly back sight, window player gets tapped out, and this pistol is damn near perfection. Barely even damage versus MIBR before the bomb goes down. And so this second half may have legs to stand on.
Yeah, no problem at all for the entries. Nice firepower here from MIBR. They'll finally take one casualty. Teslas can't even make it through the wall in the head. Teslas is down. 4 players up for MIBR, and what could be a comeback started in the second half. It's definitely possible. I think this is at least a place where, you know, Insani saves 2 out of their 4 rounds on the first half over on long by himself. On the other rounds that end up B and the mid-B splits, it's hard for him to be there, you know?
Sure.
They're avoiding him.
Yep.
And so, at least now on T-side Dust 2, this is where your stars can shine.
Ooh, careful now.
Yeah, you want to get a scout fight with Dexter on Dust 2.
He did get tagged first. Just because he's sitting on a third of his health doesn't mean he's any less deadly. Nervous about that scout that he showed. All right, all right. Another waterfall mid-smoke. Flash attempt, but Exit's got it covered. Scout still floating around car, so A is definitely the bigger threat, but MIBR got numbers on it if they do choose to follow through.
Oh, they're faking mid-B and going cat? Oh, they're doing it backwards. I think they want to be going mid-B off of this. So there's 3 that they're running 2 here on A. Yeah, they think they might be of...
Yeah, but it's just a scout on 30 health.
And they
Surely
drop the flash on cat too, so it gets smoked. Yikes, this is awkward for them.
Surely you can just strong arm your way through this with no problem. It's just a pistol on your left, just a scout on ramp, and neither of those 2 players able to offer much. So yes, sketchy, but at least they follow through as a pack, and no losses thus far in round 14.
Yeah, they had to come through the smoke and nail two kills in kind of a sketchy spot, but it's fine.
Not quite. So there's the 6th. A little bit of extra money. And an MIBR to keep this game within 2.
Yeah, Nerds could have made that ugly, that's for sure.
I have one flag.
Stacking them up on long. There's a fight to be had here. Nade, good for some damage. Flash, blinds a few. But the weapons advantage too much to handle. They sign up for the fisticuffs, and it's heroic to walk away bruised.
Nice.
Good clean conversion from MIBR. This is what they need if they're going to extend this series.
It's looking much better than CT side already, but you know, another hard round will be coming up next.
You know, we said we didn't want them to overthink Dust 2, and these last 2 rounds have been pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Even coming through the smoke dangerously on catwalk. Doesn't matter. Don't overcomplicate. Don't panic rotate at 25 seconds. It is just a smoke. You still have better guns. And now they've closed that gap to just 1.
That's true. Like, good spacing makes up for all of that sometimes. But again, this is the map pick of Heroic, not MIBR. So allowing it to come through, probably no surprise that it could happen.
Yeah, they talked about it in the pre-match interview too.
Yeah.
Happy to play it, said their coach liked it. We'll see what else is in store for us. So finally, Heroic have waited patiently for these guns. They'll get them, and Safe, oof,
Jesus,
finds a little pocket there where he still hangs on to all of his health and had vision if not for that flashbang.
I got burned onto the screen like a plasma TV.
But there is nobody to hold back this mid-doors peak. CT's trying to shuffle their way through their own spawn. Looking to climb up Xbox yet again. A players have to move back as they were wary of the door play for a moment.
He's playing Hummer right now, or is he playing close left? He's playing Hummer, right?
Yes, sir. Tucked in along the wall.
Oh, and he dies. He gets spammed down by Insani.
Oh, man. By a Molotov,
There's no
maybe?
one. They don't even have mid control right now, so this is the site.
How does Insani win this duel straight up? I mean,
just through the smoke. They don't even believe they have the site. We'll see. One more kill can make the difference here if they try to re-clear into mid. And if they do it with no grenades, there's 4 CTs that are too scared to cross into the site, and there are 2 Ts waiting to potentially die. Heroic will give this up.
Damn, no char marks on the ground. Didn't get burned out from Humvee. Just looked to give up his position and gets caught.
I think, oh, there's going to be a duel right here. Oh, wow, that's Nerds going down. He probably wanted to save properly with his team if he was going to. And they're already hunting because they're holding this door cross, going all the way around. I think it was Shush was probably spamming through the tunnel smoke, and he just shot back.
Well, it's a door left open for MIBR to tie up the game. Let's keep the T side rolling. And a little dampener on Shush's performance so far in the series. Oof. Nope. Sorry, Insani. Your luck has run up.
A little expensive, honestly, for MIBR to chase in that spot, even though they're up rounds. But they would have loved to avoid the op, of course.
Ooh, he gets vision before the smoke pops.
Yeah, and it's a T smoke, so mistake there from Shush. I mean, he's taking a duel maybe he wants to take, so there's that.
Signed up for a fight and loses. And MIBR didn't waste a second on the pounce to the bomb site either.
It's never a good sign, you know, in the round if your entire round comes down to one player when you're still 5v5, right? If you lose one player, it's all over. That means there's probably not enough support over there for that fight to be taken. Better off in the server? I don't really know. I think Safe has made a fair few mistakes in the first half, so I'm not willing to say that much, but there hasn't really been Dexter presence at all, so we'll have to see about that here.
Ooh, that's a free tunnels push. Bunch of MP9s charging in, trying to take a fight. They won't find any contact. They won't find any presence, and that's going to put Dexter on high alert. So we said we haven't really seen it. Here's his round. Operating on his own.
He's coming in close.
So close to the side of that. As nades were pulled, posts on the door, flicks over, and kills drop. With a flash, he can hold the line, but we get BRN up and up close, ahead of the flashbang, not blinded, and able to drop the Opper. Fast boost in from Nerds. Ooh, not able to tuck into the cover, so now they know there's another one on Elevator, and it feels like MIBR want to sink their teeth into the flesh of this A defense. Gap on the smoke, with that MP9 close to it too. Nah, Kicksan's going to be toppled with nothing. Tess bested by the Opper, and MIBR making something now of this T-side, 9 rounds to 8.
Okay. Yeah, Heroic got decimated on this one. And Dexter's play was just fine. He could have also, well, he tried to peel back after his first kill. He found a good timing to get in there, but there was no one to punish the swing on him, right? So that's a moment where he's doing something that's really crazy by himself. And they could have easily had a rifle swinging up wider than him to trade him out, but there was nothing like that. It was him throwing his own flash to fall back and him not having time to do it.
And the flash a little deep as well. Goes just past the corner, so Bruno's peak. Full vision. And MIBR now able to see the finish line as they step forth with a 1-round lead. Pressure towards long. Again, Safe just playing the edge of it. And while it's Kixan into the pit, it's not TeSS to pull away just yet.
I like MIBR starting out with long control. They've been overall successful with it. In these late rounds, Heroic have had trouble getting back information safely.
Frees up Dexter to play catwalk this round with Op.
He's frustrated, hoping that they had tried to pull off a fake on long control to get something back. Now, MIBR don't have a perfect track record when it comes to picking sites blind. So we'll have to see if they run into the Op or not. But I don't think it's made noise yet.
We've been waiting for that Dexter moment.
No flash in place just yet for Dexter. He'll just go for the peek. It's just a nice shot. It is just a nice shot.
Doesn't let him get away with it, but there's also going to be pressure here for the B site. They open it. Wonderful.
Beautiful.
CS2. Dexter killing Bruno, dropping his own frag grenade to reopen the smoke a second time, and that is going to deter them from even following forward. Now, Safe is in the pocket with an Op. They're trying to get out from tunnels, but Shush locks down Insani, gets his sweet revenge, and it's going to leave what's left of MIBR to theoretically just walk away. Safe forgoes his control of mid. Tunnels is their safety, and so they have to let that lead slip because Dexter is set up for success.
Oh, very much so. I mean, he hit a hard shot for himself, but then the way that he transposes into CT spawn with a teammate from B helping him open up the mid B smoke. I mean, what more can you ask for when it comes to teamwork in this new game? That was great prep. That would scare me a little bit if I was MIBR because I didn't see anything like that from them.
Great team play from Heroic.
Yeah, nice contrast to last round as well, where Dexter was trying to do everything by himself.
That puts him into the green. Ties us back up at 9. But the money's flowing for MIBR. They have absolutely earned that in the second half. Momentum's still truly alive. And if not for a little individual X factor in that last round. Fast into it, Dexter once already crossed, but he'll pull the second. He's aware.
What?
And he nails it.
All right, that's a Dexter moment.
Wonderful second shot. Getting himself into the catwalk 2 rounds back-to-back. His impact's been felt, and Heroic off the back of that one will siphon more money out of the coffers for MIBR, getting ever so closer to that finish line.
It wasn't a 1-year bench, it was a 1-year break. You know he could barely see. Like, the flash was coming up. Still, difficult one. Things have changed a lot now for Heroic in these last 2 rounds because of those op kills and the tactics.
Sees the edge of him, but it's not enough. Shoulder gives Insani a chance. He commits to the spray. Kixan bests him in the duel, and despite the car pressure, it's not an opening for MIBR.
Yeah, he just has to sit against the wall. There's no way to dislodge him with the smoke still up unless they have HEs, and they don't.
But they will catch a straggler. TeSS top middle taken out of it. Luckily for him, teammate not too far off, so trade potential was high and realized. And to lock it in, it will take a single bullet. Safe, 18 health as he re-peeks into Kixan. Dropped. So 2 kills Kixan, 2 kills Dexter, and Heroic back into the lead.
Yeah, no save, and the tides turn, and this is that X factor showing through, you know, why they hired Dexter. Things were looking just a little bit more despondent for Heroic as MIBR started to make a comeback. There was no one really standing out. Dexter wasn't clearly the better offer than Safe, but we've already got 2 rounds that show us that this is impact. Like, this is impact that hasn't been felt until now. And it comes with a lead. Oh, it's a fast B.
Real quick for Shush. He'll hold off the first one, give himself a smoke to play with, confident in his M4. Fresh magazine, flash underhanded, support arrives in time. Safe trying to triangulate him, and between him and Bruno, they will at least take out the one defender, but still the smoke's taken down by frags. No kills because of it, and bomb will get planted. Solid stuff from Shush on his own.
This is a critical moment because the CTs will try the retake, and they have lots of utility, so they're going to smoke tunnels 100%.
The flash set to be popped above window, but the T's also have a Molotov that starts to burn off some pretty critical amounts of time. Here comes that second volley. TeSS charges through it. 2 kills, 3 in a row from MIBR. Just like that, they know the retake's coming. We think Heroic are set up by the util, but with the pressure high, they'll stave off the retake attempt. It's costly in the end thanks to Dexter, but it comes up Brazil nonetheless.
Yeah, not bad, man. 3v4. I mean, they had all the good spots for it. They had to play within the site, and they had counter Molotovs, so that just took the wind out of the sails to the retake entirely, and that's when it just becomes very T-sided. But still, they could have lost, so huge round out of Shush. I mean, he starts this out with 2 kills. It's literally 3v5 for a second, but once they establish, get that first frag in the site, it's all too easy. Very favorable for the T side. They need to be able to find the guy who's playing by tunnels first from the window, and instead he runs into the site, just tries to get to cover first. So that was the mistake to assist the door guys, but it's very hard to like synthesize that situation when there could be Ts anywhere. Ideally, you have under window mollied when you start to peek in, but since they countered the molly, they couldn't have guaranteed that. So here's a close game, and on very thin margins is Heroic's economy. An aggressive tactic off Cat. Normally, if you don't look at top mid, they peek off the flash. Yeah, that's the important part. It's the flash that lands over top of Cat, but they will pay for this, and it actually goes back into another boost. There's no kill, but there's actually quite a bit of damage. And I love that Dexter knows when he doesn't need to leave.
Yeah, they haven't done enough to get him off of his post.
Usually Cat's the first thing you give up, but if you don't have to, it's the fastest way to get massive information inside of middle. And this is the combo for the future. If these guys are going to be top 3, you know, that's what they're aiming for in the world. It's going to be Nerds, it's going to be Dexter working together.
Follow-up Molly.
Dexter goes to mid, I think.
This is MIBR having to understand that if they really do want this Cat control that they've been pretty consistently climbing up for, it's not coming for as free as it once was at the start of the second half. This close presence from Nerds, easy stuff. No chance you're getting through that smoke on the side of it. Nerds knowing that there's probably somebody else back here. 30 seconds to the clock.
Yeah, they failed this one. It's so long just to get Cat control. They've already lost a kill.
Dexter shouldn't worry about long. It's the Cat push that's supposed to be his priority, and, well, he lets them slip by. Now Kicksan's gonna have to keep his head down. Players out on elbow.
Oh.
And TeSS trying to jump up as they scramble back. No post-plant position for drop as he just wanted to get back into control of it. Bomb being planted for Cat nonetheless, and TeSS just plucking off freebies. 3 kills offered up to TeSS. Exit, 20 health. They have offered this 11th round back to Heroic.
They're just jumping into his arms. Exit on 22.
With 3 players to take down and a bomb that's not quite for him, he's going to have to swing out wide if they do get their footing on site, and TeSS just does everything.
Jesus. I mean, they were...
What's happened?
Why jump back to Cat? Why jump back to Cat when there's players in CT spawn that you know are there? That CTs are allowed to stand there. And then, why is Safe jumping on the baskets? And then it's Sonny jumping on a ledge. It's not a gymnasium.
Yeah, jumping.
They're on trampolines. Last one's legit. I mean, it's all legit for Tessis.
Sure.
It just looks way too easy for him.
You can only hit the shots that are presented to you.
100%.
Yeah, that one's a little scrambled. MIBR wearing moon boots. Shattered like an asteroid.
Oh.
Safe will connect to Shush through smoke yet again, but one pick on B is not a round win. They'll repost the op for only a moment, and it sees nothing in middle. That's the thing, you get the kill on Shush, but they had no map control anywhere else. So they double back, try to set themselves up in a 5v4 default.
He literally got it through the smoke. I don't know if it was the same situation where it just came up, but they're going to long control versus 2 players. Shush just got a 4K last round. Flash is coming out. It's bad, too.
TSS could take contact. This could set up the wall player wonderfully. If they get tunnel visioned on him, this could spell disaster. Yeah, they're just going to wide swing Nertz. It's a free one. Now they're looking at him, and his teammate comes out of pit. TSS, in an attempt to get a second, is sprayed down by Exit. Huge recovery, but barely, right? 17 health left over for him. Are you telling me Kicksan and Degster can't close this?
They have a player in tunnels, and BRN, I think, is trying to listen. Kicksan's playing it slow. I don't know if there's like a right move to make here from IBR, but organizing towards B makes sense based on everything they've seen. And Degster,
20 seconds.
He's been fast about coming back to this. He knows going to be B. Kicksan will be on full alert now, but does he have the chops to get these kills?
Degster won't see anything. They have a smoke for the door cross. This is entirely on Kicksan. 10 seconds to the clock, and he gets cleared hard by Bruno. Just like that, the round picked back up from MIBR. A 5v4 to start it off for free. A sketchy long fight that is won by 17 health, the difference. And from that point onwards, it's Kicksan unable to hold on his own. Tied game again.
It's actually a really important save, and it won't be easy here for Degster. He's got half the bomb to go. He's the reason that Heroic have been able to get back into this half, and I don't think they have money for it if he loses it. And he's actually fragged so well in these exits that he's saved it a couple of times, but they really want to find him. Worried about their own economy now, and MIBR will take the win at the very least. It's actually huge that Degster saves this off. It might have been their only chance to have any odds in this round.
It's a clean kill from Safe on Shush. Oof, limitations here. MP9, 5-7.
Yeah, literally. It's all about this op right now. This is like your ultimate exam, you know.
Shush
Shush
again.
dies again through the wall. Jump spotting.
Oof. Jumping and trying to throw a nade at the same time.
You quite simply can't afford those. Nertz coming in to trade this out. Is
Bomb
this
right
gonna work?
behind it.
What?
No way. Nertz comes through, tries to set up Tesses, but it's indeed Tesses who falls empty-handed.
But they get some good trades back.
They're fast. Look at the flank. Already Degster breathing down their backs.
No way.
Oh, but the jump up, it's a death. And with a player perched right outside of tunnels, it's going to be so tough for Degster to get into this.
Oh, so much damage on that.
Flashes out, tries to charge through fire. He's just burning down to nothing. Holding on by a thread with Bruno up above him. This should be an easy pickup, you'd think. Degster toying with the corner. It's 12 for MIBR.
Oh no, Shush. He's unfortunately the culprit of this half. I think it's unfortunate the way that he's died, but like, you can't die 3 times as an anchor on B. They've literally had to give away the round. A couple of situations where this has happened. Even though trades came back in right after Nertz with this push.
Big attempt.
Yeah, it was like these two back. And then Kicksan as well. Last round didn't get anything. This round struggled up there. So, well, this is a made-to-win situation here for MIBR. Last round of the game. Oh my god, they have the money advantage, but the op goes down instantly.
Degster just swinging for it. Nertz, yep, he gets lucky. They don't check. His trusty MP7, though, swapped out at the pad time, and Insani going to at least try to keep this one a little more even. You've dealt with one of the weapons that they were able to bring through, so Kicksan, Tesses, the limited pistols.
And Dexter's already thinking about where can I get something back, and they're going for the tunnels push, and it's perfect timing. There's no one here. They'll have full info once again for their air players, but they need to frag their way out of this. And actually, Tessas has pushed up, so he falls down now.
But he throws a Molotov. That turns them back as the CTs do take down to tunnels. Oof, Dexter's M4 set up, picked right back up off the ground for Shush to try to use next. Shush playing with the utility, no kit on the 3 players up, but the T's getting stringy. And if they notice the M4 is gone, they're on high alert for another player.
This is Shush's final redemption chance as he plays inside the lower tunnels. He's going to be responsible for the B site, and he split in this direction, and he finds the right time to look.
Drop down to CT, could catch them walking up. Perfect timing, but a missed shot.
Oh my God.
No way.
They're going to cheat to B, I think.
Kicksands at least here to finish off what he started. Exit gets tagged down low, but could still be on for the clutch. Ooh, he gets in through the doors, jumps back to the site and gives himself a smoke to play around with. Does he challenge? He could fight, but instead, prioritizing plant. Counter-terrorists just outside the doorway. Tess has barely health to work with. It is all about Shush, who could have had them already body bagged as he found backs turned. What's the play?
Ooh,
into the smoke goes Exit. Waiting for the door lurk, but nobody's coming through it. They're going to just try to simply trade out from window. They drop down into the site, sending shots through that smoke. Exit, he has lost them inside of it, but the bomb's not planted for him. He's trying to get vision back on it.
Oh, he got hit again, 1 HP.
1 health to make the difference. They're on top of the bomb, and they will defuse it to push this into OT. A recovery much needed from Shush.
Jesus, yeah, from Shush, he actually manages it at the end, but that one's still about Dexter, who saves the day with the upper B push. Gets his first kill, goes for the upper B push, sees no one, finds a kill off Cat, and then it's in Shush's hands. 19 kills at the end of this. He was negative before the second half started. He was the star of the show in the second half, 100%. And before it started, I was thinking, well, no impact from Dexter basically whatsoever. So a massive recovery. Exit's had a much better game this time around than we saw from him last map, which is also good. His refrags on T side were definitely spectacular. And now in overtime, it's still pretty unclear who's going to win. They went really back and forth, 2-round streaks at most for the last like 6 or so. I wouldn't want to call this too soon, but I will say that I don't think Shush is going to die that same way that he did those last 3 rounds.
What could have been their chance to close. Catching Shush slipping. Also, Dexter in that last round, the aggression off of the catwalk at the start to just swing with the M4. You're letting him power up. And he is not going to let this opportunity slip by. 20 kills off of the opening frag here in overtime.
His special ability, so good at disrespecting utility. Like, he can ignore perfect grenades.
Uh-oh. Huge nade, follow-up rate with it. Barely health left, but Insani survives.
Yeah, he didn't get it.
Dexter here with the op, not able to get a third in the round, so he's going to have to bank on his 3 remaining teammates as the catwalk still held on to by MIBR. They look to join up forces.
Oh, here. Oh my God.
Drop is between the smokes, crossing over. And if he can climb up into the site, these 2 CTs are backs turned and exposed.
They have no idea. I mean, they literally...
Great chance for Drop here.
But now, the thing is, Drop isn't going to look over. Oh my God, there was a chance that he died there. Drop. Now, at this point, they just think Drop is a guy who crossed from Cat. But at least they get this bomb down safely.
Eventually, this long lurk's going to get into place. That's going to be Shush trying to get into the equation. Nertz opping, looking for the kill, extended in elbow. Then the site player comes over the top, Drop catching him off guard. Second headshot out from Insani. Insani with a huge recovery this round. And Shush looking for the 1v3 clutch. Bomb beyond the halfway point, but with the smoke to cross and a Molotov for Gandalf, plus the frag to stop the cross, he gets him zoned in, and Insani now down. It's a single frag to deny it, and it easily clear him because Shush was so desperate to climb up.
Yeah, that would have been actually nuts if he pulled that off. Honestly, if he just went for HE first and mollied Cat, there was a real chance that he did it, but nearly zoned him into the nade. That was a pretty cool effort, but MIBR have been really solid in post-plant positions, even if it's low numbers. Lots of pressure coming back on them. And Drop is the one who, just walking onto the site, was able to allow for that plant in the time that it got down. So Heroic will use their last timeout here in overtime, and you can see that Sauce talking about what to do next.
Great chance to keep this T-side momentum going from regulation to overtime. Insani with the runway to succeed, but Degster has been the X factor for Heroic across the map, and he's got ops for days. Shush again, close tunnels, stops it with the Molotov. Degster comes through, picks up the front runner, and just like that, they stop on tunnels, but do indeed walk out through those doors. Oh, Nerds dunks it on Drop as he tries to join the climb up to Xbox. And he's over, I mean, where's he throw that from? CT through door?
I don't even know.
Over the top of mid? Nerds with a hell of a homing missile tries to go for the peek off ramp, and it's TeSS, in fact, to find the kill. Nerds doing a great job of staying alive, drawing them forward. He's a huge distraction with the flash to boot, climbs up, looking for a little bit more as they are toppled on the approach. Nobody able to get into that bomb site for free, and the pressure from Heroic is from round start to round finish.
Yeah, he's so annoying right there. I think he maybe picks it up and jumps, throws the nade over top of mid.
Oh, no, it's from Catwalk. It's from elbow.
Oh, okay.
Open skybox. He throws that from elbow. I think?
What, no, what do
no, it must
no,
have been CT
anything.
spawn behind the box.
Yeah.
He threw it through that New York, Ireland portal.
Rip Pop Smoke.
Yeah, that had to be deep CT. Already deaths. Fast out of the gate. Down by 1, and Degster's on the sideline. Degster's been your X factor 2 rounds in a row.
Well, they are hoping it's going to be an A-side exec. Shush smoking from very far play, playing retake and just spotting and trying to make sure they don't go mid to anything or lurk for the CTs. But this would be a very hard retake to win, so not the best position for Heroic to be in, even though it could be worse.
Nobody to slow them down this time. No Nerts on ramp, no Degster, close cat, and so bomb plant, no sweat. Looking like 2 T round wins for MIBR in overtime, unless TeSS can get frisky. Ooh, 3 players present themselves. Insani with a double to close it.
Yep, another big one for Insani.
And MIBR back on top.
Looking like they're leveling up as well as the rounds go on and showing a little bit more, taking the A site with this split. Much better now, but they had some issues on CT side. It looked a little bit more exploitable then. I think Degster showed a good CT side. MIBR had some issues on CT side. Should make for an interesting OT and a second try for both teams. Terrorists win. 15 to tie and go to a second overtime, and 16 to win it. We didn't see T-side op impact from Degster.
No, sir. So we will see if it's half dependent or whether he's just kind of powered up into map 2.
We also don't see Anubis Kicksan.
Fair. There's the impact though. You want it, you got it.
Yeah, just walked into it. Nothing special about it. Just positional play here that wins the round.
But top mid push. TSS going to be the victim of Insani. They double back from long into the fight, and Insani's so ready. Great first bullet accuracy.
So confident.
They've still got this Opper stuck, but the B walkout from Nertz. He tries to get through smoke and instead is clipped by Exit watching doors. 2v4.
And we've still got Degster inside of spawn, waiting with the op.
For all he knows, Insani's still creeping up close, but that's not the case. He's given away the top mid control, which would allow for the T's to join forces, but he's still cautious as Shush looks to do his own thing. Oof, good kill from Drop, who's been struggling throughout this second map of the series. So 15 looks locked in, even despite a 4v5 out of the gate. MIBR decide they're going to send Insani unleash top mid.
And this has been a problem for Heroic. If they lose a kill, sometimes that's just the thread that pulls apart the ball of yarn. It's the same thing that has happened to MIBR on their CT side. Great play from Insani when they needed it in a 4v5.
Easy.
Yes. And a 15th locked in and a match point secured. It's all about the second one. Oof.
Well, Exit wasn't lying when he said that they were ready to play some Dust 2. Heroic aren't done just yet, but Insani, who thrived top mid last round, is looking to come back at it. Is Degster posted and waiting? No, he's looking to join forces with the majority of the team outside the doors.
They don't think he'd be brazen enough. Safe out mid. Surely this works, actually, for MIBR.
Oh, Degster's holding it now. 3 rifles to work down long.
They don't hear anything, and they have tunnels control, so they are suspicious of mid. I think they're just trying to convince themselves that MIBR would try it again.
Excuse me, Shush on the flank. But he's also the bomb, so...
The thing is, you don't have to go back to mid with just long control if you want to. Oh,
Insani's starting to activate.
Corner, yeah. Crossing the minute now.
Site players are going to have to post something, at the very least slow him down. Shush is still holding the flank just in case, but eventually he's going to have to get going as he does carry the bomb.
Here comes Insani. Bomb is so close by.
Making sound and running, but doesn't get around the corner. Dropped bomb could spell disaster at 40 seconds. There's still a lurk towards lower tunnels. Kicksan drops his chance, and Safe will connect to Nertz as well. So all 3 of the riflers that get out long do nothing. Degster will reclaim 1, but it's him and TSS against the world. Against a map 2 loss, TSS will post a single frag, and everything else has to be Degster. But that's fine. He's good to try it on his own. Clipped on the cross. Safe will provide the closing kill, and MIBR not done just yet.
No, they aren't. That's actually a great win in the end, where MIBR showed a lot more strength on their CT side, got better on T side, stood up to Heroic, who are a map up and had an advantage in a lot of that game, especially coming out of the first half. So I think they kind of rose to the occasion and they got warmed up live. And I think at least this time, you know, we saw Insani have impact on map 1. Now we see him have impact on map 2, but with some other teammates.
Yep, and unfortunately, as much as MIBR are heating up, it's safe to say some of Heroic's members cooling off. Kicksan with a notable drop-off between map 1 and 2.
And Shush really struggling on CT side. I mean,
those 3 rounds.
Such key times to die.
Ends up costing them, so unfortunately, you know, they're going to be looking at that as kind of the glaring issue that allows for overtime to even happen. And then once OT started, no chance. Insani smelt blood in the water again. Those top mid pushes, not once but twice, stopping the bomb in the second attempt and just straight up killing everybody the round prior. So Dust 2, selected by Heroic, but what do we say? It's a tough map to pick. Usually our decider. And some good moments back and forth for everybody, right? Even Safe's off, even though it wasn't maybe as white-hot as Degster's. Critical kills from most of the team of MIBR. Poor Drop was on a bit of a struggle, but hey, map win's a map win, and this extends our series to the 3rd.
Yes, which is ancient, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, which is also going to be fun. And we did get some really good highlights out of Dexter. He wasn't like consistent throughout. I think you kind of missed out on in the first half a little bit, but he was by far, like, definitely not the person that we needed to watch to, you know, make more things happen. Nerds, Tessus, Shush, and Kixan all were a lot weaker here on Dust 2 than they were on Map 1.
You know what's kind of crazy? Dexter's return to officials has been more successful than Simple's.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what happens when Heroic play Metasport, okay? So.
With a longer... okay, actually, that's to be fair, that was online. You're right. Yeah, a little different. But if you want to exaggerate for dramatic effect, we could run with that narrative.
That Dexter is better than Simple?
It might be the case. Time will tell.
I'll let you have that one. Enjoy.
No cosign? Okay, I take it back. I don't have the authority. Nert's trying his damnedest to keep them going as well in that very, very critical round 23. The 2v2 that could have been, but unfortunately, poor TSS getting caught out in the window climb. These shots from Dexter were impressive, but nobody else able to really keep up. You know, some key trades from Safe in those moments.
And honestly, after seeing BetBoom Mouse Dust 2, like, this is like such a step down, I'd say, from both, like, comparing both teams. Where Mouse are just like so much better, especially on the B anchoring, especially on the T side calls, on like individual level between everybody. And even BetBoom, it looks like, would have probably beat both of these teams based on how close they got in that matchup. So, yeah, it was a good Dust 2, but not great.
No. And it's just nice to see, I think, Insani across this series, going back to map 1, yes, the rest of the team kind of maybe too heavy for him to drag over the finish line, but he was still performing noticeably better than the rest of the team. We put him on Dust 2. He puts forth a great performance, you know, something I think like 26 final frags, and was that indeed the case? 24, excuse me. Him and Exit being like the two at the top that really just found their impact. And I would say Insani, notably in overtime, had just impact after impact to close this out 16-13.
Yeah. Insani's scores actually goes always beyond his actual scoreboard because the opening kills, whereas Exits were really great refrags and 2K refrags when the CT defense would like answer back after an opening kill. So they both had considerable impact, and it did take like a lot of effort from everybody, but that's what you love to see. Insani, Exit, Impact, or sorry, Insani, Exit, and Safe up there at the top.
And unfortunately for Shush, it wasn't a particularly bad map, but just 3 critical deaths that ended up giving up the B side.
Kills are one thing, but those were like, that could have been 6 rounds maybe if it resulted in saves afterwards.
Yes,
so
sir.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad CT side overall.
Yeah, MVP of map 2, Insani, 24 and 19. Just, again, I think emphasis on the overtime impact. As that game got tight, he's definitely what pulled them ahead in the non-regulation rounds. And for that reason, we do indeed go map 3. So Heroic started hot, Dexter back-to-back, but what is in store for this decider? Can Heroic tap back into their Anubis victory, or do MIBR upset in this opening best-of-3?
Contei. Contei.
I already have my guess.
1, 2, 3.
We really lost? No, just wait. We really lost? Bro, you're so bad. Bro, it was like electronic music and actually was like...
O safe tava parado, pô. O safe tava assim.
Let's get it now.
pretty sure that I'm right this time.
Conta aí.
You count.
Conta.
You go.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, we are so bad at this game, man.
It's him? He was so bad at the first two that in the third we just saw
I
it
was
was his
sure it
normal.
was accident.
This
I
is
was sure it
his
was
normal.
accident.
But I was just looking at you, like when the drop just come, you were just like this. Yeah. Like I was just expecting something different from him, so.
Alastrado safe. Puta que pariu, velho.
Welcome back, everybody, for Map 3 of Heroic versus MIBR. A series that I think, Heroic could have walked away with if their Dust 2 had a couple closer rounds. But MIBR hang on off the back of a great performance from Insani, Safe, and Exit. The three-player core of this Brazilian team has come to fruition to push our series to a third. And now the Dagster debut, it may be wasted.
Oh, they tainted it. Yeah, at least they did, because it is also the map pick of Heroic, but they stole the map pick of MIBR with a performance out of Dagster that was pretty remarkable, on top of everybody playing very well. And also Exit was like particularly rough on that map when they needed his sort of fragging output. So I think this is a nice decider. I think it's great to both highlight individual level comfort for both these squads, and then also I think to just get one more piece of information to see what Dagster can do, because he's actually the one player so far in the entire server that's been good on both maps.
Yep.
Actually, sorry, him and Insani, but Dagster even better.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Insani, a little bit better than the rest, but not enough to change the outcome of Anubis whatsoever. Dagster almost kept Dust 2 within grasp. So if not for Insani's overtime impact, then maybe we're talking about a double OT or a Heroic 2-0, but that's not to be had today. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. Heroic sitting in the darkness, basking in the gloom of their Map 2 loss. Oh, what could have been a short day for this new Dagster Heroic fusion is instead going to have to be a challenge on Map 3.
It's okay to have new team struggles, but not if you're trying to be top 3 in the world, nerds.
That's true.
Not if you're trying to be top 3 in the world in 3 months.
It's not even, if you were to say, like, I'm going to peak in top 3, this roster can be top 3. It's just 3 months felt like a really short turnaround.
And consistent. Top 3 consistent. He has been in top 3 with Ents?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's like, guys, just follow me. I know how to get there.
Yeah, right. And Saw too, so at least he's got a, he's got a piece of that still.
Yeah, they do have the coach, the IGL, the star players, and the anchor.
I mean, if you include Saw, 4 of these 6 players have sat in top 3 for quite some time with Heroic's run in the past. So the capability is there. It's just a matter of making it all come back together. And for, of course, Kixan to keep hands on the reins and not let this chariot get out of control.
MIBR like, that's cool. We're going to beat them. They were every bit as good as they were on Dust 2, so.
And MIBR, again, success as of late. Champions of ESL Challenger Melbourne. Pretty consistent in their European practicing. One of these rosters that does get outside of their domestic region for international competition. For better or for worse, doesn't matter. Reps are reps. And I think at the moment, proving that they are able to kick it up a notch. Whether they can do it back-to-back maps in this series, whether they can cool off a very hot-handed Dagster, that is still to be seen.
What do you think, actually?
Not a lot. What do I think about what?
If they can win.
MIBR?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah.
I had this, painted 50-50.
50-50.
But I thought it was going to come in because of maybe Dagster's shortcomings.
Okay.
And I thought that'd be why it would be a little bit closer. To be honest with you, I think it is still kind of 50-50 because any inconsistencies I can look at in Heroic, I can also just paint the same picture for MIBR.
Yep.
Big star potential, X factor to win certain rounds. Always, I thought this was pretty close.
Maybe less star potential on MIBR?
Certainly, yeah. But I just mean more so like a team built around a clear star and a player who plays like a star when he needs to, because that is the role he fills.
So maybe this one comes down to Safe. I think he is also like pretty infamously like an ancient player. Like we've seen big ancient games from him both on Pain and Furia in the past, and I wasn't very impressed this series with Safe. No matter how many kills he got, I saw a lot of mistakes, and I never saw him be more impactful than Dagster was on either map. So I think Ancients, if there's that combo of Insani and Safe, then maybe I would feel more comfortable looking at like this MIBR team as a better team in general right now. They have been together for some time now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're so used to MIBR making a roster move like every 2 months.
It's nice to see some consistency. And again, consistency with an injection of 2 players who had a chance to be at, you know, the top Brazilian team in Safe and Drop's Furious stint. And in I'd say a region where notoriously buyouts are so difficult to get star power players, it is great for them to have locked in Insani like they have. You know, they definitely brought him to the forefront of the region.
Where are these lawyers that are like telling players not to like let people do insane buyouts so that they have freedom in their future and their contracts?
I don't know.
Like someone's got to be like protecting them or like looking out for their interests, right?
You'd hope.
Doesn't even make sense that these orgs are getting these crazy buyouts. It's just ruining the whole region.
Yep, it's preventing a lot of movement between teams. I mean, just look at the Pain Major run, right? The Pain Major happens, and then one of the 5 players, who was it, that was on loan in some kind of contract lock, and now the exact 5 that were just in the Copenhagen Major turning heads and finding success are no longer able to play together. Who was that?
The Skulls Zeppy Pain?
No. The most recent Pain.
Oh, the most recent Pain.
Yeah.
Oh, like Kawez Biguzera and...
Yep. Who was it? They lost one of their 5.
Oh, like just now?
Just now.
Oh, okay. I didn't even hear about this. Map 3 is Ancient as we kick off the end to this series, which could actually stir up something interesting in this group. So we'll find out who's going to be the better team. It'll be decided right here. It seems like only right after how close Dust 2 was anyway. Even if Heroic won it, it would have been so clear. And we'll also get a knife round. So this is going to the 3rd map.
Yeah!
Heroic don't want to waste time for it.
If you could bring one melee weapon into Counter-Strike, what would it be? One new type of melee weapon.
A Japanese chef knife.
Okay, sure.
I don't know any other real. I don't really know other knives.
Doesn't have to be.
Every time I see a knife that comes into CS, I go, "Damn, what is that? Is that real?"
I mean, you could just think of, I mean, there's a long list of medieval melee weapons: maces, morning stars, battle axes, one-handed axes, quarterstaffs.
Oh, okay.
Glaives.
Oh, a scimitar.
A scimitar, katanas, hooks.
Ooh, a katana though.
But it would have to be knife length.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what are you
talking
talking about?
You get like a little hammer, you know, like a little morning star, just a little handheld one.
Okay. I'll take a little scimitar then.
Just a little tiny scimitar. Just
but then I could just get a little axe.
Yeah, just want a little tiny axe.
Yeah.
A little hand axe.
Okay.
Chop off some fingers.
What?
And that's Counter-Strike, folks.
The Heroic comms?
Heroic to the CT side. Map 3. Decider here, folks. Winner goes on to have the pleasure of playing Donk and Team Spirit. Loser versus Aurora for elimination. Opening kill goes to MIBR. Quick shuffle of defense back to the A site, which is most certainly under pressure. It's Insani trying to take that deep angle as he drive-by spams towards CT lane and waits for the temple peek. It's a fast donut flank that almost causes concern, but Shush gets cleared out by Safe. It's held on to. No trade immediately versus Insani, who is off to the races again. 3 kills in the opening pistol. From overtime map 2 to the pistol of round 3, he is all good.
Yeah, man. It's actually pretty big for MIBR. They get to start on this T side. And I think, like, yeah, Insani could really raise hell at this moment. It's also between him and Safe to get all these frags. We'll see if this is scary for Heroic. We've also got a combination of, like, you know, Ancient players that have all played Ancient quite a lot, though. Pretty much everyone does, honestly.
It was Nissim, by the way. Nissim returns to Sharks after Pain loan deal expires.
Oh, yeah, there was something where it was like they base it on his performance at the major and then they raise the price for
Yes.
some stupid nonsense like that. Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Lawyers,
messing
folks.
with these people's careers.
They're worth it.
I mean, the sad part is they would have had a lawyer, you know?
Good lawyers, folks.
Yeah.
Worth it.
They're expensive because they're worth it.
Mm-hmm. That they are. Easy stat padding for drop this round. Good. I feel like, you know, off of his map 2 performance, shake it off, get a little easy 3K. He's looking for a better performance on the decider map than the rest of the series too. That's what Kicksan would love to tap back into. His map 1 was insanity. Fast one. MIBR thinking they could just charge headstrong into the B site, held back by Tesses at first. Kicksan unable to get a multi-frag, but at least it is a softened up exit for his teammates to try and clear out. Fast pressure coming out from Dexter. Nice control for the second kill. Poor Safe can't get anything done, and that early damage versus exit should be enough to get Heroic's first round win. Easy. Should be. Exit actually able to best Dexter, but the flank will find him. Head turned. Heroic's first real quick.
Yeah, looked good too. I mean, they were right there, ready for the rush into the site. I actually like the call from MIBR. I think it would just be so deflating for Heroic to never really just get into the map, especially losing to a fast round to follow up, but no trade on Dexter, no molly back long. And I think that just allows him to fight so easily. They were still technically crossing up into the site while they were planting and not actually having control of anything. Dexter on Ancient makes a lot of sense to me too, though I can't really remember it. Running down mid and jumping up onto Heaven, I think it's just a play that was made for him. But it'll be nerfed as well to do that. Whoa!
Lovely stuff.
That is ridiculous damage. No one from Heroic goes down.
Jesus. This round's done in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Landers.
10 seconds.
That's how that one took.
That's ridiculous.
That's a sick 2K from Nerds, Dad.
I like vaguely understand where what the reference is to.
Do you guys like Beyblades? Do you ever play Minecraft?
Let him whip.
Do you watch Mr. Beast?
There's a new Mr. Beast video out. It's definitely some problematic character from South Park. No chance, man. It really just did come down to that.
This round has been over for a minute and a half.
Yeah, literally.
Well done from Nerds. Nerds and Shush just combining. I mean, they take a ton of damage in response, but that's the reality of playing aggressive front-facing mid-control on Ancient. And look what it nets them. Fast, convincing round win that even if they had died in the process, a late trade frag from MIBR, you got the rest of Heroic to clean house. So solid stuff. Sending a bit of a message, I think, too.
Yeah, it is. It was like the message came from MIBR, and literally, Heroic just answered back immediately. This is really sick from Nerds. I mean, he lines it up through the smoke perfectly, but in a way that it is muscle memory. He doesn't need to see anything.
And why not take this chance during the timeout to follow Fissure?
Follow Fissure.
Click follow down below.
That was a chicken with a backpack on.
Mm-hmm.
And the follow Fissure banner sticking out of it, I think.
Hey, man. Everyone deserves an education.
Even the birds.
I'm out to try and make sense of that sheer tempo coming out from Shush and Nertz last round. See if they run it back. Yeah, and Sonny's got the... Nope, okay. Kicksand's opener, that was down the B ramp.
Yeah, this is the kind of only play that makes sense sort of from MIBR, but they lost a player already. Shush, will he get taken advantage of? No, he won't. Perfect flash dodge.
Yep. Perfect spot to dodge that flashbang, using the edge of the box wonderfully, popping open the smoke to soften drop, and a teammate rotates in. So you're not going to get the wool over Shush's eyes twice. Well, four times. Yeah. You know, I feel like Shush is the kind of guy to just get up, brush himself off, and whoop your ass on map 3.
Some people, like Jim Pat, don't have to learn Dust 2 again, but maybe Shush does.
Deep ramp control from Kicksand so that he can get his second kill. That's where he opened up shop as well. Early pressure was between him and Nertz, really. Again, you know, Shush wasn't part of the mid climb up, but Nertz did still take to the front of middle, saw that there was no presence, no pressure from MIBR, and I feel like that is indeed what kept Shush on such high alert. But even without a mid fight, Kicksand's still 5v4 early. They're just trying to get into ramp, but nah, you ain't getting anywhere. You're done. Toast. Cooked. MIBR find nothing this round to be proud of.
Yeah, they're going to have an answer for this default. I don't know. Going through into the A site like that was a little bit too obvious. Through the smoke, after mid was taken, after B was explored already, after a first kill came from Heroic, they were basically expecting Heroic to be really, really sloppy to let this take place. And if I'm Heroic, I just do the same thing again. Just copy and paste mid.
Yep.
Wait for the reaction. So if they try to B rush as well, and throwing that out there and knowing that doesn't work, that's also bad.
Nice deep smoke. Oh, MIBR feel like they are just red.
Yeah, this is Ancient when you're definitely like sort of a tier below, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Very punitive. Like fish in an aquarium. They're just staring at the walls, trying to get out, and instead it is a mow down from Tesses. A desperate attempt to charge through the ramp smoke. 1 kill for Exit's all they're going to get, and that one was Heroic from start to finish.
It's unfortunately a game of patience if you don't have anything else to do. Any busy work around the map to kill time. While B gets taken, mid gets taken over. Doesn't seem like they know how to fight for it without just going right for the site itself. And you can always try to take your config spawn every once in a while to get out mid, but the counter utility is just so strong.
Ooh, they will find A open if they do creep out, but any hesitation here is buying time for Shush to creep back from Donut. And he's wary, but they are already around that corner. Shush clean with the first and softening up drop to boot. There's another Donut player in Nertz who's already gotten ahead of that Molotov.
Yeah, that didn't really do much.
Nah, it would stop a mid play, but he's already in the corner. He's going to charge down the bomb plant. He gets him off it, drops the bomb with the frag. Beautiful pressure from Nertz. Unfortunately for MIBR, just thinking that they were ahead of the curve. Because they caught maybe Shush slipping.
Yeah.
They thought hopefully Nertz was on the other side of that molly, but it's not the case. He's hot on their heels.
Yeah. No, it's just sort of a silly play, though, from drop, right? If you molly it, they don't have to push in. They just have to make sure that that Donut guy can't stop the plant. But they need to play for something else. Because he's clearing over top of the molly, and they can literally stand on the other side that's open. So what is the actual value of just mollying yourself out of Donut and still now someone to stand there? But this timing for Shush is everything for the anchor on the site, is to find a fight through the signpost as they're coming out and then be able to fall back afterwards. Zonut is strong, but once it gets smoked out, you're pretty much useless. And he finds that timing. This game's looking a little bit too obvious for Heroic so far.
Nerds though. Oh, that flash.
My God.
And Sonny,
what?
He comes out of it.
Nerds did not help at all right there. What was going on?
A little delayed. Meanwhile, Degster gets swarmed, and an AWP has now been given over to Drop. Missed chance to stop one of the two Donut players. Third and last remaining member of Heroics actually coming out from spawn, but TeSeS challenges around the smoke. It gets popped open, and he hasn't been spotted. He's got a good position. AWP shot comes through, taking some of his health off. Now they know about him, but it still gets stalled out.
There's no utility, huh, for the T's to do anything from here except for wait for an opportunity. Oh, it's not cleared.
Has to make sure he holds on to the lane or else TeSeS could have been compromised. Now Bomb is stuck in the open. They're going to chuck Util out. Safe's just jumping into the crosshair of Kixan. Everybody feeling stranded. MIBR had a golden ticket of a hit into this site.
Oh, they lost him.
Last player loses track of him. And now Nerds in the 1v1 versus Exit. He crosses over into the cover, gives himself a better chance. Looking for the duel versus just the pistol. And he's got the incendiary if he wants to.
He's scared because it's a Tech 9, and maybe he's right. But this is a lot of respect, honestly.
Fighting in the open, he will end it. Heroic recover in a 3v4 that looked like they were completely out of.
Yeah, that's the troubles with A site. You need so much utility to get the bomb down safely. Either you get the kills fast and plant right away before the rotations come in, or you're in a long, arduous battle to like get utility from your opponents. Because like taking over Temple doesn't even get you a plant, right? Getting Donut means that like you pretty much already won the round if you got the site and Donut from kills. If you can't get those, then
it's when Donut was smoked that I thought they would really prioritize it.
Get it
That's
down.
when they let TeSeS get out.
Yeah, that's when you get it down.
And once TeSeS was out, they were done. So 6-2 the opening here for Heroic. Popping smokes in Red Room works excellently to drop Insani. And if Insani's down, MIBR 10-2. Cave player ruffling some feathers as Drop silently creeps closer to Red, but as he gets closer, they get further. His whole entire team is dead, and it is only Drop in a 1v5 left over. Heroic are taking no prisoners at the start of this third map.
Yeah, two different tiers of CS right now when it comes to Ancient. Lots to learn for MIBR, but I don't know if they're going to do it within this half. Everything that Heroic want them to do, they're running right into it.
Shout out Kixan for a total recovery in form. Looking more like map 1 than map 2.
Yeah.
12-6 out of the gate with this one. And Drop's bomb is sitting outside B site, so this will be a 40-second save and a chance to hopefully figure out a solution as this first half starting to come to an end.
There have been some very lonely saves in this half. And long.
Yep. Light a candle.
Nice.
MIBR's hopes of a series win are fading.
Honestly, be more impressed if they had a close loss on the last map and didn't see this.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Unlucky. This could expose them to Aurora as well, who they will play in the losers match if they can't claim back this one. But it is still indeed an if. 7-5.
I wonder if Aurora and who wins, Aurora, MIBR?
It's crazy that you're speaking English. Aurora versus MIBR.
Aurora, MIBR. Yeah, Aurora is hard enough, honestly.
I don't know who wins that. Come down to the day.
Magnet storms. Oh, man.
Yeah, Nertz is being a real nuisance in middle. I mean, there hasn't been really a round where he has faltered. For MIBR's sake, they'll kill TSS. Just something to work with. They just want to group and hit the B site. They've got the numbers advantage, that's for damn sure, but it's cave control for Heroic. And a smoke that just bounced back into their faces, though. Where does that leave Kicksand? Because he wanted to hold on a short side of a smoke, but now I think he's kind of inside it. Won't matter if they don't end up following through. They're going to leave one player cave and seemingly 3 ramp. Fortunately for Heroic, they lose vision of the bomb site. Nertz has been blocked off. He'll try to spam through, and he does tag drop slightly. Cave player still looking for his fight, but it's going to get cleared out. Drop. Okay, he gets there. And Nertz, unfortunately, unable to support. So bomb goes down, man advantage. Damage, sure, but it's a long road to the retake as they await Shush, who chucks out a flash to at least get Nertz rolling outwards safe. Whoa. Good kill, very fast. And Degster, unable to trade anything just yet. So very committed, locked in positions, and a wonderful couple of kills out of safe to give MIBR their 3rd. Well done. They get their cave kill, they fall back, and they go into an execute that looks like it's got stable legs to stand on.
Yeah, that was sweet. There was a little bit like a lack of utility there from the CT side, and I mean, they identified like a lot of that utility's coming down in mid early in the round, and it's not there later because they can't duplicate it. So, I mean, it was good timing for MIBR to find those, to find a safe way into the B site without going too fast, because that's been where Heroic have just been destroying them. You see they're putting a little bit more emphasis. Oh,
nice kill.
Okay, yeah, at least
Nice
he gets
kill.
that, because he was dead no matter what.
But TSS still here to support middle.
This heaven position is the position these days.
Degster freed up to play ahead of the smoke grenades inside B site if that same volley from the last round comes out from MIBR once more. TSS now found out, so they're ready for him. He's going to drop a molly. Do they come forward? No, it costs him a lot of health on the fallback, and Insani, he's going to catch Shush.
Johnny's too low to fight more, but TSS doesn't feel comfortable either.
Yeah, just being alive is still just a great threat from Insani. He's found his impact here in round 11.
This is the moment where Heroic need to get information back. Otherwise, they're just going to play 1v4 on the site. And they're deciding to do towards B. It's the wrong call, so it looks like MIBR will have an open site to walk into. So it's going to take some time for them to get all the way to the choke point. We'll see if Heroic can figure out anything before then. But here's a fake to sort of feed into their belief.
Yeah, it's
and
fueling it perfectly too, right? This unfortunate stack from Heroic, they're going to realize they've made the wrong decision.
This is nicely called from MIBR. They're avoiding mid. They're finding trades later on. Or they're retaking mid at least.
But what a shocker. Turns out the difference maker yet again, Insani. Killing Shush, causing problems on the A site. TSS going to at least rack up an additional cost here heading into the final round of the CT side.
Well, it's a question of, is it too late here from MIBR? I think off the tack pause, we actually saw MIBR get a lot better. So
kind of cooled their jets, played a little more...
they played later rounds.
Regimented.
Instead. Yeah. There's always something lost, you know, when someone tries something. They go for mid-control, they use, with 3 people, they use a lot of grenades. Then those grenades, you don't get them back. If you don't decide to participate in trying to take mid at the same time, then you have that advantage as the round goes on. Sometimes you don't have the patience to wait until later, but sometimes that must be respected.
That was a huge kill from BRN as well. As he's burning,
yeah,
he gets like 3 bullets out before the fire engulfs him. And sure enough, the headshot right there, barely over the lip. So, honestly, 5-round T-side, not horrendous. Insani, oof, in danger as the climb up comes out for Nertz. It's awkward, it's ugly, and it could be costly. He turns and kills Insani, but the double kill, the damage, it's done. It's man advantage, MIBR in the 12th of the half, and usually in these moments, we've seen them kind of collect themselves, group up, and call accordingly. Can they keep it clean once more? Oh, nice shot.
Man, that was clean.
Exit reminding us what he's capable of. Kixan relegated to the corner of the site, desperate for Nertz to come and help him. And all of what's left of MIBR will come out swinging. 2 kills for Kixan. You take it. But Nertz runs in. As the bomb's a little bit late to the party, this could give Nertz the false signal that it's indeed an A rotate rather than just this late B commitment, but they won't know if he stuck around or if he did truly leave. Doesn't have any nades, already had a kit. It's been an impactful half from Nertz, sitting pretty on 11 frags.
He doesn't
and his
go cave,
timing, his timing will leave BRN clear in cave. But this is also being watched by the pillar player interchangeably as he does take a quick glance back towards short. He will find the kill to drop, but drop looking lane and also looking site. He should be able to figure out it's cave. And that's going to force him forward.
Oh my God, no way.
Huge clutch from Nertz.
Wow, he figured that out.
13 kill half, massive reposition, and when he sees the uncertainty of the site player, he figures it out. It's an anchor in cave that's left over.
That is really smart. That is really, I mean, there's one player on default, and he could be holding the right side, but he thinks that the cave player is going to take contact for that swing, and he just figures out a post plant that's difficult because that second player isn't watching the bomb. So a very nice timing swing on low HP. That's a critical 1v2.
And a 13 kill half, so huge impact from Nertz, constantly being a threat inside of middle.
And if he didn't timing swing that too, like he literally did that with so much conviction instead of just tapping and then walking into the peak. Really good.
Potentially back-breaking clutch if it comes in with the second pistol win too. Kixan's uptick. Nertz back in the server. They haven't had to call on Degster's star power in this deciding map of the series. Pistol in conversion and a couple rounds sprinkled in at the tail end of it. Nertz on top with Kixan. I mean, Degster's got an 18 ADR half. That's just simply because he just wasn't even in the action.
I think so, yeah. He did die a few times in mid when they were trying to get control of it. But yeah, with 8 rounds, it's not like there was any real issue, I guess. But yeah. Maybe it would have been a 13-0 half.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe.
A 12-0 half.
Yeah, actually it wouldn't be. Yeah, you're right. Heroic not wasting any time. And they'll see nothing. Red room already smoked. Flashes for Donut. They know what they want. They're going to try to slice through this defense quick. Beretta's going to be occupied by the shadows. It's a bit of a bait.
Uh-oh.
Serves up a great distraction for the triple donut hit, and much like the first half, I'm thinking skill difference.
He's so good with pistols, man. What the hell?
Glock unleashed. Nert's gonna run him down, gun him down, and take it all.
Dude, what? He's like, Abdul. Ben, he's got an average of like 3 kills on every pistol. That's wild. How did he do this?
Oh, I love the P250.
Yeah.
It's so nice. It's a gentleman's pistol.
5 kills, 3 pistol kills. Abdul.
I think I'm just gonna start screaming that whenever I have pop-offs too. The spirit of Dexter's X Factor. We just talked about a quiet half. Well, he posts 3 beautiful kills. Well, 2 beautiful and 1 opening. 4-player donut stack. A little desperation here for MIBR to keep Heroic off the double digits. They're going to waste no time yet once more. Smoke grenade for Donut. That's going to completely screw over this hopeful stack from the Brazilians. Damage is there. Kills, in fact. Double USP headshot through smoke.
With USPs?
Excuse me? It's kind of on cycle, so he's got a little bit of vision, but it should never have been enough. Nert's on the recovery.
And Exit's still alive.
Hanging on to this exact same position. Now that the smoke fades, Dexter locking horns with the CT fight, but that's the last CT in this round. And Heroic have gone forward with their 10th. Not even a miraculous 2K from Exit can turn the tide of this one. 10-4 as Heroic skate forward towards victory on Ancient.
Yes. Yeah, I think it was a case of MIBR learning a little too late. They actually definitely got a good talking to by their coach and fixed a lot of important problems. When I say important, I mean imperative. Like, they just had such a bad sort of first half until that attack pause happened, and then they had really great rounds right after. So I think basically the attack was taken too late. I think that's the main lesson. And I think there should have been more of an active presence, I think, from their coach to give them that idea. And now, well, they're in quite a deep hole.
That smoke grenade is going to allow for the ramp players to operate on their own. But then they meet another CT smoke, so now they're just stuck. Drops in a very important spot this round. He's locked into a fight he may or may not want versus the hot-handed Nerds, and he'll win it. And advantage looks good on MIBR, but can they hang on? They've got the deep mid control, they've got eyes on elbow, but that peek from Insani gets punished. That is kind of the X factor of MIBR, toppled here in the 15th round. That's an additional peek, and the challenge is not going too well. Safe picks up Shush.
They got to kill everyone.
Oh, beautiful wall bang out of drop. He's having himself a strong round, but met by Dexter, who hasn't had the most chances, will be given an opportunity in this 1v2 to shine, and he gets off site through the smoke ahead of Safe, where he picks up the first of the clutch. Now the bomb is for him, plus he's got a frag if he wants to try to bank it. 39 HP for drop is not ideal. And a slow chase, burning the candle on the wraparound.
Man.
Perfect lock-in from Dexter.
He's like, where?
Like he never missed a beat, like he didn't take 12 months off.
And it's perfectly planted for this position. That's Abdul, baby. That's crazy.
Abdul.
Wow. Nerds with a really great 1v2 in this game. That's also a really great 1v2 for Dexter. And an 11th round for Heroic is dropped. I mean, he's right to be walking around to try to look for this kill. There's no way to speed up. He would have sped up too and hid. But that's a complete outplay. And Drop did such a good job with those early spams inside a cave.
Wallbang was clean. But that's 2 players who tried to face down lane. Both of them go down with nothing.
He just did this post plant so perfectly, man. Walking right to the box, like... It's tough when someone's reading you that hard, you know?
Three kills in the pistol. That frag to close the clutch. I guess he didn't get the kill, but the one prior to set it up. Dexter given a chance to shine. And he will enjoy his moment in the spotlight at the tail end of this decider. Tessus isn't playing with glasses.
Ooh, we have contacts maybe. I've never seen him take off his glasses. Maybe got some LASIK.
Rene Borg turning into a cyborg.
So this is the shallow end. Is the other team in the deep end?
Oh yeah, surely.
Because they definitely are.
Abdul. Welcome back to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, my friend.
Yep.
Long have we waited for the return of Degster. 12 months of self-reflection, 12 months of wanting to get back into the game, but waiting for the best chance to do it.
Yep.
Because there's no denying, again, he used OG as a highlight reel to prove his importance, to prove his star power.
Well, it was his first like big partner team.
Yep.
So that's like one of the teams you'd go to. You know, it'd be like Mouse or OG or something.
Fnatic.
Fnatic, exactly. To like get a start and then you know, build up a resume from there. It's probably the exact reason that this chance even happened.
To be honest, like I'm glad he didn't just kind of like limp into ninjas.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like he was adamant that no, I'm better. I want you know, I want something I believe in.
It's also not a meme. You want to be careful with your career.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I mean, you know, I get it. Paychecks are nice, but legacy's even better.
Yeah, and it's usually more paychecks involved in the long run.
Drop's been trying to recover since the difficulties of map 2, and we saw it inside of Cave, but even that wasn't enough, unfortunately. Somebody who, alongside Safe, has tried to put forth a better showing than what he gave us in Furia, and has done so, but he is still indeed the lowest rated player on this team. Just tends to be a good skill floor for this promising Brazilian roster. Fortunately, today, in the face of Kicksand's top fragging performances in map 1 and 3, maybe a bit too much to ask.
Yeah.
So here we are, in the dying moments of Ancient, perhaps. But
all that just a savior from IBR.
Drop here again. Playing with the solo AK, so either he's the hero or they're bust. Good push from Insani. And Nertz, yeah, shooting at the smoke, doesn't realize he's already missed that timing.
The bomb is coming back. Oh yeah, Dexter has the op to go and check on that. And that just means they're not aware of the A site whatsoever, and Dexter will just rack up some $100 frags.
Easy freebies.
And they still have this lurk in place. Could just be an AK handed over if Tessus isn't careful. And not much to be gained hunting down these pistols. But nice target practice, I suppose. 1 health, okay. I don't even know how that happens. What pistol was that? Maybe it was a 5.7?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
So fortunately, Drop's never even able to get into the action this round. You don't get to go hero mode. This round's not about you. Nert's hand may have taken a beating throughout this series, but hasn't forced them to skip a beat. 17 frags here on map 3. And potentially the final round of MIBR in the opening matchup. But we kind of said it from the start of this, just cut from a different cloth on Ancient specifically. And that was before Dexter was able to get impact, but he is now 8-7. They're met by fire at the A site, but they are looking to just send it through. So it seemed. They'll stutter, double back. Little do they know, it's not as if MIBR has already pressed down into lane. It's not like MIBR have a ton of map control. In fact, it's a little bit late to be rotating everybody over to that A site. It's not even though there's more utility for Heroic, but they're convinced it's still an attack inbound.
And it's hard to tell how much has changed right now for them. Coming into mid, this might actually just be more ways to die for Heroic. As MIBR already inside of the donut, they even have Insani prepped inside of red to get spam damage off through the smoke. Oh man, it actually cost him his head, and Safe will get his 6th kill here on the op. Not many opportunities for him on CT side to try it out, but now they spot this, of course. They're thinking about getting into the B side, and they already have this lurk in place. That is forward thinking. Tessus gets his.
Nicely done. Looks like as smoke popped on ramp, Tessus just connects to the headshot. It's not the only B defender, but it's still outnumbered 1-4 as that smoke soon to fade. The entire pack of Heroic players at the 20-second mark versus BRN. And a Molotov destined just next to him. He's flushed into the open. And the rotator tries to come forward, but nothing more for Safe. That single kill inside of middle's all he's able to get. TessS operating on his own. This is TessS's best performance throughout the series too. So everything coming together for Heroic by the time we get to Ancient. Dust 2 made us question whether things were truly as good as they looked in the opening map, but by the time we get to Ancient, everything comes to fruition for Heroic. And in Dexter's debut, Heroic step forth victorious.
Yes, and he has 2 good maps, okay? The third one, he goes 8-7, but that's with 3 pistol kills and a 1v2.
Yes, sir.
So he had his impact there as well. Wasn't as needed, still went positive, but that one's about Nertz in terms of pure output, pushing down mid on CT side and fragging out with the rifle. MIBR had Insani again, just around that like 14 kill, 15 kill mark like it was on map 1 with impact, but no help at all. Nothing more to that. Safe was really not there. And I think that they got kind of outskilled and outplayed as a team in that first half. So this one had less to do with talent, but still was sort of them losing in more than one way.
Yep. And again, just an extra little buff for Nertz to switch it over to the T side. Look how sharp he was, even just with that top red room spam on Insani, who I would say for MIBR is obviously the player to highlight in this best of 3, but not able to get the impact in the third map like he had in the first 2. So unfortunately, that's a loss for MIBR, but something to offer us here on stage.
The haters, the doubters, they said that, you know what, Nertz was a little bit whack with his statement of the fact that Heroic might just make it to the top 3 teams in the next 3 months. Given their performance that we've seen so far, are you a believer or a non-believer?
Well, that depends. Can they hear me or not? Oh, yeah, they definitely can.
Yeah, he's
okay.
staring you down.
Just making sure. No, I'm not saying I doubt it by any stretch. I'm just saying that's a lofty goal that I don't think that this matchup proves. However, what it does prove is that Dexter slots in quite nicely, even though he hasn't been in the server for a while. It also proves that Shush is still packing a punch. Like, there's a few things to take away from this matchup, and to see the trajectory of this team, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
I kind of want you to cast your mind back, though, to the Dust 2 matchup that we saw, your absolute favorite.
It's a new map.
But it looked like it was a little bit of a downward spiral for the Heroic camp. Did you have that one written down in your bingo book?
Well, a little bit. It wouldn't even be a bingo book, but I would have to say that AT round seems like enough, right? It seems like enough. But then it becomes a little bit neck and neck through relegation, or regulation, not even relegation. So yeah, again, we're still watching teams learn this map, even though this map has been around probably since, I'd say, before you were born.
Before I was born?
But I'd say there's a chance.
Do you know how old I am?
Probably,
no.
You're right. You are right.
Yeah,
but it's definitely not as old as I am. So I can give you that.
Well, our next matchup is going to be the Falcons taking on BetBoom. But before we get to that one, I want to hear what our fantastic talents have to say about that one. So let's go ahead and check in with them.
What do you mean, Jasmine? You haven't heard enough of us yet? You want to know? I think that Stunna's pretty much on par, right? The Shush play, the Dexter play, it's all promising, but it's not proving what Nertz claims. And it was never going to be proven today. It's just great to see, first and foremost, that Dexter didn't skip a beat. And that, to me, was the big question about Heroic playing in this debut. What's Dexter look like? Oh, same form as what he left us in. A very true star player.
Very much, yeah. I think he's the guy who has X Factor. He can take over every round. He can be very consistent, and he can go beyond the structure of rounds. Like, he doesn't have to come in with support because he knows how to disrespect utility by himself. If it's a flash timing that's really great, he can dodge it, and his aim is so good. He can make up for moments that are really risky. He can literally no scope when you need to. He does things that you can't really teach people, and I think that's really the point of that's why it's good to see him back in Tier 1, and that's why it's actually a really interesting bet for Heroic to make on a player who kind of clearly has shown us the skills but doesn't have the reputation.
Yep, exactly that. And I think working alongside Nertz is going to be awesome for Dexter's career trajectory. Nertz, MVP of this series, in fact, and understandably after map 3. I think, Nertz, when he comes into Heroic alongside Saw, was just hitting the ground running. We see tons of impact from him. There had been a taper off as of late alongside their shortcomings, and this is an instance of him right back in the groove, heavy-handed in map 3. Nobody stood a chance in middle versus him. CT side didn't damn matter. Nertz absolutely dominates tonight.
And if he's a person who believes that he's going to be on a top 3 team, of course he knows that he's going to be the star rifler of that roster. And so he's probably pretty excited to playing alongside Dexter. And I can only assume that they've shown some really cool rounds in scrims where Dexter shows that he is a real star player. And he just came from playing with Sun Pius, obviously, on ENCE, who ended up being top 6 player on HLTV's list. On my list, he was 11. Okay. And I think that still is such a big jump from Nikidaz, who hasn't been in the top 20 yet. So I think I can see why he feels like there's a lot of promising stuff happening around him. And they are setting him up to kind of have a good future, especially with a coach like Saw.
So we've got Dexter bringing the star op power back to Heroic. We've got Nertz finding his groove alongside him as the #1 rifler. Shush proving that he is one of the damn best in the business at his role specifically. And 2 out of 3 maps in this series, Kixan fragging while he calls an excellent game to boot. So, I mean, the formula is no doubt in place here for Heroic. The question will just remain around consistencies and whether they can get, Dexter up and running to the ceiling that we know he has as fast as possible. But for now, it's excellent. I mean, there's nothing we can take away from them in this third map. This is incredibly one-sided. MIBR don't match up to them. It's just a little wild to me that their next game, their next test, team spirit. So, Heroic, there's your prize for this victory today. And up next, of course, we still have one last best of 3 for day 2 at the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 24. It's going to be Bleh and Dinko to take you guys through the first elimination game after the break.
Blinko.
Which opponent are you most excited to play against?
I would say Spirit if we meet them. I think Spirit as well. I think that's fun.
I think it's quite a while since
everyone
playing
like that. No, I at least wanna meet Falcons for sure. I wanna smash them.
Okay, I understand that.
I wanna smash these guys.
I'm excited to play against Mouse, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
but
Mouse
let's
is,
choose Spirit and if you want.
Yeah.
He's shooting. He's throwing the dice with the card in his hand.
This is interesting. Some of you have previously played for Furia. How do the conditions there compare to those at MIBR?
I'll say in-game, you say
no. It's just a completely different world. Like in-game and outside the game,
in-game
it's just
completely different because Furia has their own playstyle, which they've been working for
I don't know, 6 years now.
Yeah,
Now with
RGL
Art-
was a crazy guy. He likes to push and kill everyone, and now we are playing with this fucking passive player. He never goes first.
Never knows, never knows.
He never goes first. He's
Sometimes
always
I go.
like, okay, I'm holding a flash, just call for it.
Yeah.
But like overall, outside of the game,
yeah,
it's just
in-game was really hard, you know, different. We had to
adapt ourselves.
Adapt a lot. And off the game, it was nice. Just like here. I mean, it was nice. We had good times there.
3?
3. Again, 3, Russ.
Alright.
Okay.
What's your best excuse when the game isn't going your way?
Best excuse is like they are lucky. You know? But it is,
Also, the game is shit. Bro. Like CS2, it's like I've been fortunate.
I think the most common is like you just losing your duels. Like, okay, I didn't win this one, but I should have.
The best thing is when you say, guys, if I kill him, we win the round.
Yeah, but that happens so often.
I just get unlucky.
Okay, 2.
You?
Who in your team has the coolest nickname?
If you include coach, Nak is really cool.
Yeah, if you include, I think Nak is very
If we're going to coaches, I'll go with Beat. You guys know why. It's your turn. You decide.
No, but I can't.
No, because it's 1-1. It's 1-1. We can't vote. It's your turn.
Oh, of course you can.
Eu vou votar
I'm gonna
em
pick
mim.
me. He's gonna pick him.
Okay.
It's your turn.
I'll go with Stave.
Safi. In English, it's so. No, in English, it's so fucking bad. Your nickname, bro. Safi.
Toma.
What is this?
We're moving.
What's your favorite skin and color of the chicken from any version of the game?
What?
What?
Color of the chicken.
Or Halloween. There was like skins on chicken.
Party hats.
Yeah. Halloween version for me.
With the pumpkin head or what?
Yeah.
I don't remember anything.
Was there like dark chickens at some point, like grey ones? Or?
There was something like with dark theme in the maps, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think I saw something like that.
I like the birthday one because when you shot them,
there was
yeah.
Yeah, this one was my favorite.
Skin. Does it mean like for the chicken or the skin?
No, I think it's like weapon skin.
Okay.
I would say Dragon Law.
No.
M4 hole is the best.
Who do you consider the greatest Brazilian chess player of all time?
I think there's no discussion on it.
Or
There's no discussion on it. Brazilian of all time. It should be him.
yeah, Code Zero.
Yeah, it should be Code Zero. Yeah, there's no discussion on it.
3 again. Another green.
Nice. Another green.
What rules does your team have? I don't know if we have that many rules, but we at least have some values. But cannot talk too much about them. Cannot let out all the secrets.
It's our secret.
Yeah, exactly. But I think number one rule is don't be too unprofessional or do anything stupid at least. Then you should be all fine.
Respect each other.
Pretty much do what's best for the team.
Yeah.
3. What's the strangest insider info you have heard about yourself?
I don't have any. I think.
Me neither.
Any strange
I don't think
info
I have any.
from me?
I'm not that famous. Oh, we have this one. It's not about me, but it's about our team. Like that thing with the money.
The Valorant?
Yeah. Recently, we just saw it on the internet that our team used the money from Valorant franchise to buy me and Safi from Furia. And that's a fucking bullshit. That's it. That's the most stupid thing we have ever
You
heard.
just say my name wrong, Safi. What the heck?
Safi.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Let's go, guy. 4.
Finish it, man.
3. Good. Nice.
Respond to the hater. Why do you shoot so badly? First of all, my name is Nerd, so I always 0.80 rating. So it is what it is. I cannot explain it, but yeah. Sorry about it.
I was not playing for 1 year on pro scene. What do you want from me?
I won't even respond. Is that an answer?
Stay
Bro.
you're in the middle. It's
Right?
fine.
No, I still shoot better than him. I just right click, mute and block,
I didn't start.
and verify twice.
Yeah. I know your response. You're writing like XD or something.
No, I know. I would either respond, or I would respond with, "I hope you lost a lot of money." Like, either one of those two.
I like that one. I think that one is good.
What advice would you give to aspiring players?
Don't be toxic. That's the most important thing.
After
Respect
watching Seb on the
Respect
international,
older players. Play a lot.
watching a lot of, like picking one player that you like and watching him a lot in the early stage of your career is gonna be good as well.
Thank you for watching this interview with Team Heroic. It was very fun. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Here with Kixon, it is Heroic finding success over MIBR. So let's start things out with Dexter, returning to the server. Been a hot minute. How did you feel coming into the server today with Dexter? What sort of preparation did you guys get in?
We did not have too much time to prepare because he joined the team like a few days ago, so we only had a few days of practice. But I definitely felt a difference today in the official compared to the practice. I felt his energy more, his communication was much better, so it was nice to have him today.
Yeah, and in this matchup, in a lot of the ways, you guys look like you were completely in charge, like in control of this game. Albeit, you know, we look at Anubis, it's Shush running the board. Shush has got a lot of impact there. You guys split pistols, but for the most part, you pretty much controlled Anubis. Let's flip it over to Dust, too, a little bit, right? We're talking about 8 T rounds for you guys, and then things start to get a little wonky there. So tell me a little bit about playing Dust 2 now as a CT or a T. Which side does it seem like it's favoring either way?
I think it's a 50-50 map, but since it's a new map and we are a new team, I would say, with a new player, the communication was not the best. Obviously, we have some reactions and some plays that we like to do, but it was hard to execute them today because, as I said, we didn't have too much time to practice, and the map is new, we have new players, so it was a bit chaotic to play Dust 2 on both of the sides, but I would say that it's a 50-50 map still.
So just for you personally, tell me about playing Dust 2 again and having it back in the pool and then seeing it right here on your first day.
Honestly, in the past I liked the map, but I feel like the meta changed over the years. So right now I'm not the biggest fan of it because I feel like as a T you don't have too many options. You have 2 or 3 things that you can do, and it's a bit boring to play in my opinion. But we have no choice; we have to play it.
That is true. That is how the vetoes work. Hey, I want to just ask if you have anything you want to say to anybody at all. I mean, anybody at all. Is that little red light's like right over there? You say it, man. Just say your piece.
I just want to thank everyone who is watching our games, who is supporting us. Your messages and your support means a lot to us, so keep supporting us, and hopefully we'll get some more wins.
Heroic top 3 in the next 3 months?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I might drink the Kool-Aid, but not right now. Hey, thank you very much, sir. There's a whole lot of things going on here, Jazz. What exactly is going on?
Well, you know what, Stunner? I'm a little bit sick and tired of the fact that the universe has still not been put back together. So I quit. I'm done. But luckily, the viewers at home have managed to successfully help us claim one of our fantastic artifacts. How are you feeling over there, Trace?
I feel like that was a very nerve-wracking experience, all things considered, but you've certainly planted the artifact.
Oh, I see what you did there. I like it. I like it. I'm not going to lie to you. I was a little bit scared I might drop it, which could have been disastrous for the universe. But you know what? We're good. We're Gucci.
Yeah, that's what they're saying at the very minimum. Gucci, good, bueno, all the things. Yes, so we put an artifact in there, and that's because the viewers at home have somehow cleverly found that, which is also pretty cool to consider. I don't know how they found that. I don't know where they found that. I don't know where it was. We've been looking for it tirelessly since we landed here, and now I guess now the stage is starting to be set.
Well, this Falcons and BetBoom matchup, we said it at the start. Falcons are looking to make their claim, going through their recent trials and tribulations. A team, some might say, have had their wings clipped. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, baby, it is the Falcons.
Now, Jay-Z once said, we ain't supposed to be here. And I don't think he was talking about BetBoom team, but in this notion, in this light, in this moment, it kind of seems like it. They didn't qualify to be here, but then guess what? They found their way here, and now they find themselves facing elimination. So, without further ado, I'd like to present to you the team on the other side, the competitors for Falcons. And guess who it is? It's the BetBoom team.
Well, 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 the stage has been set, and I am joined alongside none other than the newest member. Dupree, talk to me, man. How are you feeling after yesterday's match? Of course, it didn't go your way, so what's the vibe like right now within the team?
I mean, we still believe that we can play good CS. I mean, it's been tough the last couple of the last month, I'd say, and obviously the game yesterday was. I think we played well in the first map, but the second one was just like we didn't even get to play Counter-Strike. So I mean, it was a disappointing exit yesterday, but yeah, we're still in the tournament and still in our own hands, so we just still believe.
Well, this is indeed going to be a rematch between yourselves and BetBoom, having lost 0-2 to them in EPL. I need you to tell me what's going to make this series and this matchup different this time round.
I mean, I just hope that we've learned something from the time being home from Pro League, coming here, and that we've developed some new things and stuff that we can come into the game. I think that we have improved as a team, so now it's all about showing it. And then obviously we also want a little bit of revenge from Pro League, but in hindsight, I think we're just going to focus on trying to play as good as we can.
Well, only time will tell whether or not you'll be able to claim your revenge. Go ahead, take your seat. And Stunner, talk to me. What do you make of his words, his wisdom?
I believe if there's any men in this room, which there are, Dupree is one of the biggest men in this room. And by that, I mean the most accolades you could probably ask for within the game. And he's a dad, so that's also an accolade too. I'm willing to believe what the man says. And in this notion, yeah, I guess so.
Full faith. Are you wanting to place a prediction at all, or are we going to throw it over to our talents to do it?
How about this?
Go on, hit me.
Give these talent people something to do. They're all the way in Sweden. Make them do something. Talent people, take it away.
We're about to do a whole lot here at Troyes the next few hours. We've got plenty of Counter-Strike coming our way, but I am looking forward to it. We're settled in here in Mirage. We've seen our first artifact go into the wall. I thought there was going to be lights or something, but at least we've got the first one in there.
I'm more interested in how Trace describes us as talent people.
Yeah.
I've never been called that before in my life. I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, you got some talents, Blah. I've seen them around, all the different kind of little talents you have that no one really knows about.
Yeah, I'm okay with people not knowing about it as well. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one, right? I think it was the Dupree you mentioned how this is
one of the men in the room.
One of the men in the room, alongside Trace, of course. Respect men and women, of course. And the thing with Dupree is what he mentioned that he wants a little bit of revenge coming into this matchup, right? They just faced off against BetBoom 20 days ago in EPL. So take a look at Group A. It's kind of played out the way we expected. It was a close affair against BetBoom for Mouse, but they got the dub in the end. And for VP and Falcons, we did cast that one, and that wasn't
First
pretty.
map was close. Second map wasn't. Yeah, we've seen Team Falcons really struggle against Virtus Pro yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's why they find themselves down here in the lower bracket. It's more of a positive story for BetBoom because we thought they kind of overperformed against the recent Pro League champions. So the problem with that for me when you look at the BetBoom squad is just consistency. Will they be able to have those same players firing today? And for Group B, we kicked it off today with Team Spirit and Aurora. We had Heroic and MIBR and probably the expected results for both series.
Well, yeah, we saw Donk playing after 2 months. That was fun, dropping 30 kills on a map as well, making a reasonably quick work of Aurora, despite the fact it did look a little competitive, at least on one of the maps. And for Heroic and MIBR, there was a big question mark. Dexter back in the server after over a year.
Man.
Since 2003, 21 years later, and he still delivered, man. I think he really put in the work right there. And for Heroic, coming in this MIBR lineup, who have looked kind of dangerous recently with a new player in the form of Dexter, I think they look pretty solid overall.
Yeah, they do. So that's the results in our first two series of the day. It's our first 3BO3 day today at BetBoom Dacha. We've got BetBoom and Team Falcons in elimination. This is the first of its kind in this edition of the tournament. One of these teams is heading out of the competition instantly at the end of this series. And right now, it's kind of hard to call who it's going to be.
I mean, Dupree did say, like, right now, their destinies are in their hands, right? But if you're trying to paint a picture of how this matchup is going to be for Falcons, man, the numbers looks rough, Dinko. They've lost 8 out of the last 9 games they've played, and the one win they had was against a Tyloo, which isn't even a real team right now. So it's been miserable if you're a Falcons fan.
Yeah, certainly so. But things are looking a little better here for BetBoom. They managed to get into this tournament, and obviously coming in with a new player in Magnajez. We got to see his first real event recently at Sky Esports Masters. It was an online event with the Indian tournament organizer, and we've seen that Magnajez actually fit in to the team very well. I was impressed with his performance, considering we kind of only know him from FPL and being Donk's friend. So it's great to see him step it up on the server.
I guess if you're Donk's friend, you're pretty good at the game, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like if looking at the small sample size we've had with Magna Joe, I think it's impressed me quite a bit, even more than what we've seen from Danists. And yesterday against Mouse, it was 13-11 on their map pick of Dust 2. And the second map, it came down to overtime for Mouse to clinch to win. So they look much more improved from what we saw from them at Sky Esports Masters. On the side of Falcons, though, man, the woes just continue, Dinko.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Well, this team in particular has got a little controversy in terms of, is Sunpius wasting his potential at the moment, or is he a little bit overrated? Now, there's a couple of opinions going around, Blood. I don't want to throw you under the bus, but maybe you can give us a little detail as to how you feel about it.
Yeah, I don't like being thrown under the bus, but I'll say this. The potential from Sunpius hasn't really been realized in CS2, if you ask me honestly. And right now, if you look at the team, the two best players are actually Dupree and Magisk. You're looking at someone like Sunpius to be the third star of the team, to be the star operator, and we really haven't seen that. But I don't think we can really pin the woes of this team on just Sunpius.
Yeah.
I think overall, there is clearly a disconnect. Yesterday, the fashion in which they lost in Mirage against VP was just miserable to watch as well. And even in Vertigo, where they seemed to have the lead, just letting it slip past them. Questions. Hopefully we find a few answers here today.
Yeah, their map pool doesn't look particularly deep at this point. Vertigo is kind of the shining light for them, but we've yet to see them even really look consistently strong on that map. So it's kind of tough right now to feel that Falcons have a lot of success coming their way. And BetBoom, they've been on more of a grind.
Like, listen, 110 maps played in 3 months is ridiculous numbers, right? And that's what Nafany's been doing with his team, with managers coming in, trying to get as many reps as possible, most of it primarily being online, of course, and playing on LAN. Yesterday, the fact that they were able to push Mouse, the reigning EPL champion, so far, I think should definitely give them a lot of confidence. And 100%, they're coming into this matchup as the firm favorites.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this one is going to pan out, but it does feel like this series has got a 3-map affair written all over it.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like we are going to have to go to 3, and we got Zorte coming in as the player highlight here. Much like Sunpius, it doesn't feel like Zorte's potential is being fulfilled so far in CS2. This is another Opera that's kind of struggled with the transition into the new version of the game.
Yeah, but we did see him play Duster yesterday, right? And with that map coming in, it's a map that he used to historically be very comfortable on back in the day when he was playing for Forza, if memory serves me, right? And he used to really pop off with the op on Duster, so hopefully we get to see that again. And again, for BetBoom, we talk about maps as you touched upon right now. Where did it go? When it comes to the mapping, usually they like going for the overpass. No longer the case. Dust2 coming against Mouse. Now against Mouse, Dust2 could have been a bit of a curveball, right, trying to catch Mouse off guard. Do you go with that against the Falcons? A lot of question marks here. And if you look at Sunpius, sure, the numbers don't look terrible, but we know the peak Sunpius can hit. I haven't seen it in months.
No, we haven't. I think the best event this year was maybe a couple of games of the Katowice playoffs, where we've seen Sunpius have some moments there in the quarterfinals versus Ents. But other than that, it's been very hit or miss. But his rating is still decently average, or above average, rather, for Sunpius at the moment, considering we know he has a lot more room to grow.
Average describes, this entire team right now for Falcons, right? A team made to be winning championships. And are they, like, terrible, atrocious? No, they're not. They're way worse teams than them. But if you're looking at the caliber of the players,
expectations versus reality.
Expectations are going to be obviously high. In fact, expectations are already high from themselves as well. We saw Zonic, we saw Snappy in interviews as well mentioned we are struggling right now. We have a lot of questions. But what worries me, Dinko, is the fact that yesterday we saw Dupree mention, I think with Zonic as well, that we've been putting into prep. We've been practicing a lot. We've hopefully fixed a lot of things. They might have fixed a few things, but there are a lot of things where they were struggling at, like feeling the window smoke in Mirage is not something you expect to see from a team like this, for example. So that's a symptom of, I feel, a malaise that's kind of, they're not able to quite take it out of them.
Oh, so missing details across the map pool, and certainly missing maps within their map pool as well. We mentioned that a few times with Falcons. Where can they really go with this one? Vertigo seems to be the main show for them, and they can't always rely on Vertigo when it comes to vetoes.
Yeah, I think we might just see a nuke potentially coming out. It's a map that they've picked here and there as well. Inferno, interesting. It's a map both these two teams don't play right now, and the last time they played, they both floated it, and I think it was BetBoom banning in the second phase. So the fact that BetBoom just batted out immediately, they're like, we're taking no chances, right? We're the better team right now. We should have the deeper map pool.
Actually, getting rid of Mirage despite playing it yesterday, they've had enough. They didn't fix the window smoke. Get it out of the
I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah.
I'm actually okay with them taking out Mirage because that was atrocious. VP would be VP played good CS on that map, but they were made to look even better. The pick from BetBoom, are they going to go with Dust 2 again?
Ooh, it's going to be Anubis coming in for BetBoom, and we haven't got to see Anubis personally yet lie on the casting chair, so I'm excited about that one. It does feel like BetBoom have had some decent results on this map.
They do, and I think for Falcons, we are reasonably happy with this map coming in. It's a map that they don't necessarily shy away from a lot. The Vertigo, as you pointed out, it's a map that Falcons seem to be looking for. And in all honesty, you know, they looked very good yesterday. That comeback from VP was great, but you could see Magis looking really good, Madden on that ramp position.
Their initial game plan looked like it worked very well.
They had a good game plan. The individuals looked very sharp as well. It's just that at the very end it faltered. And listen, against VP, we've seen many a team falter despite having a big lead. So I feel like this is a comfortable home map for the time being. And it does too bad from BetBoom. Curious.
Not seeing it come through, not willing to go to that as the decider map for your tournament life here. But they've been given a golden ticket, BetBoom, to get back into this tournament. They weren't meant to be here, and we'll close the battle on Nuke if we need to go to 3. Now, it does feel like to me that Falcons have a very good chance of taking Vertigo, and that's why earlier I'm saying, you know, I feel like we are going to go to 3, but I will still have to favor BetBoom when it comes to that.
Yeah, look, based on what we've seen so far from both these two teams, obviously we will be heavily favoring BetBoom. I feel the individuals. Just watching the game against Mouse yesterday gives me a lot more faith. But if you look at the 3 maps coming in, I think it does clearly favor Falcons, right? Nuke is a map which I touched upon earlier. It's a map that, you know, Snappy's historically loved calling on. You know, when you have Magis playing upper, for example, it's the roles make a lot of sense.
Anubis, they played 1 time, dude. So it's like 20 games played for BetBoom, just over 50% win rate on it, and we've got 1 time that Falcons have played it.
And just to highlight why Falcons abandoned Mirage, alongside the fact they really sucked on it yesterday, you can see 69% win percentage, nice from BetBoom, and 26 maps played on Mirage. So Falcons taking no chances there. But all in all, I think Snappy should be happy with the way the map vetoes have kind of panned out over here, right? Apart from maybe Anubis, of course.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how Anubis does shape up, because that's going to be our first map of the series. If you are just tuning in, this is an elimination game here on day 2 of the event. And you see names like Zonic, you see Dupree, Magicin on the server, and they're facing elimination on day 2 of this tournament.
Yeah. It's rough.
It's what we've become used to at this point.
It's what we've become used to, and so early on in this particular project and experiment, right? And yeah, I think it's going to take a while before we see much from them. I just feel like even if they get a win over here, there's not much confidence. They're not inspiring too much of confidence in me when it comes to some of the individuals. If you're looking at a map pool, apart from that, the close map that against VP yesterday, I go back to EPL. I go back like a couple of months. What was a map where we're like, all right, they look really good. They look really good. They look really clean. Tyloo? No, I'm not going to count that. It doesn't really look good as the tapes.
We're taping up the headset. Good old-fashioned duct tape. That saves everything. Just wrap that around the headset and we'll be right. I'm ready to go here.
I feel like if human civilization survives another couple of 100 years, duct tape's still going to be a thing. It's so versatile.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to be duct taping your like makeshift weapons, blah. And you know, sticking sticks to your leg when you break them, like DayZ.
I've never played DayZ.
You never played it?
No.
I played it pretty recently for the first time. When I say recently, maybe 1 year ago.
Is it a zombie game?
It is, but you know, it's more of a survival version that we play. We played the modded version, and I joined with Sponge and Hugo, etc. They're very try-hard when it comes to that game. And
I don't think they have a non-try-hard mode.
Yeah, true. But it's like full survival. You're in this cold environment, and literally being outside too long can kill you, right? So you have to stay warm, eat, drink, and there's so many things you have to worry about.
Why did you just move to Finland in winter?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it. But I walked into the game. I spawned in for the first time. I step in a bear trap, and my legs broke for 5 hours, and I'm just limping around. Do you actually have to wait it out?
I actually broke my leg a couple of days ago.
Yeah, healed pretty fast, Wolverine.
It is healing.
Yeah.
It's healing, yeah. Ironically, I was climbing, and someone broke my leg. I don't know how I managed to pull that off.
Yeah, speaking of Wolverine, I think I would have Falcons in my Deadpool right now as a team coming into this event.
That was smooth. I like
Yeah, you know, you're looking at some of the teams coming into it, and I think you look at this group and you see Mauj, you see VP in it, and you just have to say that if there is a team that you would expect to disappoint you at the moment, it would be them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it just... We have like tempered expectations for other teams as well. Like you're looking at BetBoom, for example. Even Heroic, right, with Dexter coming in, it's a new Opera replacing Nikodos. It's going to take a while for him to get into Kixin's system. So we have these reasonable expectations for a lot of these teams. And I think they're playing it to that level. For Falcons, it's like, do you expect for them to get out of a group containing these two teams, aforementioned teams? Absolutely not, right? And that is so deflating for me, for someone who used to love watching someone like Magis, someone like Dupree. And the irony is, Dinko, they're still fragging out in the server.
Still got it, yeah.
They still have it. Like Dupree, you know.
Even Snappy had a good game yesterday, and it still wasn't enough, right? Like Snappy was fragging out, so.
Snappy was fragging out. Magisk was being such a insane player on the B-bomb side, and even then not able to close it out. And I have to say, the Sunpius was quiet, right? He wasn't like completely absent from the server, but I feel like if he gotten that extra 20%, which we know he can do, maybe that could have been a 3-mapper, but maybes don't win games, Dinko.
Yeah, well, we spoke a lot about Falcons, and obviously we understand why that is. You have expectations for players of this caliber and with the history that they've been able to deliver over the years, and in particular in CSGO, but we can focus maybe a little bit more on BetBoom and some of the weaknesses there that we have come to know. And yesterday we've seen a great performance versus Mao's, close. You know, they expected the result happened. Mao's taking it 2-0, but they made them sweat a bit. And I think a big part of that was the fact that Siren had an incredibly good game by his standard, and he's a player that can have these pop-off matches, but he's very inconsistent. We could literally go from yesterday, where he finishes the series 1.23 in a losing effort, and come into today and just fall off the face of the earth.
I think that's the variance for this team, right? Obviously, when it comes to Magnagis, I think he's been consistently very, very solid, and we know how good Zorte can be, but his floor is still pretty damn high. For me, it's Siren and Chiron. These two players, considering the roles they played as team, considering they've been around with Nafny for quite a while with this BetBoom project, I feel like the variance is a little bit too much. But on the bright side, if they're just playing to a decent level, their floor is a little bit high on a decent day, I think they're good enough to beat a lot of these teams. And especially against a team like Falcons, who've been struggling a lot, who don't have the reps so far, whose map pool looks quite miserable. I don't think they even need to bring out their S game. Just like an A- game from these two guys, that should be enough.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if that is the case. Seems like we're just getting this little tech issue wrinkled out. The duct tape just needs to, you know, settle in.
I do want to, when you get all the artifacts, probably a question for Jasmine or Stunna.
The trophy's going to open up, dude. We're going to have to wait. We don't know exactly what kind of cool things are going to happen, but there's a diving board above the pool, as you can see. So hopefully, you know, we see the players dive off that when they win the competition.
Yeah, that's how you break a leg. But backflip straight into the tiles. This reminds me of Crystal Maze.
Oh yeah, that game show.
Do you remember that?
I watched it.
It's way before your time.
And then I competed in like a real life version of it.
The Crystal Maze?
Yeah, but not on television. It was just someone created a business based on the show, and then I went and paid money to do it, and it was fun.
Cool.
Yeah, but that was probably my only experience of that. And here we go, BetBoom team versus Team Falcons. It seems like we're getting ever closer to map number 1 of this series, and we absolutely are. Anubis up first. Team Falcons and BetBoom. Elimination here at BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 2024. And Sunpius already in the canal. Just have a little look towards Dark with that P250. Extra range available for the T-sided player here. And he'll send a few shots past Chiron.
Interesting how Sunpius going for the utility buy and dropping it for Snappy. He's got a Kevlar. One would assume Snappy would be the one to take the hit. Here comes going to be a bit of a slow walk up towards mid. And the two defenders, they're going to be in a rough spot here because Magis is going to be slowly pushing in towards long late. And that smoke might actually slow down for a few seconds. Sirens needs to land his shot, just finds one.
Yeah, Siren and Zorte, though, chime in. And Sunpius finally getting something done here for Team Falcons. And Sunpius doubles up just like that. Enough space to plant the bomb inside of this A site. And Chiron not coming back. But Magisk is waiting for it. Instantly takes his head off his shoulders, and it's just Nafny and Magnagez left to try and recover this round. Now, it is going to be quite difficult, especially now that Magnagez is instantly dead at the hand of Sunpius. Nafny must clutch alone, so he comes past the bricks, and piece by piece he must build his way back into this, but it looks like it has all fallen apart here for Nafny and BetBoom in the first round of Anubis. Falcons pick it up, and we had this conversation recently about the fact that it does feel like the most important round on Anubis is the CT pistol round.
It is, absolutely, right? And I know few teams go for this setup, you know, when you have two players playing towards pillar. I'm personally not a big fan of it, because even if you do, you know, lob in a smoke towards camera, right, you're going to be facing off against Glocks, while there's going to be pressure coming in from A main. If you have just the two CTs over there, you need to be hitting some real quick shots coming in. And that's exactly what happened. They didn't respect the smoke, and Sunpius trading very effectively as well. And once the bomb's planted, it's going to be so very hard to go for the retake. And BetBoom.
Just the USPs.
USPs.
Mm-hmm. And a little, is that a Zeus? Yeah, I think it is. A little Zeus. That's good. Don't see it on the HUD though.
Dude, I actually died to the because I got a kill with Zeus earlier, and it recharged and it made it sound. Then the guy just clears me and I died.
Dude, I would tab out and everything, like trying to figure out what that sound was when it first happened.
We had some few good games last night.
Yeah, we really did. We got a God squad going on here.
Yeah, Launder, Scrawny, myself, Nicholas from BME, and yourself. Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's a good team. Dupree coming around the corner. Zorte goes down. Magnajez falls in suit. And these pistols, you don't expect to get much done. And of course, that looks to be the outcome. Snappy wants money, though. He's getting his feet wet. Nafny decides he's going to track him onto the beach. It's not going to be a nice beach day for you, Snappy. It's going to be quite painful. So USP shot for Nafny, locking that one in. Trying to get something extra out with the SMG. But it's Falcons with a 2-0 start here. And they'll be pretty happy about this.
Chiron, waiting. It's not worth it, though. You lost the MAC-10. There's no need to sacrifice another rifle just to potentially retrieve it. And that is going to be the second round for Falcons. A pretty solid start overall. For BetBoom, a full eco means the buy is going to be coming in. But that being said, it will be a bit compromised, Dinko. It's going to be maybe a couple of rifles, some FAMAS.
The family.
It's so hard to say just a FAMAS, even though it's a plural. I want to say FAMASs. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be FAMAS, FAMI, MP9s, just to have the extra utility. Because CD side, it's hard enough without any nades to work with, so it's not going to be easy, despite it being the first buy round coming out here for Nafny and his merry men.
Yes, will they be merry today? We'll have to wait and see, but so far so good for Falcons. Now, their T side yesterday on Vertigo was very impressive. They won 6 rounds in a row right off the get-go, right off the ripper after losing the pistol. And they could absolutely go on a bit of a tear again here.
This is the worrying thing, right? 3 players with no head armor, and there is a MAC-10 and a Galil in play.
So instant headshots is what you're telling me. Those naked, exposed heads.
Yeah, I gotta wear a helmet, Dinko. That's what I learned.
Safety is important. And Magnajez at the ready, utility about to drop at the foot of the B bomb site. Snappy, okay. Runs right through Dark with the weakest of weapons and mows down 2 of the defenders. BetBoom have no other option. Surely they just have to save now on the other side of the map.
Despite the woes of Falcons and Snappy on a lot of maps, one thing Snappy seems to, I don't know if it's intuition or like a sixth sense, he just knows the timing to come out from Dark every single time. I've seen him do this even very recently as well. I think it was an EPL against, let me quickly check. It was in G2. And despite the fact they lost the game, he just had so many well-timed rounds just pushing in from Dark, and I think that's something that BetBoom have to be cognizant of, have to be wary of as this half progresses. But yeah, great start from Falcons here. 3 rounds on the trot with barely any casualties. Going in for the hunt as well.
Yeah, so what you're telling me now is Falcons are building money because of the lack of casualties, and BetBoom are running out of cash.
Yeah,
dude. Another tough scenario here for them.
Yeah, math's easy, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the economy. Just look at this. So Snappy.
It's so wild, isn't it? Just comes through. I mean, that's something about Snappy I think has always been there, is the fact that he is really good with SMGs. If you remember, even like the UMP MP9, man can pull it out and really wield it.
Can he do the MP5 though? MP5 SD?
Anybody who buys that is trolling.
I don't know about that. I think it's could be a nostalgia.
It is funny that the amount of people over the age of 35 that tell me the MP5 is good is definitely the only people actually that told me the MP5 is good. So there has to be something there.
All right, kid.
Just
the bait.
Ooh, holding down Mouse 1, and he is dead in the water. Siren moves forward with a pistol.
That's a great bait setup along with the flashbang as well, right? Catching Magisk. Now, they won't be able to retrieve the rifle.
Double stack here in the B-bomb site, just on that left side of the obelisk. And it's going to work out pretty well for Dupree, actually. You thought Nafny had a chance there. He absolutely did. Dupree was taken down low, but still stood tall enough. Chiron burned out of the back of the platform. He's forced into a different piece of cover. In the meantime, his teammates are falling like flies to the hand of Dupree, and now Sampaius has his say. Siren steps up from Ivy, and this round is very doable. In fact, it is now favorable for BetBoom off the back of that double kill from Siren. It is now putting it into a 2v2. Dupree and Snappy up against Siren and Zorte. With 45 seconds left, Zorte is coming through T-spawn now, and Dupree has hit the brakes. But is the timing to move off going to work against him? He's just starting to slink his way back as Zorte's coming into play. And he's going to go over the top of dupreeh, but timing... Oh, finally Zorte will spot out dupreeh and take him down, putting it all on Snappy, the lone Dane, and that is not going to happen for him. Siren steps up with a massive round and 4 kills collected off the back of his M4.
That is such a huge round from Siren, right? He did 2 kills, but what I loved the most in that 2v2 was firstly Zorte picking up the AK-47, rotating all the way back from T-spawn, just not really expecting that, and then of course the repositioning from Siren. He got those 2 kills from CT, goes all the way back from Beach into its temple, and played that one very well. And BetBoom, they steal, they rob a round away from Falcons, and now these are the rounds, you're on the T side here, Denko, you can't lose rounds like this. You know, a round like this, especially against just the pistols or maybe a couple of rifles, you're supposed to win those. And things could come and bite them in the butt. But still, early days. Still a pretty solid start here for Falcons. And because they didn't lose too many players in the second and third round, they have more than ample money to work with here. And the AWP is going to be out in the hands of Sunpius. Once again, has had a good start here. 7-1 for him.
Magisk battles into the fray outside of A. He'll just have to relinquish his pressure because Sunpius now has the scope up instead. Looks like they want to be proactive about this, and Siren is flashed into Sunpius. Despite the Spanish sniper being blinded, he still lands that shot, and Siren is now gone. Zorte looking to fill that gap and see if Sunpius is hanging around or if he's fallen back. He won't get too much information. Utility is keeping him back for now, and he'll blow open that smoke and have a peer behind it, not seeing anything. And that's because Team Falcons, with just under a minute left, have decided they want to try and set up this B split instead.
But because they really didn't have any players behind that fake coming in towards A, look at the players, look at the CTs. 2 inside of B.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong setup here for the defense. Magnajaz playing behind that smoke. Chiron on the side itself.
Out of flank.
You're just drawing this time down further and further. 30 seconds left for Team Falcons to pull this split off. A couple of players coming through Dark, the rest through B main, and now they charge right into Chiron. He only manages 1, and Zorte's on that rotation over. Numbers certainly favor Team Falcons, and Nafny's going for a reposition down into Dark. He will lose his life against Magisk, who heard that from a mile away. And Zorte has arrived, but is it going to matter because his teammates are now gone? Zorte cannot feasibly think about this clutch, and so he'll go back to the beach instead to save that AWP. It's 4-1 for Team Falcons, and this T side is off to a heater.
I'm a little surprised. Ooh, okay. I'm a little surprised when... hold up.
He's not getting that AWP.
What's Zorte doing there?
He's gone. He's out of that. There's the little what artifact for Falcons. It's an AK-47.
We found it, Dinko.
We found it. It's right there. Someone just wants to grab that.
All right, Sunpius, this is beautifully done. I'm not sure if Nafny got spotted top mid on the flank, because he felt like he was going to be going for the full flank. Instead, he falls all the way back towards bridge and drops, or maybe he got spotted out, was scared to take the fight. But well handled by Falcons, despite the fact that BetBoom were trying, I mean, the 2 defenders at B were trying their very best, deploying everything they had apart from the kitchen sink to keep them at bay, able to somehow weather the storm. And 4-1, yeah, despite a bit of a heartbreak in round number 4, they're going to bounce back immediately, and the money is... A buy is possible. I would like them to go for a bit of a halfie, however. A couple of them are a little bit low on cash. Looked like there was a bit of a technical issue there, but hopefully it should be sorted out real quickly. But this is, again, a good-looking Falcons, right, to start things off. We saw this yesterday in Vertigo as well, which is the map pick. This time around, it's actually Nafny's map pick. And Falcons looking solid, looking very focused.
Their T-side starts have been good, but I think that is the point, though, you have to tell the viewers, Bly, is the fact that, you know, it is the T-side of Anubis. You've got to bear that in mind. You can rack up a lot of rounds here on the attacking side of this map. If we're looking at BetBoom, what kind of numbers are we looking at here to be an acceptable
If Falcons get to 9, they win this map.
Okay, that's what Bly's saying right now. Calling it nice and early. Falcons searching for 9. Mac-10 for Snappy getting its way in towards Dark again. He can't get away with it again. And he won't. Chiron has eyes on that range advantage with the M4.
Nice nade.
Falcons really trying to apply pressure to the B-bomb site. Looks a bit stronger this time from BetBoom, though.
Look at how passive out the CTs are towards A. No one has control towards mid, and now they had to start poking and prodding, trying to figure out what's really going on. They've just given up A main control for the time being, leaving Zorte posted with the AWP. You can see now, two players just, they're going to be pinstring towards mid, finding out there's no one there. For Falcons, after the early presence towards B, this might be an A finish, depending if they're able to find a pick here.
Sampai's just mollying out close A main. There was a bit of a reaction from BetBoom. 3 players leaning towards the A side of the map now, but Magisk is now reaggressing back into the darkness. And Chiron's in here, not alone though. He's got MagnaJez in the corner in this dark setup. If Chiron's successful in taking that first kill, this feels so strong right now for BetBoom. Chiron gets the first. Sampai's had to trade it, but it still does not look good here for Falcons. 35 seconds. Sampai's reads the aggression, but his teammates are all gone.
Bomb
and with
down.
30 seconds left, Bomb not in the possession of Sampai's. This round can't happen for Falcons. It is a second round for BetBoom, and it's Chiron and Zorte stepping up and making the magic happen.
Yeah, and also not dying to Snappy pushing into its dark, right?
Sure,
Getting
yeah.
that opening kill. And I do like how BetBoom approached that. They weren't playing super static as well. I think on the 50-second mark, we saw the 2 players at A, I think it was Zorte and Siren, grouping up with Nafany towards mid to get back some map control and try and, you know, have some information as to what's going on. And I actually kind of like that call from Falcons there, you know, just going back towards B, with just the 2 defenders towards dark, but good work from Chiron being a little bit more aggressive with his stance. And BetBoom bounced back 4-2. Op still in the hands of Sampai's.
AWP for Sampai's. Starts at dark, has a look to window. Nothing coming from BetBoom right now. Very passive CT setup. Even the sort of dark crawling we've seen in the previous round, not that. And Siren, oh, he's kind of actually 1G'd himself there. Magisk doing the brunt of the damage. Molotov finishes it off, and now Nafany in behind Cake. He's a little bit worried about the pressure Falcons are putting on this A site. Nafany has to stand tall, and he only gets 1 out of it. Snappy trades him, and Falcons, well, they know they've got a huge amount of space to play with towards the A bomb site. They're not grouped up together. They're not all together, so they don't feel good about going into this A site. Instead, they're still attacking into B. Madden had to get that trade, but they go into the B bomb site, and Chiron steps up. 2 kills locked in, and the round instantly flips back in favor of BetBoom, and Falcons realize there's no options available anymore. They have to go back to this A site, and MagnaJez waits patiently until the steps are heard and his peak can come through, putting it all on Snappy. He's got that first kill on the trade, but Zorte's patience from storage. He's got the sniper ready. He knows he shouldn't overextend and give the 1v1 fight to Snappy. If he stays alive long enough, Chiron's on that play through the beach around the back, but Snappy thinks about getting out of here. He's got limited time, 24 seconds to get to the other side of the map. Sure, if he shifts now, he's got to sprint soon, and he knows that. So he gets out of dodge, he gets over to this B bomb site, and he's going to actually have some time here to put the bomb down and position himself perfectly in the post plan. So this is now on for Snappy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time to set himself up. Is there a kit in play?
There's 1 itchy grenade, and I do not spot a kit blood. There may be 1 drop somewhere, but this is, I don't see it on the minimap, so it doesn't look like this is going to be too likely for them. So this is going to be quite rough if time ticks on. Snappy has a great opportunity. They've split up into 1v1s, but it's all down to timing. Will Snappy look the right way? He won't. He looks away, and Zorte will peek, decapitate Snappy, and BetBoom bounce back into the round.
I really like the comms in the 1v2 there coming in from BetBoom as well. Zorte not peeking in early by himself, waiting for his teammate on the bomb site to create a little bit of oral distraction. Unlucky for Siren there. So 1 HP and dies of his own flames, but huge play from Chiron. And
it's actually broken the money somewhat here for Falcons, hasn't it? It's dropped them.
It's broken, and also, you know, 4-1 to 4-3 now?
It's kind of similar to what we see on Vertigo yesterday, right? Versus VP, this hot start, this comfortable lead they were establishing for themselves, and then it quickly fell out of their hands.
That looks so disjointed on the B side, right? You get the opening kill onto its Siren. You have Snappies pushing deep towards the A-bomb side. And yeah, you're right now, you're trying to be disruptive. You're trying to potentially pressure the sole B defender maybe when there's when all the other cities are rotating towards A. But you want to work that together. Chiron gets 2 free kills, and especially Madden, he should have known where the player was, completely whiffs the spray, and just hastening things a little bit too much, right? You have so much time to work with. You have the player advantage. You have control, kind of that A-bomb side as well. The idea was fine. It's just the execution was so lacking. And you said it, Denko, the money isn't great, and this buy, it's rough, right? A couple of, a MAC-10, a Tech-9, Galil, AK.
Could get worse for them, too, if they lose this. Falcons will really have nothing to run with, and BetBoom could get a fantastic half out of this. Flash into the A play. Couple of Falcons players now round that A corner. None to stay committed. Chiron flashed out of B main. dupreeh dodges that flash, gets one, but couldn't quite get the double. Information quickly passed on to his teammates about what he just spotted outside of B. Minute left. 4v4, sure, but Magnachez takes a lot of damage in that initial aggression outside of the B bomb site. dupreeh very close, in fact, to getting that double kill.
If they waited a little too long, Dinko.
So it's the B split again, Blatt.
Molly? No, it's Flash.
Successful early, but not recently. Falcons with 35 seconds. They've got a retake setup going up against them. You see BetBoom with relinquished control of the bomb side because they want to play this in a retake fashion. So Falcons at least given the ball plant. But holding on to it is a different story. Madden watching the flank, and with extra numbers they can actually commit to watching the flank the whole time. And Madden's in a bit of an awkward fight, one that he just about wins, staying alive on 9 health. And that means the rest of BetBoom all have to come in from the same position through CT. Snappy's MAC-10, Mo's down 1, Siren trades effectively, but they have a little look at what's left, and Magnachez doesn't have much left in terms of health, so they back away, they don't get into this, and Falcons find success in the B split.
That duel, which Madden won, will probably just save them right there. If he gets taken down, all the other 3 Ts were just clustered on the B bombs. That they had no control of Temple, they had no control of B main, they wouldn't have control of CT as well. So it would have been way, way more comfortable for BetBoom to go in for that retake, despite a couple of the players being kind of low in health. So Falcons going to be reasonably happy with that one, but they're not quite out of the frying pan yet, Dinko. Like, no. It's 5-3. We still have 4 more rounds to be played here. And every single round that BetBoom get from this point onwards is going to be kind of bonus rounds.
Yes, at least they're not quite in the fire yet for Falcons. And nor are BetBoom when it comes to money. It's not a pretty buy, but it's certainly going to be effective. You've got 2 FAMAS, an AK-47, and 4 A1S. Alongside the AWP of Zorte. Speaking of, went for the mid pick, but smoke is up. And Zorte unable to really open things up that. Magisk applying pressure over towards the A side of the map. 3 players over this here for BetBoom.
From 1 smoke.
It's quite an intense rotation.
They should at least try to reaggress together and gather information, but the timing is... This could be really big, Dinko. Falcons, they speed this one up, it's just going to be the 2 defenders.
And they've been pretty effective at getting through the bomb site from these B splits. A couple of sort of post-plant situations have let them down, but here they go. Minute 10 seconds left. There's no commitment yet, because it looks like Magisk is still preoccupied with that A play, and Snappy doesn't feel comfortable not having a player capable of trading him. So he's waiting on him coming back, and this is actually allowing that player to rotate back from BetBoom, and that's Zorte's AWP that is now on the B site instead.
But I say that, Dinko, we do have a player falling
He's actually rotating again.
Yeah, this is... You can see how uncomfortable the rotations are for BetBoom, but it is going to be the B finish, clearly. And they also have Magisk holding that A flank.
So is that AWP rotation going to prove pivotal here for BetBoom? Chiron's going to play in towards Dark too. There's no commitment yet from Snappy, but eventually he's got to go. And he loses that fight versus Chiron. He's looking for that second play, but not spotting it yet. And now Falcons had to focus on him, but Chiron catches the good timing. Finally destroyed by dupreeh. And the plant has to come through now for Falcons. They lock that in. Magnachez once again low on health, and so the wallbang from Sampaius is enough to bring him down. And Siren's had a couple of good maps. He's had a couple of good rounds, but this will not be one of them. He goes down to Magisk, and Falcons break through yet again.
Despite what was a bit of a mistake from Madden there, that was very well done by Falcons. You could see BetBoom trying their desperate best with the counter utility, but they were very patient. Went for the double pump with the utility. And Magis, man, he's just so annoying in that A extremity, right? Like, as long as he just stays alive in the Canals position outside of A mains, like, for that retake from BetBoom, your avenues are limited. You have to come in from Temple. You have to come in from CT. You can't go for that big flank. And Magis has just been so impactful, and we saw this from him yesterday in Vertigo as well. On the T side, he's been looking absolutely very sharp. And Falcons, a very critical round to win, because with that, the money's gone.
Yeah, they're poor again. But, you know,
walking into the stack.
If you stick together, maybe, just maybe.
Apes together strong, Dinko.
Exactly. This USP setup, it might work out for them. As Team Falcons are heavily committing into the A bomb site, but you needed a couple coming in quickly, and it's just one from Siren, the rest being cleaned up. But I say that, Magnajez and Chiron come back together, and this is now crushing for Falcons. They commit into the stack and find themselves in a 2v2. Sampais needed to collect that kill, and does so on the Tech 9. Oh, shot from Chiron. It could still go out of control. And Sampais has to make it all happen with the Tech 9. He closes in the 1v1.
Oh,
but
God.
that was like a couple of Deagles, P250s, and USPs.
Not even close, Dinko. Not
close.
even close.
No sweat.
No sweat whatsoever on the brows of Falcons. They will survive the scare, waltzing into the stack. But in the end, the clutch doesn't come through for Chiron. 7-3. So we have 2 rounds remaining. Penultimate round of the first half here. I said it earlier, Dick. I'm going to stand by it. If Falcons get to 9, they win this map.
Well, they still have that opportunity in front of them. They just have to win the last 2 remaining rounds here. It did not look like for a moment there that Falcons were going to leave this half with a very strong scoreline, despite having a good start. But look at this mid-play, Blah. Nafany and Magnajez, they've pushed all the way through middle.
This is the first time they've done something this brazen, this aggressive, and I think Falcons are going to get caught off guard here.
It seems like they are. They have no idea until Madden considered it. He was aware of the gap.
And you should be aware there should be another second player pushing in, right?
Could be a second player, sure, you have to think about that, but they now have decided maybe we should change things up a little bit based on that play.
They've lost all map control.
Yeah.
Everything. And Magnajez's position near towards T-spawn, this could completely ruin their day if they want to head in from B main. But no, the call's going to be straight through Dark. It's only 1 defender.
But it is Chiron. And I don't think there's been a better CT player yet than Chiron when needed to get a multi-kill. He's only got that single, though, out from jail. And into the side here, Falcons. 44 seconds remaining. Big shot from Magisk. That bomb plant is now confirmed. Siren and Magnajez with a decision to make. Do they want to attempt this retake? We'll save the 2 weapons and have something to play with in the next round. Siren's got the first headshot. That'll certainly open up this opportunity to go back in for this retake, and that looks like the decision has been made. Siren moves in. Magnajez gets the kill in towards Dark. It's all on Siren, but it's a 1v1 fight. He doesn't know exactly where Madden is, though. And Madden's so incredibly low that 1 bullet would be enough to bring him down, but Madden ain't peeking. He ain't buying that you're going to stick it the first time around. Siren goes in for the kill, but not enough time. We'll have to make do with a saved AWP, and Madden, with massive balls, just hides around that corner.
Dude, Madden just saved them.
Yeah.
He just saved them, not just in this clutch, but even that opening kill with the flank, watching the flank. And to be fair, I feel like Nafany should have gotten that kill, man, honest to God. But
yeah. Oh, a little bit of discussion now going on.
The continuation. Oh, wee.
That's a big kill from Madden. That's him. The whole round is him, right? He stops the flank from really coming to fruition, and then he's able to win this clutch against Siren.
And also such a crucial round to win as well. And this is the round where BetBoom try to go for their aggression, try to catch Falcons at the pants down. And even the call coming in, I like that. They're like, you know what? We're just going to be going in straight Dark here. We're going to be going in Dark. They know we're just clustered around A. Instead of taking a sweet time clearing out mid, going towards B main, straight up Dark, might just be 1 player there. Chiron gets taken down.
Yeah, it's proof that Siren hasn't really mastered the voice of the Bene Gesserit yet. You know, he didn't get him to peek him. Madden just sat around that corner.
Peek.
I like it. Last round of this half, though, you said 9 rounds for Falcons to confirm an Anubis victory. Well, we'll see. It certainly will help their chances. Horte in the mid-fight. Sampaio brought down nice and early, but here's the acceleration of Falcons. They're going in for a swoop attack into Siren, who only manages 1 kill. But that could be enough because of the early advantage that Zorte collected. It's still a 4v3 favoring BetBoom. A lot of time. Magnajez's flank this time nets its reward on Dupree outside of B. And it does not look like Falcons are going to get that 9th round they so desperately wanted. An 8-4 half, considering how BetBoom played for the majority of this. I actually think we'll be pretty happy with here. 8-4, nice and clean towards the end too. They've only lost 1 player, make it 2 now with Madden stepping up with that headshot. And surely there's no way in which BetBoom allow Madden to get into a clutch here. This would be the ace 1v5. If he could pull this off, and he can't do it. He's taken out by Magnajez, and it will be that 4th round added to the tally of BetBoom at the turn of the first half.
Yeah, finally, BetBoom just refusing to be cowed, right? They're like, we're just going to take the fight to you guys, and I think they realize that it may be a little too late, but still 4-round CD side, Dinko. Considering you lose the first 3 rounds, you were trailing, what, 3-0 or something? I think you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Now that I've won 8 rounds, I have to say, I think Nafni and his men are going to win this map.
1 round would have changed it all.
It's one of those maps where it kind of reminds me of old Nuke, right? 12-3 to scoreline. And if you lose a pistol on a T side, you're like, yeah, this one.
Or Train.
Or Train. Just get Train back.
Yeah, we want Train back. I have to say, though, sitting inside of Mirage like we are right now, Blah, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it just reminds me of the spin botter we faced earlier today.
Yeah, don't remind me about that. Yeah, that was kind of rough. We got through that game, though, and then we queued, and he was in the next one. So,
which was an Inferno.
We hope you guys at home are having better games of Counter-Strike today.
We had great games last night, though. Just today's been a little rough. But here we go, Dinka. Jumping in straight into the second half. BetBoom now on the more favored side. We have Nafni, he's got a smoke, a Molotov, Glocks abound for each and every one of his players. And for Falcons, 7 pistols. If Jason was here, he'd be creaming himself.
Yeah, cream Moses, cream in, cream out. Looks like it is maybe a mid-play straight away from Magnajez, not wasting any time. He's got plenty of his teammates in behind him, charging their way through towards Magisk, who gets a lot of information and a lot of lead inside of his mouth. I don't think he's going to recover from that one. Big shot from Magnajez, again onto Snappy. Dupree, unable to get anything. And the old dogs are getting a taste of the youth that BetBoom were able to show on the server. Those shots in the pistol just collapsing the defense.
That is one of the simplest calls. 5 players all together, pack mentality. Timberwolves running straight inside the temple. And I did feel for a moment they probably might be heading towards A, but instead catching the 2 rotators out towards temple. And indeed, they will be laid to waste.
So both teams have lost the CT pistol here on Anubis, giving the T side the best possible start at the beginning of each half. And I think BetBoom will be very happy with that. They can now try and shrink this gap as quickly as possible. See if Team Falcons decide to go for the force buy here in the second round. Oh, Sampaio goes down at the end.
I like the way their the high fives went down. It's like a smooth little flow.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the Dexter slap, was it?
I was watching Dexter's slaps today. It felt a little bit. I mean, it was still, you know, there's a lot of force behind it, but it wasn't Dexter of old. I think it's tamed down a little bit. It's like,
yeah, I mean, he's let learn. He's went away.
I hope he doesn't become very tame. I still love watching him slap his teammates' hats off.
Yeah, getting slapped by Dexter.
Some people would pay for that.
MRBR did today.
Yeah. I don't think they enjoyed it though, Dinko.
No, I don't think so.
Force buy from Falcons. MP9, pistols abound. Early nade with stairs.
It's not pretty, is it?
Just tickling Siren. Yeah, it's not great. We saw BetBoom go for the full eco, right? And then they had a buy come the next one.
Does feel like the most likely scenario is now BetBoom really close the gap. Magnajez comes through. Dupree is dead at dark. Big swing. Despite Magnajez having a grenade in his hand, he's still able to stay alive. The rest of his teammates now running in towards Madden. It's a little bit chaotic, but you would still say BetBoom have a great chance at recovering this and stabilizing the attack. But another kill coming through. Madden this time dropped by Zorte. 4v3. Bomb now being planted. And Falcons realize the initial fights did not go their way. And if they lose everything here, they will have nothing to play with in the next. So they save 3 weapons.
And I don't think BetBoom will really be going for this hunt,
No,
right?
you don't really want to waste your economy, right?
Especially with the rifles you have. You have like 2 AKs, a couple of Galils, which can absolutely be very lethal come the next round as well, even against these pistols and MP9. So danger will be kept at bay by BetBoom as they slowly but surely crawl their way back to tie things up here. 8-6 the difference, a measly 2. And as long as they don't completely crap the bed come the next round, Dinko, it should be down to just a 1 round.
It really should be. And that's the scary thing about force buying in this CT round. It can, if it works out, which is the lowest percentage chance, it's obviously fantastic. You get a second wind. But the most likely outcome is allowing BetBoom to shrink this gap incredibly quickly. We got to see BetBoom quite a lot recently as well in some of the online tournaments we were covering. Blair, I think their Anubis looked pretty good from what we've seen, right? Their T-side from Naphany was pretty impressive at times.
Yeah, pretty solid. I think it's a map that they want to call it their new home, perhaps, you know, with that overpass being in the equation. Maybe potentially Dust 2 as well. They're able to push Mouse pretty close as well. But yeah, they're a team who have been putting in the work. Just the results haven't really been the best, but hopefully things will turn around here. Obviously, again, playing online with an online grind as opposed to playing on LAN, a whole different ball game altogether. And these guys, even though they're a young team, they've been tested in the fires of LAN. Talk about Chiron playing in Kato, you know, in front of the arena as well when he was playing for VP. For
also got subbed out mid-event at the RMR.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's focus on the positives. You have Simon.
Yeah, but it's still character building.
I'm more interested for managers. This might be one of his, you know, early big lands, so to speak, right? So the fact that it's still continuing to deliver.
I mean, what, the last BetBoom Dacha event was Donk's first LAN victory, like big LAN victory.
Listen.
And also the first ever reverse sweep at a best of 5.
That kid's a freak. We can't compare.
And he also then had the best performance ever from a player on LAN the next event. Yeah, maybe it's the first step here for Magnajez.
Naphany's just entering with a duel. He's
he's just running in, gunslinging his way through this defense.
Yeah, this one's done. But just going to be running for the hills with the Galil.
You know, I think we called today Donk Day, man.
He did drop a 30 bomb, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. We've been waiting so long for it.
It was so
for him to return to the server.
Yeah.
And he did not disappoint.
He did not disappoint. I just love how he seems so happy just playing Counter-Strike. Reminds me of my youth.
You weren't that good.
I was never that good. I don't think anyone was that good.
I was a little harsh.
No, just never that good.
Got a Zeus right here if you're Dupree's. The Zeus skin.
I wanted to come up with like a lightning strike Zeus skin as well.
That would be cool. That would make a lot, yeah.
Yeah, throwback.
But they would have to get like the 240p super low quality image on the side, though.
Yes, we need to get a 240p, which gives it that extra,
Yeah, the nostalgia.
Yeah, lightning strike hasn't aged well.
No, it really hasn't.
But the boom has. That's what I like.
The boom looks cool.
Yeah, dude. My op boom looks even better. I don't know what Karen's saying there, but doesn't sound kind.
Maybe it is.
Everything it does say sounds
Madden said something here, though. Didn't quite understand what he was saying, but seems pretty composed still for Falcons, but it could very quickly end up a tied game here if they're unable to win in their first purchase round here. They've got Snappy on the kit. He's the only player with a kit, so keep eyes on that. Number 1 on the mini-map as to where that kit goes.
Well, but at least it's in mid, so they have
like
to rotate.
the map,
you can just pick it up, you know? It's on extremity. Heavy lean towards B from Falcons, however, and it's going to be just Magisk, the anchor. And there's one man I've placed my faith in Dinko to hold on a site. If my life depended on it, it would still be Magisk. But he's being tested right now.
Ooh, you don't like that if you're Naphany.
Unconfirmed damage, however.
44 health off the back of that spam down from Snappy. They'll still stay committed into middle here at BetBoom, as they are attempting an A split. And the defense to try and deal with this is Snappy and Magisk. They've even got one drifted over towards Temple to watch the mid-cross into camera. Under a minute left, though, in the round, and BetBoom still yet to go for that final push. Leaving themselves open with options. Zorte is the bomb carrier. You'll exchange the bomb for a couple of pieces of utility, and Magnajez will now make his way towards A.
They just have one smoke and a molly for the zigzag.
There's 3 players here in the defense for Falcons now. Madden's made his way over. Magisk gets forced out of the back of Cake by that Molotov. So it's effective in changing up and breaking up the setup. And in fact, they don't actually look like they're going to a day. In fact, they're going elsewhere. They're trying to sell out the A split fake, and then they're going back into the B play. But Sampais is still here, and now Dupree is still there, and the bomb is down. BetBoom with 20 seconds left, run right into the Spaniard, and he will slice them open, and the round is thrown to the wayside.
And that's a Sampais you want to see, Dinko. Combat AWPing up close and personal, slapping them down. And that was a very questionable execute, quote-unquote, coming in from BetBoom, because the smoke towards heaven had a bit of a gap. It wasn't ideal. The Molotov for Cake was so premature because there was a smoke towards A main. They really weren't able to take advantage of flushing out Magisk from behind Cake. So I think the comms were a bit lacking. The players who were up close towards A main probably didn't convey the information that, guys, we can't come in, we can't push in right now. So a bit messy, but manages. That is clean. Finds Magisk, and now Snappy has a lot to do.
Yeah, it's clean and it's quick, and Magnajez continues to move forward. He's got Siren in behind him, but a blanket of fire will keep them at bay for now. I think they'll be pretty happy about their early work and what they've been able to conduct and walk away from alive, and that's the key. They keep the player advantage without being traded by a player from Team Falcons, and this is going to heavily favor the T side, especially with the amount of time left.
Look how much util the CTs have remaining, Dinko. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. A minute on the clock.
Yeah, that is worrying, isn't it?
Now, for BetBoom, I like this. They're keeping it very, very simple, Dinko. Siren's going to be an extremity. The rest of them going to be grouping up. There's no one at mid. The rotations are taking place via Beach. So Snappy, he needs to be a hero here. There's no one. They've just relinquished A. They've gone for the gamble towards B, and Snappy at least finds Chiron.
Nafany, ever closer to camera, clearing absolutely everything here. And with 35 seconds left, again, Madden makes the move back into the A bomb site. Snappy removes Magnajez from contention. Nafany peeks with a grenade in his hand. And now it's a little awkward. 25 seconds left. BetBoom, despite having a great start in the round, are being stalled out by those final pieces of utility that Team Falcons hold. They go into the attack. Dupree is gone.
They're running B.
But with 14 seconds left, BetBoom making the last-ditch effort to fake out the B play and leave that bomb on the back of Nafany, running his way into the site. And Snappy, he is getting over here. Bomb is already down just in time. And a 3v3, Nafany at the back of the platform, and Team Falcons must now take a breath and attempt this retake together.
Such an uncomfortable retake as well. They've lost track of where the final player is. And look at the big flank coming in from Siren. He could just shut this one down, Dinko.
Yeah, he really could. Nafany's doing a fantastic job in this post plant. Snappy is taken out. Sampais, he actually picked up Siren on that flank. He considered it. He looked for it. And now Madden makes his way through the shadows, but is caught by Nafany at the right time, right place. And Zorte will close on that opportunity.
That was insane from Nafany. The decision at the very last moment is like, all right, there are too many players towards heaven, towards storage. I need to go for this play.
Yeah.
And just immediately legging it. And this was after Snappy was doing everything humanly possible.
I think both rounds now have actually been really exciting calling from Nafany. Even though the previous round was a loss, I still like the idea that they have where they last second make it look like it's an A split and go for that B split instead. It didn't work out for them. And then this round is fantastic. Right at the dying embers of the round, they're able to find the pathway to the victory.
This is make or break. This is make or break for Falcons. There's 9 and 8. You can see the money, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? They lose this, they have to go for the eco, and that's going to be BetBoom getting to round number 10.
And Sampais having a great game. We talked about that earlier today. We talked about wanting to see Sampais take over the server, be the big performer. He's 20-7 at the moment, and it still doesn't look comfortable for Falcons. Flash play out set up by Sampais. Magisk is able to walk away with that opening, but effective trading from Magnajez. And with that kill through the darkness, it is Madden alone here with an MP9. He realizes standing still is not going to be the play that wins him this round. He has to get proactive. And he runs into dark to trade out Magnajez. And with a little weapon, he's actually done a lot in terms of being able to delay and scare off this T-side attack.
Smoke's going to dissipate. Yeah, so he saw where that flash came in from, but of course he's not aware of who it is. Madden will fall.
Bring him down.
This duel's everything.
Nafany comes back camera, and it's a snapshot right to the head of Sampais. Snappy and Magisk now in a 2 versus 3 with Nafany coming through Temple. This position is about to be very powerful.
They won't expect this, Denko.
Magis is going to play back at cave. Snappy is expecting it, but it doesn't matter. Nafany lands the headshot. BetBoom now into a 3 versus 1. Nafany perhaps lapse in concentration, and Magis once again was opened up with a chance. But 1v1s, back-to-back rounds, both going BetBoom's way. You said that was make or break, Blut.
I think they're broken. And again, Nafany, right? Huge round from him. He had to win the duel onto it. Sunpius and Camera gets the kill. And even though, yes, they were wary of the fact that he might be flanking in from Temple or from CT, goes to the wide swing. The player from platform not able to quite win the duel. And nice try from Magis, by the way, the 1v3. But in the end, Chiron with the trade. And again, just taking a look at the kill spread as well for BetBoom, it's not, no one's necessarily having to really step up and go above and beyond. It's just the fact that everyone else is doing the job when it comes to the fragging department. That's all they need. 12, 13, 13, 12, and 10. Just the difference of 3 kills between the top and the bottom fragger for the team. It's been a united effort. As Magisk, the hero M4A1S, Dinko. It's going to be all down to him.
It's not going to be easy for him.
It's all the way towards A, alongside Sunpius. And they had a little bit of utility to use up early on as well to try and maybe construct an initial opening duel, but they don't find anything because BetBoom's giving them nothing.
It's going to be a contact play here for BetBoom into the A bomb site. Siren and Magnajez leading that charge. Sunpius only has the dual Berettas, and he's gone instantly. That one rifle that Falcons had is also dead, and their chances of extending into the lead once more have shrunk. It is going to be 10-9 this time for BetBoom, heading into the lead. And they're grinding this first map out in the series. Falcons had a strong start. T-side was looking good. But BetBoom, once they've switched to this side of the affair, their T-side has looked great. They've had a lot of cool options. And of course, there's been a lot of close rounds. But they've been able to consistently win those 1v1s when it does get a little messy, when it does come down to these hairy situations. It's BetBoom coming out on top of it.
Yeah, that looked way more cleaner from BetBoom.
Yeah, against the weaker weapons, obviously, in that round. But timeout for Falcons. This is the second used up here. They've got the ult back for Sunpius. Rifles will return. But the lack of utility on a few players is about to be very apparent.
Yeah, Snappy get 2. I think they'll be fine. There's some residual cash remaining from Magis, so we have, yeah, there we go, belt utility. For most of them, apart from Sunpius, obviously, is going to be wielding the AWP. No head armor as well for the 2 Danes.
They can throw a few pieces out, spread the wealth a little bit. Sunpius will even have some utility of his own. So, okay, they've got a decent amount of util here. Madden even picking up a flash right at the end there. So they've managed to take a little time out, figure out their finances, and get a very decent buy here. But this is kind of one of the last legs to stand on. If they collapse here, it might just be Anubis heading the way of BetBoom. The first map of the series picked up, but an aggressive drop down through window into water here. Snappy gets one out of that aggressive maneuver. Fantastic flashbang from Madden.
Beautiful.
And that sets up Magis to take out the Opera on the other side.
That's a great, great flash from Madden. Zorte a little too deep. And now
this double push through camera. This could be very strong for Falcons. Oh, but it's such an important fight that you have to win, and Chiron alone takes out Madden and Magisk.
You might say
that is utter collapse for Falcons on the A side. It was looking so good for them. There was a bit of a risk in terms of putting both your players in camera and going for an aggressive maneuver, and you see that risk play out in favor of BetBoom. They get a double off of Chiron, and he ain't stopping. Once he gets a little bit of blood, he wants it all.
He just spammed him straight through the smoke as well. That's the AWP, Dink. I was expecting Sunpius and Dupree to potentially just try and hold on to it. But I love the heads-up play from BetBoom right there. They knew there were 2 players towards A. They know they lost Zorte, the 3v4. And I expected Chiron to at least get traded, but huge from him. 3 kills. The AWP retrieved as well for Zorte. So Dupree just has the A1 to work with heading into the next round. And BetBoom is a couple away. That's heartbreak, man. Like, were praising the flash from Madden, taking down Zorte, and just a few seconds later, Chiron completely decimates them. See, a little bit of frustration. Just letting himself be heard. 11-9.
This is a little bit of the action there from Chiron's previous round performance. Just immaculate.
Yeah, and you have to go for the force here.
And it is Chiron having a good day here. Siren also. These are the two players you mentioned in the pre-game play that if they do go missing, and they can go missing, could be a very different BetBoom, but they are showing up.
And they're not, again, I said they don't need to bring their A++ game. Just an A-, just doing your job is good in Yeah,
that's kind of rough, isn't it, Siren? You don't like that one. Right through the smoke, Magisk just domes him.
I mean, he did try to. Well, that's the thing with AK-47, you tend to forget it does leave tracers. It can be triangulated. The Magisk shuts him down.
But it does do that. Instant headshot from Magnajez through on Dupree.
They know Madden's here. They should know.
They should consider it, but they're also distracted by some pious Magnajez showing us some of that FPL aim. He looks so damn sharp with that AK-47.
Donk's friend.
Donk's friend. Here he is. What a nickname that would be if it stuck. Don't think he'd enjoy that one.
Dark.
Oh, he's got to worry about that, but is the bomb going to go down in time? Doesn't matter. He's hired Natfany as security. He does not fail. He gets that kill. Magnajez then steps up once his hands are no longer busy. And Sampias will relocate his way back into the A-bomb site to save a measly FAMAS. As we now head to 12-9 for BetBoom. They are one round away from closing out Anubis and taking the first map of this series. This is BetBoom's map pick. Up next is Falcons' home ground. It's Vertigo. Now, we have seen Falcons. It is clearly their best map in the pool, but they showed yesterday that they can lose to teams that aren't necessarily even that good at Vertigo, right? They lost to VP on the map, despite having a very strong start in the first half. So it's not a confident time here at the moment for Falcons. And Sampai's just about holds on to that AK-47 at the end.
It must be so frustrating for the side of the Falcons, right? On the A-bomb side, they've been getting these opening duels every single time. Siren's being punished, Zorte's been taken up by Magisk, but this, by Magisk just being fantastic, especially towards A. And the reply from BetBoom, yeah, we're going to go mid or we're going to go B and we're just going to outduel everyone. It just has to be so gutting. As this could be it, Dinko. The last hurrah for Falcons. They need to win 3 in a row right now to even consider overtime. And BetBoom, they've been looking lethal. Karan especially, really coming into his own here.
Zorte with a tight angle. This looks like it's going to really punish this B attack, but he misses the shots. And actually leaves Chiron out to dry. Natfany comes in to help this B attack.
What is going on?
And it's very awkward, but eventually Zorte will get a third chance to take Madden. He doesn't miss thrice.
I'm not sure they're going to be expecting 2 more players in B.
Yeah,
this
could be the double dark push of dreams. Or it could be a double kill for Magnajez, who seems very primed and ready for that second player, in fact. So he sends that Molotov in. Snappy has to go and fight, and he will win it.
He's dead.
Yeah, sure, he's under a lot of pressure because he has to worry about the backtrack and the players coming in from the front, and he couldn't handle the two-way. And that's going to be Magisk left alone. He must attempt it last round if he's unable to win this. He'll descend down silently. Magisk will not even get close to the bomb site. Zorte nails that headshot, and BetBoom pick up victory here on Anubis. It was another strong start to the first half from Falcons, but one that was whittled down piece by piece. BetBoom with 4 rounds in the first half. It proved to be enough to get the job done in their map pick. And now we will set our sights on Vertigo to see if Falcons can survive elimination. They better hope they can.
Yeah, they should be, and then it's kind of kind of so unfortunate as well because Sun Pius, the player we were touching upon, saying he's been kind of quiet, has been missing quite a lot for the side of Falcons. He top-fragged in the server, 23 kills for him, 8 multi-kill rounds. You could see him hitting some pretty nutty shots, you know, with the AWP, with the rifles and whatnot. But everyone else kind of struggled a bit snappy, apart from that one round with the MAC-10 where he's able to crack open the B bomb side. He kind of went missing. Dupree was nowhere really to be found as well. Madden was a bit quiet. Again, just the usual complaints we have with this Falcons team just coming to play here.
Yeah, and Pius even had that big game too, but there was just more consistency across the board from BetBoom, more output. And I think the key man in that first half had to be Chiron, right? It felt like he had a lot of pivotal rounds on that CT side and that B bomb side to save BetBoom and got them just enough rounds to really make something happen in the second.
Oh, for sure. And I have to give Nafany his flowers. I think he individually had a lot of very important kills coming in, a lot of like, not necessarily clutches, but like round-changing sequences coming in from him. I also feel like the calling on his T side was pretty solid. It wasn't anything too convoluted. There were a couple of moments, a couple of rounds where I'm like, okay, maybe he could have handled this one a little bit better, but he kept it super simple. And yeah, he just basically outcalled the Falcons, especially on the T side. So yeah, credit where it's due. It was their map pick, and despite the fact that Falcons got off to a very solid start initially, it was BetBoom who closed out at the end kind of convincingly, 13-9 the scoreline.
Yeah, in the end, it was quite a strong finish from BetBoom. And, you know, we're looking into Vertigo up next, and it is a great chance for Falcons to bounce back, but it's not like they're infallible on the map, right? We've seen them lose to Virtus Pro yesterday. I think one of the weaknesses we talk about for VP is their Vertigo as well, so that doesn't exactly paint necessarily a pretty picture here for Falcons.
I'm taking a look at BetBoom's Vertigo. Again, it's a map that they play quite often, and actually yesterday against Mouse, it was 16-12, the overtime loss against one of the best teams we have right now in Counter-Strike. So yeah, they're not exactly strangers to this map either. They played it quite often as well. You know, they played against Eternal Fire, against OG, against even FlyQuest have been looking pretty solid right now in EPL. So it's a map where even though we saw some good things coming out from Falcons yesterday, I don't think they should be feeling too complacent, right? You need to still be very wary. But I have to agree with you. I feel like there is... I can see this go to map number 3. I think Falcons, I think we saw at least Sun Pius working, it was good. Majus still continuing to be very, very consistent. But hopefully those internal talks don't come and ruin the day for them.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We're mere moments away from heading into Vertigo to see who is going to be eliminated here from BetBoom Dacha 2024, but Chiron was the highlight player of this matchup, and like I said, a lot of those CT rounds I think in the first half were the reason BetBoom had enough to play with going into the second, and Chiron even had a great T side as well, so great to see him having a good game. When Chiron's on board, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, and just looking at the scoreboard, right, you can see the drastic difference. Sun Pius way on top right there, and you had Majus continuing to do his work, being very solid, 95 ADR as well, but the rest of them, man, they were very, very, very quiet indeed. Snappy, Madden, Dupree, you can't afford to have that. You can't afford to have the players looking to deliver just disappear. Dupree we're looking at as the aging star of this team. He was really nowhere to be found on this map. And look at BetBoom, and again, you don't need everyone to be a star here. Madden just continuing to be very consistent. Chiron and Siren, 80 ADR, 61 ADR, 17, 15 kills. That's enough. You don't have to do anything too crazy. And as long as the floor is a little bit high for this team, that's good enough. And I think BetBoom is just a day in the office here on their map pick. Still more to be seen, of course, on Vertigo, but also Nafany, some very, very impactful rounds, some very good calling coming out from him as well.
Yeah, even in some of the rounds that they lost, I think Nafany presented us with a very fun T-side to watch, and plenty more Counter-Strike action to watch after the break. We've got Vertigo in this elimination match. If Falcons lose their map pick, they're out of BetBoom Dacha 2024.
Всем привет, с вами BetBoom Team, и сегодня мы поиграем в игру «Чего не хватает на скриншоте». Ящик слева.
Коробки, да, слева. Где?
Это посложнее. Как будто бы...
Я не понимаю вообще. Цемент вон там есть под этим?
Вот я тоже не вижу цемент, во-первых. Ну, короче, у нас 3 предположения. Либо ящика, либо мешков под этой фигней железной нет, либо конусов на втором этаже вот на этом.
Давай конус на втором этаже.
Давайте конус на втором этаже. Ну, это одно и то же. Я угадал, что не хватает, где не хватает.
Ну да, да.
Ой, это Паш, твоя любимая карта. Ты должен знать, что не хватает.
Мне кажется, там еще какие-то коробки стоят, вот где вон те 2 вазы. Может, на гусе?
Да я тоже смотрел в гусь, но там как будто все есть. А, может, дверь какая-то? Вот где вот эти, где Ванвик раньше был, понял?
Нет.
Значит, дальше дверь. Ну, я не знаю, тут сомнения. А, 3.
Реально?
Реально там 3 должен быть?
Я вообще не знал про это. Эта карта не игралась 2 года, это невозможно было.
Это невероятно.
Это я вообще сюда не заходил 10 лет.
Так, мы эту карту не играем, это вообще несправедливо. Ну, Игорь, я скажу, что рыб не хватает в фонтане, не знаю.
А там есть рыбы в фонтане?
Да, там есть рыба.
Окей, рыб не хватает.
Ну, это давайте.
Нет.
Что-то не хватает слева как будто бы, да?
Вот здесь вот, где чашка стоит, там еще либо еще один стул должен быть, либо еще одна чашка.
Стул хороший. Но я тоже обратил внимание, пустовато как. Ну, бочки не хватает огромной. Понятно, дальше. Ящик как будто бы сильно слева, как будто бы тут 2 ящика должно быть. Понял? Типа, они просто отрезали один ящик, убрали влево. Ну, видишь, какой-то гап большой между картой и иксом?
Да.
Ну, пусть будет так. Ну, это проеб...
Как? Дерева нет, там дерево растет.
Ну и жаба слева. Как будто бы давайте, вот он говорит, поверим.
А где дерево-то?
Да не видно его отсюда, ракурс такой тип.
Мне кажется, тут лодка должна какая-то стоять.
Лодка какая-то должна. Ну, ну тут вот 2-й этаж снесли как раз. В кармане что-то не хватает, 100%. Какой-то странный ракурс. Там должно быть сверху еще перекрытие. Но они опять что-то хитрое придумали, блин, что-то какая-нибудь пиксель, когда никто не смотрит.
Но если это не хитрое, то это то, что ты говоришь.
Ну, хитрое, я говорю. Что я могу тебе сказать? Твоя позиция, давай.
Мусора в мусорнике не хватает.
Красава. Лонгопорник сразу видно. Так, это скип. Тут вообще без шансов.
Да, это без шансов.
Это без шансов, реально скип.
Не заходили на карту.
Так, как будто бы над дверью что-то должно быть. Нет такого?
Есть такое.
Есть такое, очевидно. Все, что могу, можем сказать. Больше на мне ничего сказать. Табличка.
Надпись.
Аплом.
Там, да. А тут не хватает ящика, маленького ящика на вот этом ящике.
Да. Как будто бы не хватает каких-то этих ведер, каких-то как будто бы не хватает. Что-то вот слева, как будто бы под трубами, по ощущениям, по вайбу. Ну,
не было шансов.
Как будто бы проиграли изначально тоже.
Тупой здесь нет ничего?
Нет.
Внизу там ничего не стоит?
Ничего нет.
Никакой мусор?
Может быть, слева в углу там какая-нибудь метла стоит. Может быть, верхушки этой не хватает. Пирамид куча.
А, реально пирамиды нет. Половина. Как мы на это внимание не обращаем.
Не знаю, я не смотрю, грант не кидаем.
Всем спасибо, кто смотрел.
Мы не угадывали, что не хватает на скрине.
Да. Болейте за BetBoom.
Welcome back to BetBoom Dacha 2024 in Belgrade. We've got Falcons on the brink of utter collapse and elimination here in the event. We're heading into their map pick at least, Bless, so maybe there's a chance for them to bounce back into this, but as you were telling us just before the break, it's not like BetBoom don't play this map very well. They're very solid on it. They play Mouse very close in OT yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when it comes to Falcons and Vertigo yesterday, right, it was again Majusk who was being the kind of like the guy who was being a problem towards the B bombs on the T side especially. And if you look at the way Madden was getting kills on A against VP, it was a lot of dry peeking, trying to catch timings. There was no real construction, so to speak, as to how they're going to be playing. The first few rounds are great, but also got to remember VP, it seemed like it took a while to kind of wake up. But if you look at the players on the side of BetBoom, it looks like everyone's kind of sharp. No one is kind of lagging behind here for Nafany.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic there in that department for Nafany, and it's a very stressful situation.
Snappy looks like he needs some shut-eye. He looks so tired and stressed.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably understand why. It's probably not easy to be an in-game leader who has worked with the same coach for many years and finally got your team to play the way you wanted, and now you've got to play with the greatest coach of all time who has a different idea about it. And there was no secrets about the Snappy Zonic combo, not really seeing eye to eye on absolutely everything. It's probably quite a stressful situation over there at the moment. Once again, they're facing elimination in a tournament, so this could be dead last though, Blah. That really would be rock bottom for Team Falcons.
It would absolutely be rock bottom, especially for a team who, as Trey said, hasn't even supposed to be here, right, for BetBoom.
Yeah, true.
Then to lose them would be...
Which is a little weird, considering.
Yeah, but the thing for Falcons is, yesterday, they had a good start on the T side. The CD side is when things looked a little alright, and hopefully that's not going to be the case here. BetBoom making a little bit of noise towards ramp, but it does look like it's going to be a lean end towards B, and Madden and Magic. So double M combo, Dinko. They lie in wait.
Yeah, they're ready. M&M not going to take out Magnajez. And the first fight will ensue, but it's cancelled. So it's a fake presence towards the B bomb site, and then go back to the A for a finish. Now, this is a common pistol, but the other way around, right? We see a lot of teams fake out A, go back to the B bomb site. Yeah. They're doing it the opposite way here.
And Sunpius needs to stay alive. He's going to be spotted now.
On the Snappy jump. Just jump spotting, having a little look. Nafany chasing after him. Now the execute, there's the middle of the site. Smoke, very good for a pistol. Covers both sides of the bomb site here. Dupree gets in behind Yellow, but Magnajez once again opening up the site, but they won't surely look for Dupree. Oh no, Dupree recovers it, at least gets one, but that would have been an absolute disaster if he walked away with nothing. And Siren yet to commit to the plant, now will do so. Punches those digits in on default, and will try and stay alive in his position. Nafany with a sneaky little play right through the smoke. Nafany annihilates 2, and BetBoom have got the pistol to kick off Vertigo.
Oh, what a ballsy play from Nafany there, but oh man, Dupree could have got 2, Dinko. If he gets the first clean, he potentially finds a second, or at least gets out of dodge, heads in towards short, and stays alive. And that is such a mishap coming in. Oh, that's got to stink. And Nafany with a killing blow through the smoke. Falcons get nothing done. And a forced buy coming out from them early on here. Deagles, 5-7, MP9s. Not a big fan of it. I'm a bit more...
The second round force in the CT side is a sort of controversial topic, isn't it?
Call me a bit old school or orthodox or, you know, logical. I feel like the way the economy works right now on this map is it's just such a big risk, man. And if you don't win this, you're just going to
have it hardly ever actually works out, right?
Rarely. And if you're going to be... And if you lose this, you're going to have just USPs. Right? Like, you can't even... On a T side especially, at least on a T side, you can maybe have a Tech 9, a couple of Tech 9s, a couple of P250s, and try and, you know, work your way together, rush a site, maybe get the bomb done, get something out of it. 5 USPs, especially in this day and age, a Counter-Strike, very rarely are you going to be stealing away around, or even getting too many kills that matter. Snappy, though, nothing.
Nada.
Zilch.
Magnajez. Kind of ran out of nothings right there, actually.
Jordan Gilbert.
that's a good one, man. That is quick. I like that.
Thanks, Nico.
That's probably the best work that will be done at this event, to be honest.
Oh, expectations are so low, aren't they? Just because I'm not Moses and bald, and a dad, and a lumberjack.
I don't even cast that guy. What are you talking about? I haven't seen him in months. Madden, good kill on Magnajez. He's getting a little bit of extra chances here, but Nafany loves the Mac-10 run and jump. That's exactly what he's gone and done.
Nafany does feel like an ADHD kid when he has an SMG in his hands.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I feel like that too. Anytime you get a Mac-10, you just gotta keep moving.
I can't do it. I think Scrawny does it way better than both of us can. Like, all his sounds.
Oh, sounds, yeah. He's a master of onomatopoeia.
He's literally such a good beatboxer.
Yeah, I know someday it's in Connor's destiny to be a voice actor in some sort of animated show or video game.
I'd pay for it. I'd play it. And I'd watch it as well.
Yeah, of course you would.
I just love how, when it comes to the CS talent, there's so many people. Like Lawrence, for example, just found out very recently that it's freaking good at pool.
Yeah, well, he's on your team, unfortunately. But I will like to say the best of 7 is still going. But
sure, buddy.
Pistols and MP9. That's all that Falcons have to play with here. Grenades! Oh, Dupree. It's not a good day for him, is it? He didn't have a great time on Anubis and is not having a grand old time here on Vertigo either. And for Madden, it's kind of the same stuff.
Yeah. What would be your talent, Dinko?
Thank you. I don't know.
I'm thinking, like, you have a lot of talents. Trying to think of one.
I think it's pretty uncomfortable talking about yourself like this. Well, you know.
Okay, fine. I'll try to construe up something. I think your knowledge of just one kill. Your knowledge of random trivia is extremely impressive. Because I personally, I mean, I used to do a lot of quizzes as well, and I'm like, I think I know more than most people.
We should do a quiz, like a quiz team. We should find somewhere.
You and I would absolutely shit on every CS talent in general.
Depends what the topics are. Yeah, general
trivia.
Maybe,
yeah.
Well, 3-0 start. It's generally a pretty good start here for BetBoom. 3-0 in a row. Seems like you're going to be seeing that lovely little Falcons artifact put in the wall soon, unless they're able to step up here. And the gun rounds will begin now. But this is Dupree. What a horrible old time he had it towards the top of the ramp.
And yesterday, despite the the praises we were heaping upon Magisk on Vertigo, the CT side was a little rough for him, right? He was getting found out by who was it for VP?
Fame.
Fame, yeah. Fame, but it is Fame, though, right? I think Fame is a better player than anyone we have on this BetBoom roster, in all honesty. But still, he was struggling quite a bit. But that M&M combo, the M&D combo, the DM combo, Dupree and Magis, the two
M&D's is a theme park I went to in Scotland when I was a kid.
M&D sounds something illegal that I would have tried when I was in school.
It's like something that'll give you a good time.
Yeah.
Or a horrible one.
Sunpius, though.
Oh, Magna just attempting that kill up towards the site. He got an opportunity. He had to get away, and fortunately for Magna Jez, he is able to get away. That damage is huge onto a couple of these BetBoom players. So Falcons open things up with Sunpius grabbing the opening kill and all the damage towards B. Now these Ts are forced to come back into the waiting arms of Sunpius, and you've got to say, in this kind of position, you got to favor the AWP to at least get one more here. But that smoke, that might just ruin the party.
I haven't seen anything yet, though, right? You just saw the smoke, no flashes behind it, no noise being made. As manages with the AWP. Bogdan's Law coming to play. The Law that will never die. This should be the round for Falcons. 35 seconds on the clock. They don't have much utility remaining, however. A couple of smoke. 3 smokes, though, for the CTs.
Yeah, Madden's just sort of shoulder peeking, and then will drop the smoke when he makes contact, but will it pop in time is the question. 23 seconds, here they come. Madden tries to make it uncomfortable with the smoke. Creates a corridor of cover for him to play around, and 15 seconds remaining. Nafany with a headshot, this time on Dupree. Madden gets a kill, but it's not the right one. And the bomb still goes down. Sunpius, in the midst of all the chaos, with a no-scope kill, leaves Siren in a 1v4 alone. And despite having the bomb down, you're not going to win this round. It's too strong from Falcons. Madden does a fantastic work when he's kind of in a tough spot of getting a multi-kill out of that.
I think the second kill with the USP is what sealed the deal right there, right? If he gets taken down, and they're being very, very paranoid. They have all the time in the world as well. And Siren's like, yeah, it's not happening. There we go, Falcons get the first on board. Again, Sunpius opening things up. And the fact that they had that one smoke from Madden. Madden put in a lot of work. Like, while Mirage is not something we really want to talk about from what we saw yesterday, even on this first map, he really didn't get much done. He was a problem for VP on that A bomb side as a CT, on the T side as well, single-handedly, just, you know, getting a lot of opening kills. Very good intuition on these aggressive lurks as well. So I think he's going to be a player we're going to be keeping an eye out on here. Is going to be an early lean coming in towards B to start things up. A bit of pressure being applied towards our man Magic Boy. Oh.
Okay, so these are some of my favorite pictures. I'm going to put that into Kaleidoscope, and then when you look through it, you can snapshot.
It's like Google Photos.
Yeah. That reminds me. I need to update my payment details, man. They're not backing up anymore. Too many photos.
You back up your photos?
I think I do.
I don't trust it.
I don't mean to.
I don't trust big data.
I mean, it's already too late.
Probably.
I'm not interesting enough for that to really play a problem in my life, I think. Maybe.
I think you're getting there, Dinko. I think, like, if certain photos of yours get leaked, it can ruin your life.
I don't have any of those.
Indeed, it doesn't.
Nafany. Blenos. Nafany clears out generators. Sats Magic's gone. He's down and out. Second kill. What? Nafany with all 3 massacres them on a triple. And Sunpius and Snappy, well, they have nothing left in this round. They might as well just hide away from Nafany.
I will say this of Siren. Even though he might not be like top fragging in a server, the amount of flash assists he gets in a game, it's fantastic. That was beautiful pathing, beautiful utility protocols coming out as well from BetBoom, and they're going in for the hunt as they should. Take it with his op, take it with the AW from Sunpius. Quite down the Sun God.
Well, it's kind of crazy, isn't it, when you got your in-game leader just popping off like that. 8-1 for Nafany. What a hot start he's had here on Vertigo.
Yeah, how do you like them apples, Maui? Said Nafany.
Yeah, he is. Good Will Hunting.
Great movie. Oh, third shot was sick, dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. I couldn't quite believe the kill feed when I was looking up at the top right.
I thought he got 2 kills.
What? Yeah. How was that third Nafany? All right, Snappy.
All right, this is just BM. Compare players. 8-0, 138-39, 8 KD to 0.
This is one of the most horrible graphics I've seen, man.
This is actually so cruel.
Poor Snappy.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's all right, Snappy.
We've all been there. Not me, though.
All right, Zonic. He's giving them a speech. He's clapping his hands together.
I think he needs to start giving out hugs. Remember
No,
that?
they only get hugs if they win
a
a
major.
And right now, it doesn't look like they're going to make a major.
They didn't.
Yep.
You know what? In Shanghai, even though it feels like it's far away,
it's not that far away.
It's not that far away. We're already...
Especially if this isn't going to... Like, if you're going to make a roster move again, like, because let's not beat around the bush. That feels like a possibility, right? Like...
I said that this 5-man lineup's not going to survive.
Yeah, so sure, you're not going to have a lot of time to like rebuild again if you do make a roster move.
But you know...
So do you stick with Dupree and this version of the roster all the way through?
Here's a problem with a team like this, right? Like when it comes to, let's say, BetBoom, for example. This is a team where you can be like, oh, I want to try new players out. I want to try this manager's kit out. There's lesser expectations, so to speak. You have the allowance of trying to try new things. When it comes to this roster, fine. Okay, you want to replace Madden? Who are you going to get? You want to replace Snappy? You want to completely rebuild it with a new IGL? Who are you going to get? And they just can't go for an unknown entity like a very,
it's tough,
FPL
right?
player. It's not easy for a team like
and
this.
It's acceptable to miss out on the first major because the team's just put together, but the second, that would be tough. But that's a long way off. It's
Here we
still
go.
months to go, and certainly not a long way off as this BetBoom attack into the A-bomb site. Under a minute left, utility gets put in place. And they're ready to go for an execute into this site. The setup designed to deal with this is Madden and Snappy. Madden will play close to Crit, a position he's occupied many a time before in this half. Dupree's made the rotation to bolster the defense by one extra player, so now 3 currently stand towards this A-bomb site for Falcons. We'll have to see if 3 is the number to hold. With 30 seconds remaining, BetBoom start their final maneuvers forward into Madden. A long-winded spray that nets nothing, but Snappity will make up the rest. So it's Siren and Nafity down to that M4 spray. Bomb will be planted on default, and Dupree takes a risk to make his way through the smoke, and he gets a double kill out of it, leaving Zorte alone in this magical clutch. The defuse already being stuck. He physically cannot get around the corner in time to stop that, and so it will be a Falcons recovery for a second.
I thought the graphics just pissed off Snappy right there. Huge 2K through the smoke, and despite Madden, being blinded, falling down from the top, you feel like, oh, this is looking messy.
Yeah.
But I absolutely love that push coming in from Dupree. I think he got a flash assist as well from Snappy. Yeah, that was huge from Snappy. Getting the 2 kills, flashing in through the smoke for Dupree, catching the player towards short, and then because he pushed in so early out, the bomb planted. The moment he punched in the numbers, he didn't have enough time to put in a bullet in the chamber of his gun. But it's going to be back-to-back fast plays towards A here. This time way more faster, but Snappy will shut it down, finds one.
Yeah, good kill from Snappy. He'll drop on back. He's starting to come into his own here. He's seen what that Nafany round did. And he wants a little piece of the action. So Pius, good kill on Nafany. Brings down him without much of a stress, really, here for the Spaniard. He'll stand in the same position, comfortably so. We'll see BetBoom try and figure out maybe this B-bomb site could have a potential weakness. But Magisk, you couldn't call him that. He's a very solid, reliable anchor player, and he's here on default. Incredibly unlikely that BetBoom, based on the start of this round, will now find success.
Never know, Dinka. Magnaja still alive. Zorti still lethal with the AWP.
There's 2 players here on this B-bomb site. It's Dupree and Magisk. One at quad, that's Magisk. Dupree,
and
information gathering at default. And yeah, a 3rd player now coming, getting ready for this attack. Molotov is going to heat things up. Magisk has to peek out. He does so well. He actually gets both. I have no idea how he's even alive, despite getting Molotov, then forced out of position. Never mind getting 2 kills from it. And that is much better from Falcons after the timeout. Zonic is very happy about what he's seen his team do over the last few rounds.
Yeah, Magisk has just been so good in these anchor roles, right? For such a long time. I was a bit surprised that they didn't actually go for Nuke. I think Nuke was pretty good earlier on, but yeah, where to go? As long as Magisk is going to be a rock on his B-bomb side, and Sun Pius starts to wake up towards A. Might have a game on our hands here. Still early days, 4-3, lead still with BetBoom. But that being said, the money has been kind of whittled away, so we will have Zorti with the Galil and Armor, Siren with the Kevlar, alongside Chiron, to retrieve that Galil if it does fall. But Zorti will have to be the tip of the spear here. What's the difference between a javelin and a spear, Denko?
One's a weapon. One's...
Are you saying a javelin can't be a weapon?
One is a sporting piece of equipment.
What's how about a halberd?
That's a cool piece of weaponry. It's too heavy is what it is.
Ding, ding, ding. Correct answer at all 3 fronts. See? We'd kill it.
Especially if we widen the goalpost that much. Well, this Siren climbs up on top of the boxes in middle. Madden sunk quite quickly.
That's an AK retrieved as well, but no armor. That's a rough part. Chiron's far away.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely there's anything here available for BetBoom.
It's about trying to deal a bit of... Ooh, wow. Okay, Magnages. Donk's friend.
Donk's friend. Dead now, of course. Dupree. Device's friend. Taking a headshot.
Not Magic's friend. Ooh, that got scary for a bit. But, yeah, Falcons, they tie things up and they keep it reasonably clean.
Dude, these artifacts remind me of like when you were in primary school. This technology came in when I was young, so people would take like family photos, and then you would put your child's head in one of these glass cubes, and then try and get your parents to buy it, and they were really expensive. And you know, you would see other kids in your class, parents buy the little glass cube of you, and then you would kind of have to guilt trip your parent into thinking, you know, they don't love you as much. And then it was a good business actually made by the photography company.
Must be nice. My parents never loved me, so I never had to worry about trying to get them to buy me anything.
That's good. I mean, that's a lack of stress, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That'd be
no
pretty
expectations.
Cool. Could we get an artifact blood of like all of us in it, like as a big group photo? I think it'd be kind of cool. You put the artifact on your wall.
No, I'm good.
No?
No.
All right, we'll keep you out of it then. Just me, Connor, Launders.
Oh, you're talking to 4 of us over here.
And all the production, except Blah.
That's fine. I like to stand out.
4-on-4 in terms of score.
I'm kidding. I love my mom. She's great.
An AWP.
Had to put it in there. Sorry, Mom, if you're watching.
Had to save that one.
Had to save that one.
While you're watching this game, of course.
Of course. She's obviously watching BetBoom Falcons right now. All right. BetBoom, they've tried these faster A leans and A hits have been completely shut down. And the answer they had here, what is this?
Ooh, Sorte and Magnages get some entry action. They haven't had that in a little while.
They don't have to fully commit to this real fast.
Oh, Snappy now getting a little bit worried. Uses his own utility, and he's only got an SMG. But we do talk about Snappy being sort of a savant when it comes to SMG usage.
Okay, I was a little worried that they'd just get a little too overeager, just run on it.
Yeah, it did seem like that was going to be the case, but they've pumped it off, you know? Pumped the brakes. Slowed things right down. And they're relocating all the way up the ladder. Now, this could be an interesting maneuver for BetBoom. Instead of going back towards the A side, they're going through middle Blah.
Sunpius is going to be a bit of a turret here. Snaffany leading the charge once again. And Snappy touched upon him earlier. He said he could be a prominent SMG, Dinko. The problem here is he's isolated. He's got an A1 in hand. Should find one. Gets absolutely nothing. Narrowly a tickle onto its Nathany. Scratches Chiron. This should be the call for the save from Sunpius. And from Madden, it's now down to 13 HP. A huge round. And I just looked away for a second. And I'm still trying to figure out what went wrong on that B hit. It looked like Falcon just running out to its stairs, getting caught off guard. Maybe the utility deployment was just completely missing from Dupree and from Magis, but that's such a disaster. Because it looked like they were starting to wake up into this game after the big lead that BetBoom had, right? And now suddenly, they lose 3 players. They still have money, so that's fine. Their coffers are still kind of full. But BetBoom, bit of a rude awakening for Falcons that it can't get too complacent. And a B bomb side, the one side I was been praising all this while with the way Dupree and Magisk have been kind of defending.
Oh, the swimming pool water actually blasts. No, that is cool.
This is... I don't know what really happened there. I can't deduce why you try to go for that play. It looks so wild.
Yeah, probably didn't exactly pan out like the plan they had.
I don't think there was a plan there, Dinko. That's a brother. Ugh.
What is that?
What is that? That's at that moment. I think that's one of my favorite memes of.
It's a great meme right now.
Of the past few months.
It is a good one. Also, don't change your accent. That's another good one.
I don't even have an accent.
Don't change your mouse.
Don't change your mouse. Don't change your accent between cast.
All right now. Things are starting to stabilize at the beginning of the round at least, but once again, BetBoom searching for success towards the B side of the map. They just got it in the previous round, so seeing if the same mistake happens twice for Team Falcons, but it hasn't. It's been closed off by early utility. Match is playing this one a lot more passively. And he is taking a few steps ever closer to Magnajez now. Sampaius has opened up the affairs with a kill onto Nafany, so BetBoom must play the remainder of this round a player down, at least from the 55-second mark. Re-smoke into the top of the stairs. Will it be respected? I don't think it will be. Eyes on the prize inside of the site. Double setup here for the CTs. And Chiron, in the meantime, is aggressing up ramp, but it's all about Magisk on that B bomb site, and he got a double. Sampaius, Chiron slipped right past him. He's got into the bomb site. If he takes a few steps closer, Sampaius looks back. And that's enough. That's the round here for Falcons. That was the only real way that BetBoom could have got back into this after a big double from Magisk on the B bomb site.
That positioning was just exquisite from Magisk. And I feel like every time BetBoom try to go for the slow creep approaches, especially towards B, without really deploying utility properly, they're just going to get absolutely punished by Magisk. And Siren's days are numbered. Clean, clinical from Falcons. Keep all 5 alive as well. Dupree saying doesn't matter. Only the round matters.
Yeah, let's take the 2 last rounds here in the half. And then it's a good half.
Okay, Magisk.
Yeah. I mean, it is good for the fact that Falcons have been able to stay in this half. You walk away with 7. And like, I believe that was Madden just said, you know, it's almost perfect. It's kind of the half you want out of the CT side. So you can work with that.
Do you know how to skateboard?
I can go on the skateboard, yeah, but I can't do any tricks. I can't ollie. I can't.
But it can go. But it can go for like a few meters without falling down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
That's a pretty low bar, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the last time I tried it, I was
You hurt your ankle.
I was 9 and I hurt my head.
The last time you skateboarded was when you were 9.
Yes, and I hurt my head, and which explains a lot of things.
It does explain everything.
All right, here we go. Tech 9 for Nafany, and again, this pressure towards B. I haven't seen anything yet, and they might not be expecting this for Falcons, right? They've been going B so many times, and this is fast. This is speedy.
Nafany charging in. That Tech 9 is rapid, but it's also rapid to die as Sampaius and Magisk taking 2 kills early doors here for Falcons. BetBoom have overrun the B bomb site, but they have lost members in doing so. It's been expensive in manpower, but will it work out for them? Does not look like it will. That bomb is not even planted yet. Grenades barraging default, and the plant has to be cancelled and postponed. It's now down. Chiron must try and close this with Sorte. Jumping around the side of the map is Dupree. Snapping goes down as well. And just like that, a blink of an eye, and you've got a 2v4 for BetBoom.
That was sick. That was so sick from Sorte and Chiron. It looked like it was over, Dinko. The utility being deployed, the bomb gets planted. And that was just absolutely unreal.
That is such a difficult round to have to stomach if you're Falcons. You get it into a 4v2, and then Chiron just pops off. Sorte rapidly taking down 2 at the end. A 2 versus 4 goes against Falcons, and that 7-5 half is just a pipe dream. The best they can hope for now is a tight scoreline of 6-6. BetBoom could be the team to walk out of this half with 7. And Falcons so desperately need Vertigo. They're 1 map down in this elimination series. If they lose Vertigo, they're out of the competition dead last.
Dead last, Dinko, with so many storied players. And at this point, it sounds like a broken record, right? We keep saying this. We saw it in EPL. We're talking about it in the RMRs. And it's just miserable. And you had a feel for them, but it's not over yet, Dick. It's still a chance. There's still a possibility. We might see a map 3. Here we go. Lean towards A this time around. And again, BetBoom are keeping it very, very simple. There's no ruse, there's no real defaulting coming in. This time, it's all 5 heading in towards A.
Madden back to his old tricks. Smoke deployed. We've seen him have a big round with this kind of setup before. Snappy through the smoke. Oh, Madden traded. Dupree multi-kill. Oh. In fact, 3 just like that, and that is perfect. Dupree arrives and saves the day here for Falcons as Zorte has crashed. It's not just Inferno. It's a little bit of Vertigo too. It looks like he crashed anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even shooting the way direction he's looking at.
Now he's gone. He's going to burn down to his own molly. I'm not sure. He still had like control over doing a few things.
But they look to be in pretty good spirits overall, and after he's got a smile as well. It's like, it's all right, boys. The A defense from Falcons has been pretty much the same setup every single time. And it is kind of... It was a little bit rough to watch when BetBoom were trying to head towards A. It's like they have 2 players towards short. He's had a jiggle towards Crane, right? And Dupree coming in the moment the utility gets deployed by the T's. And every single time they've tried to hit A, it's been the same thing that Falcon's been doing, and yet it's not BetBoom. BetBoom not able to crack it. So that's a bit worrying, but that's okay. It's tied up. They got 6 rounds on the T side right now. Now heading to the defensive side. The cliche comes into play, pistols matter and all of that. But I will say this. The T side we saw from Dupree and Magisk and all these guys on the Falcon side yesterday against VP, that's when they looked their absolute best. You saw Madden, the way he was just working his way towards short, towards a ram and an A part of the map, Dupree being the contingency towards mid on the T side, and Magisk just being a hammer, a brute force, a blunt force sledgehammer towards B. That's what they were able to do against VP. And I feel like they should definitely have the edge here, at least on the attacking side. But then again, you know, ifs, buts, maybes, could'ves, would'ves, and all that stuff, Dinka.
Yep, that is true. And probably mights thrown in there as well.
Might, could've, would'ves, yes.
That just gets so loud. The Dupree and Magisk conversation. Reunited once again. And that is a testament of Dupree's professionalism, isn't it? The fact that he's willing to come back and play with Zonic and Magisk. Either that or he was on Preezy previously.
The interview which we had yesterday against Zonic, where he's like, I'm very surprised and impressed that Dupree's really good CS2.
Yeah, he's like, he's better right now than I remember in Vitality.
It's so backhanded unintentionally. It's so funny.
It's just honest though, isn't it?
Yeah. Danes are very honest people.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe they're just really good liars. You don't realize. Ooh, that looks cool.
Is that a
C4?
Oh, it's C4. Right.
It looked like the One World building in New York.
I haven't seen that. That's not a C4. That's a diffuser.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Also looks like the one to measure electrical current and everything. I forgot what it's called. I had that in college. Long time ago, Dinko. I forget.
Probably obsolete piece of technology these days.
Probably obsolete, yeah.
Now that is a Kalashnikov.
A 47 Automat Kalashnikov 47. That's not obsolete.
That looks like the Burj Khalifa when you do it that way. These side-on views.
Yeah. You like Khalifas?
Wiz Khalifa.
Wiz Khalifa,
Black
yeah. That's another Khalifa.
Yep. Don't know what one you were talking about.
The Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Wiz Khalifa.
Last BetBoom, we got to go up the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, how was that? I've actually never been up the Burj Khalifa.
It's very cool. The views are obviously really cool, but it's just the fact that you're up there and you have a little coffee up there and stuff. You enjoy the view, and you just have to spend some time on the tallest building in the world.
We're able to see the curvature of the Earth.
Nah, the world's flat, mate.
Exactly. There we go.
Did see some super yachts though. Seems like we've got a bit of an extended pause as we get ready to head into this one.
What's your favorite planet, Dinko?
Jupiter.
Yeah, cool. Gas giant.
Big.
Massive.
Big is better.
Gargantuan.
Saturn's pretty cool too, because it has a big ring around it.
Yeah, I like to put a ring around that.
Yeah, put a ring on it.
Mine's Uranus.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know. I know you like that one.
Great planet.
Well, there's a lot of chit-chat going on, so probably just trying to figure out a headphone issue, perhaps. We don't actually have the information to give you right now, but we will wait on that to be relayed to us, and we will update you guys at home as to what is possibly happening at the moment. But I do love the effort that Fisher and BetBoom put into the sets and the production of these events. Last time was really cool. It was like in a hotel in Dubai. It had like hot dog stands, movies, it was like milkshakes. You know, it had like that sort of varsity diner vibe.
Nice.
And
I do really love the, you know, like you pointed out earlier, the locker room entrances coming in from the place. And it seems like the players are having a good time. They're opening up, all smiles.
Matt just sounds like he's having a great time, man.
Matt's just so loud.
That loud.
Great, so
that
great.
Damn loud. Oh, that's good.
I think Zordy's PC, because he crashed.
Oh, yes, true. Yeah,
probably
right.
had to replace a piece.
How did I forget about that? That was literally like 5 minutes ago.
It happens, Dinko. Once you get older, your brain starts to turn into mush.
Look at that sign. No rush.
Rushy's not observing?
Seen today on Rush's Instagram, he was hanging out with another guy called Rush. So I messaged him. I said, do you exclusively hang out with other people called Rush? And he didn't reply. So I'm assuming that's a yes.
Does he? But he hangs up with Chad. And Chad Sponge is not called Rush.
Maybe he calls a lot, but he only hangs out with him digitally outside of work.
Yeah, I've never seen them together in one place.
I have at work a lot of times.
Yeah, work's different, like outside of work.
No, that's very true.
That is very true. I love Rush. He's so bubbly. He's just so happy. Even if he's sad, it doesn't sound like he's sad.
Yeah, he's a character.
Everyone needs a Rush in their lives.
The admins looking to get things going again, resolve this PC issue, and get the second half underway. If you're just tuning in, wondering the context of this matchup that you're currently watching, this is the first elimination game here at BetBoom Dacha 2024 in Belgrade. It's either Falcons or BetBoom going out of the event. Now, what will happen is there will be an artifact collected from the losing team. Those artifacts are inside of some glass. You can see there an AK-47 in glass on the desks here of the Falcons. And on the other side of things, in BetBoom's hands, there's an obsolete electronic device that will also go to the wall.
A voltmeter, Dinko. It's called a voltmeter, and it is still used in modern-day engineering to make your phones. Just shut your face and stop talking shit about my
all right, Blood.
Engineering instruments.
Yeah, that's cool. Your engineering instruments are awesome.
Thanks.
And, well, one of those artifacts from the losing team will be put into the wall. Eventually, when we have all of them put in the wall at the same time, the world will finally be united in terms of the fissure will be closed. That's what I've been told.
Is that what Trace was trying to convey to us earlier today?
Trace was conveying that to us.
He was trying very hard to convey.
And yesterday.
Message, yeah, yesterday.
But we're here to try and do that. We're currently lost in all these different little worlds, and we're stuck in Mirage, man. They're on pool day. I don't know how we ended up in active duty, and those guys get to sit in reserve.
Well, hopefully they're not going to sit in reserve very much longer, Dinko. Hopefully we should be getting things sorted out. We do have the headphones back on, which is obviously a good sign. We've seen a few Dust 2s being played already, right, in this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen 2 days in a row now.
2 days in a row, and on top of that, we've also played ourselves a little bit of Dust 2 here and there. I just feel this plays the same way it played back in CSGO.
Actually, with less smokes.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, sure, you have your couple of waterfall smokes coming in, you know, from here's what everyone's doing. They're like, oh my god, how's the coolest thing? It's a different variation for the same bloody double door smoke or a mid-to-B smoke. That's about it. There's nothing new. There's nothing cool about the map. I don't like it. I'm going to moan and bitch about it until Valve bring back Train.
All right. I'm sure that movement will be started by you, Pla.
I think it started a long time ago.
Yep, let's go. Let's make a group on Twitter or X and get it trending. Get Train in the game.
I like calling it Twitter. I want to stick with Twitter.
It's just a better name, isn't it?
It's just an iconic name. X, like, it's a letter.
Yeah. I still call them tweets because no other word. Well, I don't X, do I?
You sent me an X. See, it sounds wrong. It sounds just like something your mom's like, hey, Adam, don't do that. Like, you know, it sounds wrong.
Don't do X-rated things on the internet.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh,
Zort?
Zorte, what's going on here? A little stress.
Zorte looks very stressed.
Little head massage. At least they understand what the admins are saying.
Yeah, it's some conversation happening here with Nafany.
Yeah, Nafany is the leader. Follow the leader.
He's the leader of men.
Oh, he's the leader of the anime squad.
Nafany's anime squad. You don't watch any anime, do you?
I wouldn't say I'm a frequent anime watcher, but I have partaken in sort of anime viewing.
So you watch anime?
In the past, I have watched animes, yes.
What have you watched?
I watched Attack on Titan.
Finished it?
Season 1.
Oh, okay. Do you like it?
Loved it.
Nice.
I watched Tokyo Ghoul.
All right.
Sword Art Online.
Okay.
And I watched an anime called Fairy Tail, which
Tail?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
That was interesting. And I'm sure there was some other ones in there that I've watched. I love all the Studio Ghibli movies, if that counts.
Yeah, Ghibli's great. I think Ghibli's a classic. Like even my mom loves watching Ghibli. I think Ghibli just transcends age, and you know, even people who don't even like animated movies.
I didn't even watch Pokemon either. I didn't watch any of that.
Yeah, yeah, it was some pretty good stuff.
Watch One Punch Man.
One Punch Man is great. You should watch Mob Psycho 100. I think it's one of the best animes in the past 10 years.
Watched a bit of Full Metal Alchemist.
Brotherhood or the old one?
I don't know.
Watch Brotherhood. It's even better.
All right.
It's actually great.
Well, we are just waiting a few more moments. It seems like the referees in their nice NFL-style stripy referee shirts. I want one.
Me too.
There's this kid in my school, and I often think about him. He wanted to get into WWE, but he never wanted to actually be a wrestler. He just wanted to be a referee.
You told me about this.
And I know, and I tried to find him, but he doesn't exist anywhere in the public sphere, so he hasn't succeeded in his dream yet. But I hope that one day he does.
Also, the referees are some of the most important people in wrestling, in like professional wrestling, so to speak. They're the guys who help choreograph like what's happening.
What do you mean choreograph?
Oh, just kind of like direct how the action should be. I'm not saying.
What do you mean these choke slams aren't real?
Oh, Denko. No one's told you?
No, it's fake. That's heartbreaking, man. I always was sniffing what The Rock was cooking.
Yeah, I love me some Stone Cold Stunners as well.
Stone Cold Stunner.
Attitude Era.
I kind of feel like this would be a great time for Stone Cold Stunner to come out on the stage, man. He could probably fix this in a jiffy.
Yeah, just come in, crash a couple of beers and throw it into the PCs. I don't think...
Hey, what are you saying about Trace, huh? He's a technical genius, man.
Trace is a technical genius.
Do you see his camera work at Pro League as well? He's multi-talented in a lot of facets.
He is indeed.
He's doing some of the best camera work we've had at an event.
He's a man of a lot of talents, but Stone Cold Steve Austin, the wrestler, would come in. I don't think he knows how to operate a computer, in all honesty. He's a brute force of masculinity.
Yes.
The one I grew up watching wanted to be him until I realized, well, I actually have hair, so I can't be him.
Yeah, that's the only thing stopping you from being Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yep, that is the only thing.
the only difference.
Because I love my peers as well. Oh, man. Wrestling's great.
Well, we've got our own Undertaker. I hope he comes back real soon.
Yeah, well, she's doing online lessons now, so that's her.
Message from
we're back.
Stone Cold Stunner.
Let's go.
He has quoted Will Smith. Keep his name out of our mouths. No, Trace. We will say your name
Trace
to the end of days.
Stunner Saranthus. That is exactly his name, and I'm going to keep it in my mouth. As Magnager's going to open things up. Instant Gush coming in, and Madden will take care of him. A 5v4. Make that a 5v3 early on here for Falcons. They're wasting no time, Dinko. But Nafany replies back with one.
Oh, a second shot is even better from Nafany. That's Magic's gone out of there. Snappy able to come back swinging on Zorte. So a 3v2 for Falcons in this post plant. And Madden, wow, that is sick with a double to close. And Falcons come out of that extended break. They come out looking hot. They come out looking sharp. And they've got that first round in the second.
Yeah, didn't allow that technical pause to, well, basically rattle them or pause their momentum. Thank you, Denko.
It only took, like, the pause was just so Magis could tell a few jokes. We hear that wonderful chuckle. But it ain't going to be a laughing matter in this round because BetBoom have no money. They're going to have to go for that eco. They don't go for the force like Falcons do.
Which I'm a fan of.
Yeah, Nafany, this is a better call. So it will result in Falcons heading to 8 rounds. This is an interesting stack. I like the idea of getting the pistols all lined up.
Should be easy. I really don't see Falcons, just running in, barreling in. It's also the fact that Snappy already walking into the bomb site. It's like, guys, it's free. It's free. Bomb should be making its way here. Should be a free kill for Mr. Snappy. Make a little bit of money.
Marco.
Polo.
Nafany's gone.
I do wonder why the game's called Marco Polo. I mean, I know who Marco Polo is. Why is it called Marco Polo?
This is the only Marco we really need to talk about right now, isn't it, Snappy? He's got himself that MAC-10 ready to go. And the pistols so desperately want someone to walk into their little trap, don't they? Look at them. Shadow tricks as well. Oh, it's all lined up. Madden gets one, but Snappy cleans up the rest. It's plenty of cash added to his bank account.
$2,400, Denko. That's money in the bank.
That is money in the bank.
And considering they didn't lose a single player as well, that means Snappy, it's a bit of a slight bonus round, right? The 2 Galils, the MAC-10, and because BetBoom, despite the fact they went for the full save the previous round, because they've invested in the A1s all across the board, means the utility is going to be a bit sparse. And that could be something Falcons can potentially try and take advantage of. 8-6 for Snappies is looking to try and take us to map number 3, Dinko.
Yeah, looking to do exactly that. Good kill from Chiron. That's actually Nafany stole that one away. Looked like Chiron to pick that kill up. Nafany trying to dodge the barrage of utility coming towards him. Chiron this time through the smoke. Eradicates some pious. Nafany traded out off the back of that MAC-10. There's plenty of options here for kills for BetBoom. Siren even getting involved, but they just keep peeking and they keep giving fights to Magis, so he gets 2 right back. And a 4v2 was suddenly a 2v2 just like that. Zorte and Magnajaz ready to go on this side. And the smoke is going to sever their vision. They won't be able to spot out Dupree making his way towards the bomb site, but there's a big gap in that smoke, and Zorte is going to use that to the maximum potential. And that puts Magic now in a 1 versus 2. And there's a flank right behind him. It doesn't even need to come through because Zorte just spams him down through the smoke. BetBoom, as soon as they get the guns out, they're back to winning ways.
I was liking the aggression with the way they were fighting ramp right there, with Nafany, with Chiron and Siren and Chiron with the buddy system with Shul, but I felt like, as you pointed out, they're sticking around maybe a little much too longer than necessary, and we just finding the 2 kills, but Zorte played that one so very well, just poking through the smoke, kind of abusing the new, say new, but the CS2 smoke mechanics, I guess you might say nowadays. And yeah, keeping 2 alive as well. But that, also say, for Falcons was a bit of a bonus round right there, with the Lils and the MAC-10. And now the AK is going to be coming on out. If BetBoom are able to survive this one, then things get interesting, or else Falcons, they could potentially get a double digits real quickly here.
Madden's not going to be too happy about the start of the round, though. He's down to 56 health. And it's almost an eerily quiet situation here for Team Falcons. They're creeping up the ramp, completely silent. And they've got so close to the site now. The utility coming through. Dupree cuts right through Nafany. And Chiron is trying to hold on alone. He's done very well to take out Dupree, but he's paranoid about short, and that offers up enough of a distraction for Magis to capitalize and take him out of play. The trades are so fast, though, from BetBoom. 3v3 established. Bomb is now planted, and the planter is able to retreat. It's Snappy to pick up that headshot on Siren. And Madden's just hiding down inside of the bomb site itself. This position could catch them completely unaware. He stayed inside of the site. They're not looking for him.
No way.
He's completely secret here, Madden. And now he needs to win it on his own. Defuse not happening. Madden will get the second kill. And a massive clutch from Madden inside of the site.
That is such a huge round to steal away there in Madden amongst... and all the confusion just getting lost.
Yeah, he's just sitting inside of the smoke. It's such a cool play to stay in it because you're climbing over the top of headshot. Think about all the positions you're having to go through when you're thinking about a retake scenario. You're thinking about the ramp. You're thinking about short, in behind sandbags, even that little pesky angle off the left side of headshot. You're not thinking about the position directly below you. And Madden, that is a massive moment that could really propel Falcons forward here on Vertigo and force us into map 3.
And he had so many moments like this yesterday as well against VP, right? So many hero plays, very critical double kills, netting them crucial rounds against JM and his men. So, yeah, it's going to be feeling good after that. And also for BetBoom, money broken, double digit should 100% be confirmed.
Yeah, the buy's coming in the next one, right? And that's kind of getting to the point where it might be the last real chance to stay in this map for BetBoom. Chiron with a good shot on Snappy. Magnajaz is secretly hiding behind default, but Madden is methodical. He finds him, removes the threat, and it will be 10 rounds now for Team Falcons.
And if you head into Nuke, Dinko, it's a map where Falcons, I mean, Snappy has historically liked it. They like going for those faster hits towards upper. It's a map they're very well drilled on as well. So suddenly, might be a real opportunity here for Falcons to completely turn things around. And that would be, I might even say miraculous considering how their runs have been. I mean,
ever since that timeout, the tech issue, it does feel like Falcons are looking way more drilled in. But it also felt like they were the better team towards the end of the half anyway, right? They would have had a huge amount of rounds picked up if it wasn't for that 4v2 that they lost where they were retaking.
Yep.
And that really shouldn't have happened. So it did feel like Falcons were the better team for the majority of that first half, and now certainly the better team here in the second.
Also, the body language overall, despite the fact they lost the first map, it just looks generally much better than yesterday. Yesterday, it was grim, dude. Just looking at some of the faces like Magisk, Snappy, Dupree, Sonic, it's just death stares, right? 1,000-yard stares coming in from them. So, yeah, overall, Falcons absolutely looking much better. And I agree with you, this could have easily been 11-6, maybe even a 12-5, if not for that clutch. Massive 2v4 from BetBoom. This is the buy. This is everything here.
It's not pretty either, right? You got a Mac 10 in now on Magnajaz that was passed over from Zorte. Nafany having to play this on with a FAMAS. The big problem was in the previous gun round that BetBoom maybe committed too many resources to ramp for too long.
This is where Magisk was so problematic for VP towards B, right? Him and Snappy just working in tandem together. Yeah. But Zordi finds one. Nafany in the meantime will fall though, so trades back and forth.
The worrying part is that B bomb site though, I should point it out, because look at the only player there is Magnajaz, right? He's got a Mac 10. He's actually got some help now, at least. Sirens come over to help him. And it doesn't look like Falcons have their eyes on that side of the map. Instead, it's back to A. It's back to Zorte. And this sniper, he must start delivering on a massive level.
He can't die.
Yeah, he missed shot, good flash. That forces Zorte further back, and not only doing that, but also giving all this space for Falcons to play with. Smoke comes in, rotations there from Chiron, and the rifle positions itself at the crane. So it has to step up here if it's Chiron. Zorte's watching short. And that smoke, it could be awkward for both sides here.
20 seconds now.
Yeah, such a little bit of time. Oh, God, Chiron just gets spammed out through the smoke. Zorte only good for another. And there's not enough being done by the rifles in this round for BetBoom. And you must consider the money. You must consider this situation. Do you want to go for it? I think with their positions, they're so far committed into it that they feel like they have to. And Magnajaz is down through the smoke. There is no way they can win this one now. Siren is going to try and get away, but even that mercy is not given by Magisk.
The laugh from Matches is so good. Madden, he just finds he's somehow able to conjure up these kills on towards A and ramp seemingly out of thin air, or at times even through smoke.
Yeah, you think Chiron's going to be a real problem, don't you? And then Madden just takes him down without even really a fight.
And even that spam for Snappy as well. Just great stuff overall. I actually really like that defensive smoke deployed by BetBoom, right? It really slows on Falcons, and with them running out of time, they had to go for a play, but a wall bang, a kill through the smoke. And finally, we have aggression from BetBoom. But you can see the player tucked on in. He's not showing anything. And that is Mr. Sun Pius. He's given information. They have control of the ladder room. Falcons are going to switch things up. It looks like it is going to be the B hit. And, I mean, this is a rough buy, Dinko.
Magnajez, fortunately not standing on any of the positions the Fire came in to attack, and he now stands behind the double stack, but a peek out. Magnajez on the double, would have loved 3, but Sampaius and Snappy still mauling this defense. Despite the best efforts of Magnajez, it must fall on Chiron, and he has clutched it. He pulls it out of the hat, and BetBoom needed that round. They needed some life in Vertigo, and Chiron keeps them ticking forward.
But it does look so labored, right? It looks so reliant.
But it had to be in that kind of round. When you think about the weapons that they had here, right?
No. This one totally makes sense. I'm just saying when it comes to the second half overall.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's true.
Falcons have looked so much more comfortable, and despite this round being netted by BetBoom, it doesn't really paint much confidence for me that they're going to be able to replicate this, and especially replicate it without it coming down to a 1v1 or a 1v2, win it convincingly. We haven't seen that yet from BetBoom CT side. And for Falcons, just 2 rounds. Although, that being said, if BetBoom, take a look at the money here, ladies and gentlemen. If BetBoom are able to pull this one off, ensure that Falcons not able to save too many weapons, that should be a full eco coming in for the Falcons, allowing BetBoom to just narrow the lead down to just the deficit, rather, down to 1 round. So it's not like it's impossible, but this is such a pivotal round here for both the teams. For BetBoom, not just winning it, but winning it convincingly, starting to build up a little bit, a semblance of an economy. Again, the heavy 3-man defense towards ramp. That's a dangerous play from Chiron, Sampaius.
Oh, a nice shot straight through the chest of Chiron, and you spoke about danger. Well, here it is. A repeat from Sampaius is punished by Zorte, but he has to consider a play. Could have got past his crosshair, and Zorte is not going to allow the safety for Madden. Siren's headshot chimed in against Dupree, and Snappy and Magic's now left in a 2v4, one that looks incredibly difficult for Falcons to pull off. There is some time left, 55 seconds. They will position themselves perfectly to land the smoke execute into this B-bomb site. They'll give it their best go. Magnajez is sharp and reliable. He plays behind the double stack. He used this position in the round prior to a double kill itself, and this time it's not even one. This time it's Magisk coming right back in and breaking apart the initial defense. He is now left alone with a clutch ahead of him, though. There is a little bit of time for the Dane to pull this one off. He'll tap and draw back and try and get another, but Nafany moves his way forward solo, locks the headshot in, and BetBoom are back into this map.
That's such a heads-up play coming in from Zorte, right? Because Chiron throws his life away, and the trade was instrumental. But the fact that he gets another one, and it was no one nearby, he had to hit the shot. He misses it, Madden gets the kill, and things just completely fall apart. And despite, once again, the heroics from Magisk, it is not to be. A very, very important round being won by BetBoom, forcing Falcons to go for an eco, and this should be round number 10 here. We got a game in our hands, Dinko.
We really do. Suddenly, some life from BetBoom, but Team Falcons are going to be feeling very worried about this, considering this is elimination. They lose this map. And how heartbreaking would it be to once again be up so heavily on Vertigo and watch the comeback go against you? Nafany must change his position, but he acts as a distraction. He sets up the perfect lineup for Chiron to come out and clean up. Nafany's there to get some of his own flowers, and BetBoom deal with the weakened pistols. Couple of high fives as they know The real battle is still ahead of them. 11-10. If BetBoom win this, it's all tied up. If not, Falcons head to map point on Vertigo. And it does feel like this is the decisive round of this map. This is the decisive round for Falcons at BetBoom Dacha 2024.
And the util, it's not great for Falcons. It's very, very slim. You have a Molly and a flash with Snappy. Molly, a couple of flashes, so it's going to be fast. It's going to be pacey. Snappy's going to open it up, finds Chiron. Dead in sandbags. And a minute and 35 seconds on the clock, and ramp control rested speedily by Falcons. And Siren, he's got to do a lot here, Dinko.
Round in the corner, attacking into the bomb site. It's Madden and Sampayas with the sickest entries you need. Falcons look so damn clean in this moment of importance. It is 12-10. 1 round extra. They bring us to map 3. Nuke will decide who is going home and who will stay alive here in Belgrade. Here's Onyx saying, slowing it down. This kind of round, a little change of pace, how quick it was. Seems to catch BetBoom off guard, Blah.
Yeah, just the speed coming in, right? And on top of that, it's the fact that they get the kill towards ramp, and they know it's usually a very heavy ramp-leading defense. And the 2 variations we've seen so far from BetBoom have been when all 3 players are fighting towards scaffolding and the top of ramp, or you have Chiron towards sandbags, in which case the other players are usually playing towards short, right? A little bit more passive. They get the kill, they're like, all right, why do we wait right now, waiting for the B players to rotate in or gather information and then go in for the late rotate? Just go for the fast hit. But also kind of helps like hitting his shots, because those are some sick, filthy entries coming in, and good utility deployment as well. Fast heads-up play for Falcons. They might actually just take us to Nuke, Dinko. 1 round remains from them.
Oh, it's Sampayas. Good headshot, and Anthony is cut out of that. That's a big flick out from Dupree. Siren is taken out of play. The Falcons are 2 steps closer. They're bringing us into Nuke, to forcing us to that 3-map affair for survival. And that's exactly what we're here for. More Counter-Strike in this series. Magnajez positions himself at close wood. He could be the play to unravel it all, but the utility is absolutely perfect. Falcons have figured it out just when they needed to. And Nuke will be needed in this series. Falcons do not fall yet. Elimination still on the line for either side. And I don't know where this one's going based on that second map performance. It really is anybody's game now, Black.
Also, the fact that for Falcons, you could see in the body language as well, there's no crazy celebrations, no one's jumping about and high-fiving and, you know, just celebrating this. They know they got a job done, right? It's their map pick coming in. They were just a few rounds away from being knocked out in the last place, and the fact that they were able to get this done, they still are aware of the fact that Nuke is on the horizon. It's coming up next right now. Yeah. But I like this from Falcons. This was composed. It was good, especially when it came to the second half. They were clearly looking like a better team. And we touched upon the T side yesterday against VP. It's good to see that the T side right now is looking pretty solid at Vertigo. It didn't really feel like BetBoom had any clear answers apart from maybe a couple of hero plays coming in from the individuals of BetBoom. So yeah, Falcons clearly the better team. And about that damn time.
Yeah, about damn time. But it did look like it was maybe going to slip away from them at a few points. But they're still able to stay in it, still able to recover even despite some of those messy moments. And I think it's actually Madden who probably has the most standout rounds. And Magisk also had these big multi-kill moments, especially on defense, that you really needed there for Falcons.
Yeah, Magisk has just been, despite the trials and tribulations and the struggles of this team, I think Magisk has been the one pillar of stability, so to speak, for this team, right? And again, he's been delivering here. And yeah, if you look at the way BetBoom were winning quite a few of the rounds, it was these hero plays 2 for Zorhe getting a multi-kill, for example. And it seemingly came down to a lot of individual flourishes from the CIS squad to get the win. But for the side of Falcons, I feel like they were way more well-constructed. The defense, that A defense comes to mind, the way they're playing towards short, double up towards short, this position, perfect timing from, actually, that was from BetBoom. But yeah, Falcons defense.
Snappy had all the smoke kills in this map, didn't he?
Well, that's Vertigo.
Yeah,
that's
is Vertigo.
Right? But I do agree with you that it's good to see Madden looking good on this map because he kind of disappeared in the first one there. And yeah, overall, just a convincing win. Even though the scoreline was kind of close, it didn't quite feel like Falcons had lost control of the map, or they had to wrest it back. It looked like they were always in firm control. And now we head to Nuke, where if you are Falcons, you should be feeling reasonably confident heading into it.
Yeah, you really should be heading into this matchup. And, you know, looking at BetBoom, they still give us a good fight here, Vertigo, didn't they? They still put a great map on display. They had great moments. Just a few mistakes here and there in that second half that allow Falcons to build up too much of a buffer.
Yeah, indeed, and I feel like for the side of BetBoom, that the City side was a bit lacking. It was very one-dimensional. They had us 3 players holding towards ramp aggressively, and once Snappy figured out, okay, this is how we're going to play it. Just very well concerted effort, fast plays coming in towards A, and again a little bit of over-peaking coming out from Chiron towards ramp. Someone who've been singing praises off, he struggled a bit, but someone who didn't over-peak Dinko and who was always a safe pair of hands was Mr. Magisk.
Yes, definitely the MVP here for Falcons. Had a lot of great moments both on T side and CT side for his side. It's 1.23 2.0 rating. You know, this is the consistency we were talking about. And with a team that kind of struggle with consistency, it's always nice to have the pillar of Magisk.
Oh, indeed. And we know how strong his shoulders could be. Again, you know, a bit of a surprise for BetBoom that Siren. So Siren was actually really, really quiet in this game. I mean, sorry, Managers was very, very quiet in this game. And for Siren, again, we touched upon this, right? He is someone who can be kind of hit or miss. It can blow a little hot and cold. He was hot in first map.
Cold now, maybe lukewarm on map 3.
I'd like him to be a little bit more warmer.
Okay, we'll shove him in the microwave then. We'll get him reheated, ready for the action, and that is exactly what we'll do during the break. BetBoom Dacha 2024 in Belgrade continues, and we're sending one of Falcons or BetBoom home. Welcome back to BetBoom Dacha in Belgrade. We've got ourselves an elimination game right here. We've got Falcons, and they're taking on the title team, BetBoom. We've taken it to Nuke. BetBoom took Anubis. Falcons find Vertigo, and now essentially it's a best-of-1 blood.
It's a best-of-1. That's exactly how it plans out, Denko. And it is going to be on Nuke, a map which Falcons did play BetBoom on an APL and lost pretty convincingly. So hopefully they've been able to fix a few things overall here. But honestly, Vertigo, I think it's a much better looking Falcons, right? I think they look very solid. I think Madden, especially with the A-bombs, was looking great. So hopefully things are going to turn around and fortunes will start to smile down upon Zonic and his soldiers.
So there's a couple of things that we've mentioned consistently throughout this series, and it's when we're just using a couple of words: consistency and inconsistency. I think Magisk obviously is so consistent. We know what we're going to get out of him.
Yeah.
And for the other side of things, BetBoom, we talked about Chiron and how he can be such a pivotal X factor. He was so good on map 1 and not as good here on Vertigo, and we see how the result shifts.
I think it's also because their CT side in particular is just, it's lacking. It doesn't seem very well rehearsed. It doesn't seem like, I think they're being a little too over-aggressive as well, and maybe that's why it's going to be a knife round. But yeah, I feel like it's a map where they haven't been drilled as well enough on the CT side especially, which is why he was over-peaking a little bit, taking fights he really shouldn't be fighting, so that could be a problem here, a 1v4 for...
All right, go on, Snappy. Give it to him. They're all right-clicked as well. He can do this. 1v3 for Snappy. One of the best moments of the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 2024 so far. But Snappy's not able to pull that one off. But I felt like it was doable.
I think it's the first time I've heard a knife round being cast in years.
Yeah, that was fun. Never really get to see the knife round these days.
I'm okay with it. I don't want to see knife rounds. I don't even want to do knife rounds when I'm playing.
How sick would it be if he clutched that 1v4 knife round, though? That would have been...
It wouldn't, though. It's like you have to absolutely shit the bed for him to be clutching that 1v3.
It's true. Like all my Faceit teammates ever.
Dude, it is insane how many knife rounds I've lost playing with Faceit. It's like...
Yeah, the key is you got to hinge, you know? You got to like hinge together. And then just kind of move in as
I'm not getting that with my Faceit teammates, I'll tell you that.
No, probably not. All right, high fives are in, fist bumps collected. And the final map of this series now underway. Nuke, I'm assuming we're going to get to see BetBoom start on the CT side.
Should be.
And it looks like that is the case based on the colorway here on the stage.
Chiron going to be playing towards ramp, and I'm going to be keeping my eye on him because he was struggling a little bit on the CD side on Vertigo, right towards ramp. Towards A ramp, and Nuke has a ramp as well. And if he gets a little too overeager,
they got ramps, man.
They got ramps everywhere, Dinko, and he better be a rock here. Here we go, Dupree, P250 in hand, going to be trying and find a pick here towards outside.
Yeah, Dupree outside red, looking to pin down a player at A main, but it hasn't come through just yet for Falcons. As they encroach upon the bomb side, it's going to be Magnetez with that first kill. Sampaius is down first. Zorte, even better here for BetBoom. Just 3 players left, and finally, a shot back, but it doesn't look like that is going to be enough to even think about a bomb plant. Maybe Magisk getting in the little hidey corner might be enough of an off angle to take Chiron out of there. And now a 2v3 with a minute left.
Yeah, a little lackadaisical there from Chiron. He should have known there was a gap, there was a potential of a player sneaking on in. And Magisk, with that kill, suddenly makes things a little bit more interesting. Dupree being present at a duel is not going to fall for it. And Magisk is making a lot of noise. He's just charging on in.
He wants them to fight him. He wants them to peek him. And Dupree's come back in with a shot on the P250. And Falcons from a 2 versus 4 to a 2v1 favoring them. And they know where Nafany is. He's given himself the access point to dive down that vent. And he wants them to think he's done exactly that. Team Falcons could go back up heaven with limited time. It seems like that is the only option unless they get a move on and sprint down to B. But they will ascend to the heavens and look to descend upon Nafany, waiting on the following floor, and it is going to be Magisk with one of the most insane pistol recoveries we've seen all tournament long. Chiron oversteps the mark, Magisk gets one, and that opportunity is enough for Falcons to pull it all the way back.
A happy Magisk is a dangerous Magisk, Denko, and that was just, I mean, fine, Chiron completely messes it up over there, right? But just the fact that Magisk is like, all right, you know I'm ramp, fine, fight me, just fight me, just steamroll it like just a monster truck running in with the Glock.
And it's, how fitting is it? It's the Magisk Dupree combo, able to pull it off together.
They still have it, Denko.
They still got it.
They still got it.
And Team Falcons, it looked desperate for them. It was such a good start to the pistol for BetBoom. But now Falcons have the start that they want. It is a Galils, a MAC-10, AK-47. All out here for Falcons. For BetBoom, it's the classic CT Eco that we see them go for. It's just a little upgrade here for Zorte to play with. A little Code Red Deagle. And that's a good start. Magnajez also with his Deagle, but this one chimes in. It's Snappy being brought down first. Never really want to test that Deagle of Magnajez too much. He's got a little bit of firepower in him. And that bite can sometimes be lethal, but he's traded out by some Pious. As he clears out ramp, you'll realize no one else close by. They can comfortably descend down into the B bomb site. The Falcons will now do exactly that. Plenty of utility to cover off any of these little pesky corners.
Yep. Keeping it clean. Just should only be losing Snappy this round. Taking care of business. The one thing you're going to be seeing from Falcons a lot is, it is a bit reminiscent on the T side of a lot of Hence's Snappy's all ends when he's to be a mixture of these fast upper hits coming in, right? It's going to be these fast executes, even against buy versus buy rounds, and that is something where I'm looking at Siren. I'm looking at it because he's going to be the upper side player. I'm going to be tested quite a bit, and we saw him kind of fall off a little bit on Vertigo as well. So Falcons. Sorry, rather for BetBoom, even though when they get their guns out, when the rifle rounds come out, it's going to be quite a test for them. And also the fact that Chiron, it can't be too loosey-goosey the way you play ramp as well. It's not going to be easy at all. Despite the fact that they did, oh my lord.
It's a big blast.
Just die?
It's a big blast. It's what Nuke can do.
That's expensive for Falcons.
Yeah, it is. I have to look at the buy now.
Bro, that 3 rifles, like, what?
Look at the buy because of that, dude. They have to spend everything.
Did I just have a collective brain fart and forget how massive the bomb radius is? How do you lose so many players? And it's not like the CTs were really necessarily going for exits or whatever. And even if they were, you should have had a protocol and exit path and go.
They got no money left.
Ugh.
It's going to be a good buy here, but, leftover cash, well, not quite there. They're living paycheck to paycheck at the moment here.
It's just... I don't know.
Timeout taken.
Bedman's pretty happy with that round. They're like, yep, well, cool, thanks, guys.
Yeah, they can have a little chit-chat down the line. First time out here.
Zodic's like, guys, what are you doing?
So, when the bomb goes off.
And you have 4 guns, 3 rifles. Yeah. On Nuke.
A lot of action.
Keep the guy with SMG near the bomb just in case it's scared of like a last second ninja defuse. Rest of you guys, exit, and here we go. The buy, Snappy, MAC-10, 4 AK-47s for BetBoom. This is going to be the first test Devin can test with, and the fast upper hit comes in.
Oh yeah, it's fast. All right, it's a Snappy classic. And unfortunately for Snappy, it's not going to be the outcome he wanted. At the start of the round, it is a complete and utter shutdown at the hand of BetBoom, but Madden, he thought he could have got away with that, but Siren has a little look inside of the vent, and Siren actually is the player that steps up with the majority of the frags there. He holds on to that bomb site without issue.
Yep, they will survive the first test. And because of the fact, okay, just want to see how they handle this. Yeah, just playing the anti-flash. Good shutdown from the side of BetBoom, and because Denko, round 2, they lost all those guns. This is such a rough buy.
Now they've got this. Well, I did hear Snappy say he's got double flash, so he has a plan here, an idea that he would like his team to deploy. Well, let's see if that will work out for him, where those 2 flashes go.
They're trying to go for that ramp, but the smoke's gonna delay. But it does look like they're looking to end towards ramp. Managers with a bit of a dance macabre over there outside with Madden, and Madden's going to peel away. It is going to be a ramp hit, but the read is on. Nafni he's going to be helping out Chiron.
Good pick from Magisk, cuts through Chiron just like that, and the AK-47, the hero AK, opens up the proceedings. Dupree will follow up with a Tech 9, and they are charging down into lower. Nafni is behind those double doors, and he can't really do much about this plant coming in. It's tough here for BetBoom because you win the last round so convincingly. Team Falcons bounce back with 2 flashes that Snappy picks up, an AK-47 for Magisk, and everybody else on an upgraded pistol. And it turns out to be the most convincing round from Falcons yet. Everybody stays alive. And Snappy is very happy with the result of that round.
That is...
the Magic's clap is so good, dude. It's so
I love
good.
it. I love it.
We need to get it on a soundboard.
Oh, man.
I just want Falcons to win every map now so we can listen to him do that.
But I just also want to say, like, considering how limited they have the utility, and just, you have to feel good if you're Snappy, right? He's like, I got a couple of flashes, we're going to be entering in, great pathing, not a single player being lost, and I think they've made up for that disaster in round number 2 with that win. But Chiron, man, is kind of failed the test a couple of times already back-to-back. Man, I love Magic. Laughing, just I can't.
It's so contagious. Yeah, it's a good start of this round for some Pious. Even better for Magisk. That Siren forced forward into his rifle. Nice and clean. Back-to-back rounds, not a single player has died so far. Chiron could, of course, change that now as he peeks into Magisk. And that's certainly what he does. Any more than that would be a bonus, and unfortunately for Chiron, it is no bonus for him today.
Write it down then.
Calms seem really good over in Falcons, though, in terms of like the rapport. It looks good over there.
Yeah, like even in map number 2, where after the lost first map, just like the general vibes seem much more.
But that's the experience of the team as well, isn't it? You know, you're down in one map elimination, and you won't let that break you.
It really shouldn't. Also, as long as no one's switching mice in the middle of the game, which I don't know anyone is right now. Here we go though. Early find by Magnajess and the snap. Pew! Oh, scary Sunpies. Spots out where Magnajess is playing from. Magnajess with the smoke to make his escape, and why not? 5v4, no need to really over-aggress, as Magisk will also be tagged on at 24 HP. Falcons trying to go for a bit more of a slower default approach, but getting whittled down very early on here by BetBoom.
Oh, Dupree. What is that opener? Madden also just chiming in. Falcons are dominating now. BetBoom can't deal with this. They're just running at them.
How did this fall apart?
They just ran at them.
What? Now, it's still doable.
Well, yeah, 3 players are incredibly low, aren't they?
But I think some of the damage is kind of unconfirmed. So I don't think Zordy's necessarily going to be going for this.
Yeah, it would be more if Falcons come to him. Well, he might have a little shake of the stick here and give it a go.
Dude, how did that turn around so quickly?
Bomb now planted. Climbing down the vent. Position confirmed. That's where Zorte is. Dupree is dead.
Round's done.
Yeah, Dupree got that double opener, and it did feel like that was instantly the round over, and then the rest of the BetBoom players charge into the lobby, and it's handled. So 5-1 now for Falcons.
On T side. You're feeling good, Denko.
You're certainly feeling good, yeah.
The vibes are immaculate. Magisk is laughing. Snappy's screaming.
Zonix clapping and thinking about giving them hugs. Then restraining himself because he realizes there's no major trophy in the cabinet yet. But he'll give them a nice boys.
He's giving a nice little Viking yell as well. Let's go! Yeah, things looking good here. And even individually as well, right? We're talking about, Magisk and Dupree getting the crazy 2K right there to open up that round as well. But everyone individually, it's they're all chipping in. They're not really needing, Sunpies to just go absolutely ham or Dupree to just entry like a monster every time. So, tactical timeout. The first one being called by BetBoom, and about damn time.
Yeah, I think that last round was maybe the first sign of things getting a little too far off track. Once you see a couple of your players sprinting into lobby, maybe rein it in a little bit. So need to get back on the same page. Here's a head-to-head between Sampayas and Zorte. Sampayas clearly having the better start to this map. Obviously very helpful. His teammates are also playing very well around him, but 6-2. Sampayas now heads outside with his sniper. He attempt that opener. No one peeking from BetBoom. No one offers that chance, so he'll keep moving up to red. Zorte positioning himself towards the back of Garage now, so it's a strong position to hold if they cross to main, but it's pretty weak if they cross outside, and that is a positioning error from Magnajaz. He gets caught in the open. Zorte cannot stop the rest of the players, but he might actually get information about them coming back. He's in a perfect position for this. He really is in a perfect position if they continue to walk to main, but they are considering that spot. Zorte gets taken out by the Spanish sniper of Sampayas. Madden helps as he chimes in. And it's just Nafany and Chiron left on pistols. The main weapons are already out of this fight. You gotta hope that the 5-7s are able to double up here, and just a single kill from Nafany.
They want to kill Chiron here.
Yeah, but they're not walking into him yet. Surely there's trade potential, even if it does get hairy, and it doesn't, because Magisk is there.
I guess you could say it's an experience for managers, but also like, buddy, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing,
Just running around, having a good time.
What is that? Like, you know your teammates are there, but also, I love how, even though it might have potentially been a bait setup coming in there, the fact that Sunpass was aware, it was so aware, beautiful find. That M4 was the real danger in that clear and present danger in that round, and it gets taken care of very, very convincingly. Another buy coming out here from BetBoom, but Falcons, apart from that, that one round they've lost so far, Dinko,
it's an upper bust again, right? It's top hut molly, Dupree on that entry. That's a rollback, that's a throwback. And this one is thrown away. BetBoom cannot hold the top site. And Falcons are loving this.
It's such a classic snappy call. All right, guys, it's their buy in like 3 rounds. What do we do? Upper hit. But also, just the flashes coming in as well. That was...
Must feel pretty nice for Snappy to call an upper bust like that. The good old days, like Ents, and it works out so perfectly.
And also because it was the full buy coming in, right? They weren't quite expecting something like that, but you should always, like, if you're playing Snappy's T side and you have
guys,
a buy,
get ready for A-Rush.
Just get ready for an A-Rush.
Get ready for A-Rush.
But the thing is, even though you might be ready, the utility protocol is, and the variations they have is so very good. Yeah, Zorte.
Ooh, indeed. Nice shots.
Bit of time. Nah. They're not going to face now. Surely.
Well, he can't get into the site. Sampayas.
Free op.
Peaks at the perfect time, and certainly a free op now for Sampayas. Falcons completely in the flow state at the moment. Locked in. This is the Dupree entry. There's nothing you can really do about that. Magis comes in for that 1-2 punch.
Also just got, if you just took a look at a kill feed right there, right? Dupree gets a kill with Magisk's flash assist. Magis gets the next kill with Sunpai's flash assist. It's so well drilled.
Sure, that is a good point.
Beautiful to see. And now Ram being tested again. Chiron has got backup this time around.
P9 is really good in this kind of spot, especially with Sampayas running around the corner like that. And 2 kills instantly. 3. Oh, how was that happen, Falcons? Well, that's a good round for BetBoom.
It's a really good round for BetBoom. But you can clearly see it's like...
it's just one step of a very long road.
Up Mount Doom.
Up Mount Doom, yep. And there's no Eagles waiting at the top. Just Falcons.
The Falcons are here.
Oh no. AK's on 5. IWP for Zorte.
Just trying to potentially clear out the city vent, just in case of someone there. Oh. Careful there, Nafany. Making a lot of noise.
Don't want to put yourself in a precarious position, Mr. Naf.
They know exactly where he is.
Oh no, Snappy clears him out too. Zorte's doing some God's work outside though. Snappy down, but Madden slips the net. He gets in behind, and Zorte, well, he smells a little bit of Madden, and he turns around. 3 kills to Zorte. He's doing absolutely everything in this round for BetBoom.
It's pushing outside as well with the AWP. Now, this might not be something
I think it's sick. Let's go. Deagle out, Code Red, smash off the head of Magisk. Zorte's having a round here. Dupree left inside of the lobby, and he knows he's being wrapped around. He climbs up the ladder as quickly and as silently as possible. And he knows that he has to try and take this sniper out. No ace for Zorte. Not actually enough time for Dupree to think about winning this one now, Black.
Trying to manufacture this. That smoke's going to be a tell. Someone towards upper or towards mini.
They're split up on either side of the map, right? Chiron's down lower. Dupree doesn't know it, but he's got a lot of space to play within this upper bomb site.
30 seconds as well. He needs to kind of make up his mind.
He can molly heaven here and plant quite comfortably without realizing that right now, of course. He's got no smoke. I'm sure it would feel a lot more comfortable if he had a smoke for main, so he might use that Molotov instead for the main peak, take the risk for heaven. And I think that's actually worked out to be the far better call here for Dupree. But getting away now is going to be so tough. He tries to fight, and Magnajez just domes him with the AK. So another round for BetBoom picked up.
If he gets that kill, I think if the molly was a little bit deeper,
stops Magnajez from taking up position, right?
And he actually is able to extricate himself from the bomb site, basically, and isolate the deal. It's a little unfortunate from Dupree, but a hell of a round from Zorte, especially the awareness to catch Madden on the flank inside the garage as well. Huge round. But they need a few more heroics, Dinka.
Only one, actually. Nerds would probably be all right.
Get out of here. Shut up. Dexter's back.
Yeah, he is.
He looked good today.
He did.
Yeah, for a guy that hasn't had an official in over a year, not bad at all.
Yeah, very good. Very good. It's nice to see that for sure. Quick top site attack from Falcons. It's worked out a few times for them in this half. It's actually going to be a vent dive for Matt and get the bomb down there, yeah.
On a buy round, he's all alone. So he has quite a time. Just not going to go for a...
Yeah, seen this many times in ends. He just opens that door straight away. He's going for the plant instantly.
There's
risk, and that's the risk. Because Chiron's inside of the bomb site, Matt.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Chiron's doing.
Like, why haven't you killed him yet? Finally, does stop that plan from happening. Now, Falcons, what do you do? The bomb's down in B. It's kind of a recovery mission at this point just to get the bomb back. And everybody from BetBoom can now swarm the lower bomb site because they know the bomb's just sitting here at the back of the site. They've kind of given us this one.
This is so awkward.
They just keep re-smoking as well in the lower hall, so...
There is a lot of time for Falcons, though. And eventually, BetBoom will run out of utility.
Yeah, that's true, but by the time they run out of that utility, there won't be a whole lot of time for Falcons, and they have to get into the bomb site.
They just have one smoke remaining and 45 seconds left on the clock. There is an avenue. There is a way. Or maybe I'm just coping and seething. I don't know.
Well, at least they have a molly to make things uncomfortable. That should force Chiron either back or forward into a fight that Sampaius can win. So Chiron's dead. Nafany inside of the vent needs to be taken out and dealt with instantly by Sampaius, and he does more than that. In fact, he does absolutely everything required. They did not need the bomb, and Zonic cannot believe they pulled that one back.
That is disgusting from both the teams. This filth from Sampaius and an absolute meltdown from BetBoom. How do you lose this?
You have the bomb gifted to you at the start of the round. You have complete control of the lower bomb site, and then 1v1 fights all here for Sampaius, and he'll sink their ship.
That's just... yeah, man, like, pack it up, Dinko. Like,
last round of this half. 4 rounds is doable for BetBoom, but it's not ideal at the moment. Magisk has got the opener. Magnajez down again outside. Zorte always in such a danger zone right now. And he'll get out of there, fortunately. They don't like Mavericks around here, and they're going to charge down into the lower bomb site. Zorte, through the smoker, through the wall on Dupree. Has locked that one in without a problem.
Pre-plant.
And there's time. It's the bomb plant coming down on B, but this time they got players around it. It's not just Madden on his own.
Ouch!
Gotta go for this if you're BetBoom. Last round of this first half.
Double ouch!
Ouch, ouch. Now the smoke comes in.
They know that at least a couple of ramp.
Flash is at the ready. And this charge of BetBoom back into the retake attempt will begin now. Falcons searching for 9 on the T side. You can't help but feel if 9 rounds are posted, this map is a sure thing. But Siren moves in with a double. Madden and Supplies hit the deck, and Snappy, well, he's done enough to close it. 9-3. Falcons with a fantastic T side here on Nuke.
Oh, absolutely, Dacha. And just so many mistakes, so many micro and macro mistakes being made by BetBoom. And this is a far cry from the last time these two teams played on Nuke, where it was a 13-8 or 13-9 scoreline favoring BetBoom. This is just Snappy calling circles around Nafany, and also the individuals looking so very sharp. We saw Dupree stealing rounds away. We saw Magisk stealing rounds away. We saw Sun Pius just pulling off, conjuring these miraculous rounds. And even taking away these hero plays on some of the individuals, overall, cohesively, as a team, you look at some of those upper hits, you look at the utility protocol coming in. This is a much, much better looking Falcons than we've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, and now we've got to see Nafany call his T side back into this game to stay in the competition. BetBoom were given the golden ticket because Cloud9 couldn't make the event. BetBoom got brought in, and now they might go out last as the title team.
Nobody told.
Energizing for the final few moments here.
Yeah, I don't think he needs his wings right now, Dingo. They're soaring high.
They are.
Ooh, apart from Zorte, who had some, couple of massive rounds.
You have to remember a few of those were exit kills too, like just trying to save his weapon.
Yeah, I mean, the one round with the op comes to remember against the 4K. Apart from that, everyone's just been so silent, so quiet. Chiron, Nafany.
Siren had a 4K, I believe, in one round where he shuts down an A attack.
The upper hit, that's it.
Yeah, but here we go. Upper hit is exactly what we're going to watch in this pistol round. Magisk with a Julie. Gun slinging his way into a double. Dupree will assist him, and that combo has just been beautiful to watch over the first and now second half. Magnajez chimes in with a headshot, but it's quite the recovery required here for BetBoom. A 2v4 looks down their barrel.
This looks nigh impossible. Bomb down as well.
Especially with Snappy peeking into this, but that is a 1v1 fight that Magnajez will happily collect against Snappy. There is time to win this in a 2v3. It's not the most unwinnable situation that you could see here, Blah.
Yeah, the longer they take, the more Falcons are going to start becoming paranoid and worrying about the ram flank coming in towards heaven, right? But if they head towards outside, Sun Pius still there, soaking in the rays
of the sun. Was that where we're going with? Poetry in motion, Blah. And so Pius is certainly that.
Yeah, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. At this time, it doesn't for BetBoom.
No.
Not a bad flash.
It does not, but you can see, like, Falcons are just in that flow state of Counter-Strike where everyone's having a good time.
And Snappy smiling. I haven't seen Snappy smile in years.
I know, dude. It's not. Zonic's like, come on, guys, we're having fun, sure, but let's get the job done.
And it's also like you can see where they're feeling a little bit better as well, because a couple of missed flashes, missed utility. They're like, hey, there was a missed flash. Doesn't matter. It's okay, guys. We're just winning this easy. But,
yeah, it's true.
And
whereas a few days ago, that would have been the worst flash you.
That's such a bad flash. Why are you throwing it? Hero Galil for a Magnajez. Rest of them, an eco.
Yeah, but Hero Galil's like in Christopher Nolan's Batman, when everybody starts dressing up as Batman with hockey gear on,
How to wear hockey pads. To be fair, he does kind of wear.
Yeah, he does. Just made of Kevlar.
And just higher quality, expensive material.
Mm-hmm. 1 minute, 5 seconds. That's all we got left here. BetBoom, the ball is in your court. I think you're about to be bullied by some bigger kids, though, and that ball will be taken away. Dupree at the ready. That's Siren now dead. And they're going to be walking into ramp. When there is someone waiting on them, it's Mr. Snappy. Oh, brother.
It's fine.
Not the nicest, but certainly effective from the rest of the squad. 11 rounds now for Falcons. We are at the sort of end of the story here for BetBoom at BetBoom Dacha 2024 here in Belgrade. It does feel like it will be elimination, and the first artifact will be added to the wall.
And it will be BetBoom. And you know what, to be fair, they had that really close game against Mouse yesterday. And even today, the first map, they won it. Vertica could have gone either way, although they kind of fell apart on the second map. And this is a team who, they got the call up, at least from the interview we saw from Chiron. He was like, on HLTV, he said, we got a call literally a couple of days prior. So I didn't really have too much time to practice as well, as we have a bit of a lobby crunch coming in for Falcons and what is a bit of a bonus round. They find it's empty, and they know it has to be this outside play coming in from BetBoom. So the jig is up. They know what's going to be happening.
The slow creep down secret. No secrets kept here, though. As you said, it's very telegraphed that BetBoom have this position. So it's smoked out by Magisk. Snappy will have a secondary smoke ready to toss in to keep them at bay for even longer in this round. And that is certainly going to rot the clock in favor of Falcons. They are searching for map and series point. BetBoom have invested absolutely everything they've got into this. If they are to concede a round loss here, this will likely spell elimination. Magisk with a clean shot on Magnajaz. No problems for this. Sampais at the back of Garage. It's another double. Why not pile up the stats here for Sampais? 17 and 7 is having a whale of a time. But Siren and Chiron, they're right back into this now off the back of those two kills. Sampais and Snappy both taken out very swiftly, and now with 30 seconds left, that is the worrying factor here, Bly. You know, if you're the bomb and you're in Garage and you got all that room to move and look at Dupree, he's a red. He's going to take that bomb out. And now there's 20 seconds left. Yeah. Can't happen for Chiron. Surely not.
And it's not overfacing. It's just going to...
Yeah, you're not up against a rookie. You're up against Mr. Dupree.
Goodbye.
Oh, and that's just in the vent as well. So even your retreating area is covered off.
Bronze over.
As you dive down into the vent, there's not enough time to win it. And even adding to the mess is Magis. So that kill comes in, and it's map and series point now for Falcons. It was looking dire for them, man. I was worried about this team. I thought they might have to go out last in their group, but it seems like they've kind of clicked coming into the third map here especially.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we saw the Mirage game against Virtus Pro yesterday, I won't lie, I felt like this might be the worst looking team we have here at the tournament, right? They just look so out of sorts. The comms look so messy. The individuals were lacking as well, but this has been turning things around. Anubis, you know, the map pick coming in from their opponents, you lose that in a reasonably close fashion. You're like, yeah, okay, fine, that happened. And then we saw that Vertigo second half, they just woke up, right? And everyone clicking in. And this has just been a classic, perfect, almost perfect-ish new coming out from Snappy. Beautiful calling on the T side as well. Individuals looking very sharp. And yeah, just one round away from, you know, making it to at least to the next stage, which is basically waiting for the loser of that VP Mouse game, and maybe a chance to even get some revenge if it is going to be VP.
Yeah, that is very true. And with the Falcons from map 3, that's exciting to watch, right? It's clicking a lot better, not seeing like missed nades, etc. all the time. But it's good to see that their Vertigo and their Nuke is very comfortable for them. But BetBoom will go to battle for possibly the final time here in Belgrade. Zorte, yeah, that's frustrating. Straight through the smoke, Snappy lines him up and just takes him out. It's not even like Zorte made a mistake. It's not like he started shooting or made even any noise.
And it was even like on the slightly elevated position on the top of the chair. Snappy's like, man.
He did everything right.
And yet.
And still died. Well, maybe just go back to spawn, hang out, get the lineups in, get this outside execute going, and give it one last go. BetBoom, execute outside. The smokes trickle on in, the wall is created, it is erected.
It has been erected indeed, Deco.
And they will now move their way through the fiery chasms of secret down to the lower bomb site.
Spam for the smoke, not really gonna...
Nafany has his knife out.
No, just talking to his teammates.
Just like a little talk, little chit-chat as we head into the 40-second mark. Not a lot of time here for BetBoom, so it must be perfect upon entry to this B-bomb site.
When are they going to rotate? Okay, Sunpius making his way towards ramp now.
Yes, Sunpius will be the first responder. In fact, he will be the first defender because he's now playing it towards dark. 25 seconds, very limited time now, BetBoom. You better get into the bomb site without Sunpius being able to stop the plant. And that means planting on the safe side of the cylinder.
One more,
That's Snappy on the headshot. They're going for the Astralis plant. It looks like they might be able to deny this. Sampaio, oh, that's the bomb. And that is BetBoom heading out of this competition. Falcons just need to stay composed, and Dupree will run into the fight. They know where Siren is, but the time runs out. And time has run out for BetBoom in their own title event. Falcons stay alive and knock out the BetBoom team.
They're starting to soar now, Dinko. They're starting to look so much better.
They're out of captivity.
They're out of captivity. The cage has been broken. And what was the stat again? They've lost 8 out of the last 9 games they've played. The only win they had was against Tyloo, and now they've finally broken that streak, taking down Nafany and his men. BetBoom, I think they came and put up a commendable showing overall. They seemingly run out of steam at the very end of this series. However, for Snappy, it has to feel good, right? It has to feel good where all the prep work coming in, the amount of work you've been putting in, finally bearing some fruit. It's only a couple of fruits.
It's true. It's like you're picking them up off the floor, but they're still fruit at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's healthy for you. It's
exactly.
good for you.
And now they're ready for a fruit salad. But we're going to see that artifact head into the wall.
Stuck in the middle. Celebrations galore for the side of the Falcons. We wondered, would they be able to do it? And they've only just gone and done it.
Yeah, they did. It took 3 maps. And that's okay too. But at the end of the day, I'm going to say what's probably going to end up on all the forums at some point in the very near future, if not already. BetBoom have lost and been eliminated first at their own tournament. But that's okay, because the artifact, that's what it's all about.
Exactly. The artifact brings us one step closer to reuniting us amongst all of our fantastic worlds, our maps, our multiverses. So Trace, is it time? Is it time for us to do the thing, do the damn thing?
I mean, it sure looks like it. I mean, I guess I should. I don't know that there's any way around this, so I'll just go ahead and do the thing. Let's see here.
What do we have there, by the way?
We have a bit of a diffuse situation on our hands. Look at that. Isn't that something?
Beautiful.
Get a little real close in there. You see that? I'm actually not showing the wrong side this time, I think, which is a step up from the last time. Look at that. It's so nice, though.
But with that artifact, it does indeed bring us one step closer to reuniting all of our fantastic talents with ourselves as well. So go ahead, Trace, place the artifact in there. Beautifully done.
Some of my best work, actually. Jasmine, thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Well, there we have it, Trace. It's been one heck of a tournament so far. Still plenty more CS to go. Give me a TLDR of today. How have you been finding it?
TLDR today, a lot of Counter-Strike, some Dust 2 in there. Did like getting some new looks on some new maps. TLDR of tomorrow, though, I could pretty much put that one in the ball court if you'd like. We're looking at Mouse versus VP in a Group A winners match. We're looking at Spirit versus Heroic in a Group B winners match. And then we're going to get another artifact, Jasmine. It's going to either be Auroras or MIBRs.
Oh my goodness, so spicy. Lots of matchups still to go as well, Trace. I myself am particularly looking forward to that Mouse matchup. How beautiful would it be for them to come from Pro League into this and potentially pick up another win?
I'd say poetic, storyline-wise, it makes sense. I don't know. Who am I to disagree, right? Either way, what about our lovely talents on the other side?
Well, thank you very much for that, Trace. That was incredible. The artifact is put in the hole.
It's been united with the wall.
It has, and that's exactly where it should be.
Absolutely.
And I think Trace did a fantastic job.
100%. I think this is some of the best work I've ever seen from Trace.
Yeah.
Shout out, Stunner.
And he's going to get to do it even more throughout this event.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for BetBoom, it's a one-time thing. You know, your artifact's gone, and once that artifact is gone, so are you. And BetBoom are knocked out of the competition. Team Falcons stay alive. But, you know, based on today's performance from Falcons, do you think they have what it takes to actually get out of the group? It's hard to say now, right?
It's really hard to say, because we could see how this new VP hasn't quite coalesced, gelled perfectly well.
Yeah.
I think Electronic, I'm not too sure that there is an agreement in the team for VP as to what Electronic should be. I think like for VP, like, oh, we wanted to be more of a hero, the star player, that's why he got into firepower. Electronic's like, oh, I'll be the sacrificial person. I just want to win so badly that I will be art running in, right? I think there's a bit of a lack of understanding on how they want to approach this, but it's going to take a little bit of time. So maybe that is something that Falcons could potentially exploit. Can they beat Mouse right now? I doubt it. I think Mouse are just a couple of levels ahead of everyone in the group, or even this entire tournament, if you ask me, from Spirit. But if they're going to be playing at this level come tomorrow when they go up against potentially VP or Mouse, I think there is a chance, a slim one. But I haven't said Falcons have had a chance in a while now, Dinko. So that's good news.
Yeah, it is good news. And what's great news is we talked about consistency, and we said Magic was that. Once again, he's our MVP to take a look at from this map, and he really was the standout player for his laugh.
Yeah, 1.8 rating as well, 100 ADR. He was just monstrous on both the maps, right? And his laugh, 100%. Yeah. I wish, I don't know if it's possible, if BetBoom can do this, but if we ever have Magisk coming up as an MVP, if we could potentially have his laugh spliced in, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit of work for someone, but yeah, it would probably be worth it.
I think some people get paid for that, Dinko.
Yeah, maybe. But at the end of the day, Magisk is the MVP, and Falcons are still alive. Their artifact will remain on their desk for at least another day. BetBoom, it's an unfortunate third map here. We thought it was going to be a close series all the way through. We get to Nuke, and Falcons just dominate them. But it was fantastic to see some of those classic snappy calls working out.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I guess it also helps that the defense coming in from BetBoom on the CD side made it look really good as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to take anything away from Snappy. I think the protocols were excellent. The trading, the spacing, the pathing coming in from Dupree, from Senpai, from Magic towards the upper bomb side was great. They were also able to abuse Chiron quite a bit towards ramp and outside as well. I think Manages is still a little green. It's kind of new.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of moments there, didn't we?
Exactly. So they made a few mistakes, but what I like from Falcons where they punished them for it, and they made it look very clean. And now they stay alive for a Friday game at 2 p.m. CET, baby.
Yeah, they're going to be playing either Mouse or Virtus Pro. The loser of that game will go down into the lower bracket for the last chance of the playoffs out of Group A. Tomorrow, though, we'll get to see Mouse versus Virtus Pro. That is a very tantalizing prospect.
Indeed.
Just like Team Spirit versus Heroic, which will be tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST. And then later on in the day, we'll have Aurora versus MIBR.
We get to see more donk action, Dinko. And after that, we get to see Aurora versus MIBR. This is the rematch of the grand finals of the ESL Challenger Melbourne, where MIBR took down Aurora. So that's spicy as well. Yeah,
waiting for a rematch there.
Hell yeah, baby.
We've got the schedule for tomorrow. All of this action is coming your way. 3 best of 3s. Mouse versus Virtus Pro, Team Spirit versus Heroic, and Aurora Gaming versus MIBR. What a fantastic day of Counter-Strike it was yet again here in Belgrade for BetBoom. And it's been a pleasure once more. But I'm going to say goodnight to you and to everybody at home. It's been a fantastic day. More action tomorrow. 3 best of 3s. You don't want to miss it.
Mm.